Hey everyone, welcome to a semi-market open live stream. Today we are talking about the continued crisis unfolding in Ukraine after Russia's incursion from all flanks yesterday. That began yesterday evening, probably still technically today for Ukraine. It is. Began around 5 a.m. in Ukraine, shelling from the borders on the east and the north, and an incursion from the south. Now, most areas within Ukraine have been either people have begun evacuating from them, or we've seen attacks. We have seen now images of planes being shot down, of tanks being shot. We, at the same time, also have discussions about the Taiwan Defense Ministry saying that 9 Chinese Air Force planes have entered into the air defense zone. So you've got a lot of geopolitical uncertainty right now. This is potentially at a level of peak uncertainty for geopolitics, and certainly not peak uncertainty for inflation concerns. We literally have no idea what's going to happen with inflation now that oil is over $102 per barrel. We know that every $10 move in a barrel of oil, which we literally saw in the last 24 hours, can increase consumer price inflation, or the index, the consumer price index, by about 0.5% on the year-over-year figure. We don't know yet how this is going to impact the Federal Reserve's behavior. Markets are pricing in now reduce the likelihood of a 0.5 percentage point hike. We are pricing in about a 13% chance of a 0.5 percentage point hike on March 16th at the Federal Reserve, and the rest is essentially pricing in more than a 2/3 likelihood. Actually, I think it's honestly the balance, probably about 80% chance. I'll verify really quick, of a 20 basis point hike. 5 basis point hike, that is. Let me quickly see here. We do have the yield curve steepening slightly right now. Yeah, okay, now it's actually just updated minutes ago here. Now we're only pricing in a 10.4% likelihood of having a 50 basis point hike. And we are pricing in the entire rest, 89.6% of a 25 basis point hike. So with that said, the obviously a lot of stocks are red today. Indices are not as red as they were overnight. We've seen some recovery at the same time as we've seen pretty intense images and graphics of either missiles striking Ukraine and Ukrainian areas, or even planes being shot down. I've got 2 images here that I got. Let me see if I can pull those up. Let's see here. Yeah, here's just an image of one of the blasts that we saw, a missile impact. And then here we have a satellite, or I should say more, not satellite, radar installation on fire in Ukraine. So it makes sense that right now the big targets are military targets by Russia against Ukraine. So we did open up today with the course member live stream. Is as usual when the market opens. Now I do the course member live streams, and while I can partially say this, the second part matters more. But I think it's important to play this message here.
Oh man, your boy Kevin just lost lots of money. Oh, but that's okay. I am with you, with you. Oh man, your boy Kevin just lost lots of money. Oh, but that's okay. I am with you. Here we go, come on, push it, buy the dip, buy the dip. Here we go, come on, push it, buy the dip, buy the dip. Here we go, come on, push it, buy the dip, buy the dip. Here we go, come on, push it. Oh my God, what's happening?
It's been a while. Yeah. So it's been a while, but there are this morning we talked about in the course member live streams, which I encourage you all to consider. It's a lifetime access. linked in the description down below. There's a coupon that you could use that expires at the end of the month. Set it to expire on February 28th, and you're welcome to check that out. But every day now, when the market opens, I'll have my thesis, and we'll talk either options or stock moves. And the big thing is, I have to at some point throughout this year deploy all of the cash that I have, and so when there are opportunities to do that, I send out those alerts, not meant to be copied, but that's in the Stocks and Psychology of Money group. Though a lot of the programs are amazing, and you get access to the live streams in any program, whether it's real estate investing, which have a lot of work to evaluate the real estate markets on, and what the impact of inflation will be there. We also know this. Look, the minister of the German economy is telling us there's no avoiding harm to our economies here, and so we have to be cognizant that we've got a sell-off here in the stock market. Not as bad as what we saw during some of the future periods here, but the question is, are we out of the woods? Is this potentially the bottom? And the answer really is no. We're not completely out of the woods. We have Germany complaining that 35% of their oil comes from Russia, 55% of their gas comes from Russia. We know that Russia's foreign minister says there's still a chance to return to international law, but you can't believe these people as far as you can throw them. At the same time, a little side note, Moderna's talking about maybe a seasonal COVID vaccine, which seasonal kind of implies 4 times a year, which sounds a little wild. We're expecting quite substantial sanctions to be announced from the United States and Western allies. Probably in about 2.5 hours, we should see, probably call it 3 hours. We probably see a conversation or a report from Joe Biden 2 to 3 hours from now on sanctions that are being considered against Russia now that the incursion has progressed. The SWIFT banking system is one that delivers secure financial transaction confirmations and messages between banks. It is one that is very critical. That in 2014, when it was threatened that the SWIFT banking system would be cut off, Russia estimated their GDP would fall by about 5%. And that was in 2014. And it's possible that we could see some form of sanction on SWIFT. We could see sanctions against Putin himself. There are a lot of things that Biden could do. The problem is potentially the stronger some of these sanctions are, the more of an impact there will be to oil prices, the more of an impact there will be to the economy. And so there is this balance between being punitive to Putin and balancing the world economy, because even though the economy has been doing very well, we're in a fragile recovery, right? The Federal Reserve could easily force a recession and stamp out inflation, and things could get very, very ugly very quickly. So I do think it's prudent to be patient in 2022, maintain some cash reserves for those higher levels of uncertainty, and certainly whatever you do, stay out of margin debt. Some folks are saying they want to, and you have to be very careful with this. Okay, I don't recommend this for the vast majority of folks, but some folks say, hey, you know what? While real estate prices are high, maybe it's now time to potentially take out a little bit of equity and just have that as like your rainy day fund in the event, let's say you go into a recession. You want to be able to have some extra cash around, not necessarily to like YOLO in on risk. You don't want to do that. But let's take a brief look here at how some markets are moving, and we'll also take a look at BTC pricing, which has hopped around a little bit. And thank you to our sponsor, FTX, which is also linked down below next to that course coupon code expiring on February 28th. And then we're going to raise prices. The reason, by the way, we're raising prices is because I just released a ton of lectures in the Wealth Path course. And so there's going to be a price bump again. But so if you want to see exactly what I'm buying the dip on and when I'm buying the dip, check that out down below. But FTX is a sponsor for us. They'll give you $10 in free crypto via the link down below. Just use code MEETKEV as listed down below there. And I've been watching BTC throughout really the last 24 hours. I mean, I regularly do. I'm almost always looking at this. And what we are seeing is a nice trend up, back a little bit higher here. If we just take a fresh chart here and we draw a quick little trend line, let's take a look at how this looks here. Look at this. It's not perfect, but you can see some clear behavior here of a nice upward trend of some of this uncertainty unwinding as casualties maybe aren't as terribly high as potentially expected in Ukraine, which is a good thing, right? We don't want to see every individual in Ukraine, as the Ukrainian president says, pick up a weapon, pick up a gun, and fight. But the more we see that, the more bloodshed we see. So there are a lot of things to balance. The risk of your life versus the love for your country, right? It's very difficult. So, but we are seeing a pleasant uptrend here on BTC, which can be our sort of a determiner of our risk. We can see similar behavior if we jump on over to ETH. Actually, I do want to jump on over quickly to CoinMarketCap as well. I want to just show you the overall impact here quickly. Like Cardano, look at Cardano for a moment, folks. 79 cents. Pretty low right now. Pretty low. So some things to just pay attention to. But again, we're not out of the woods. So you can't with certainty say that we are done with pain. But I can say that we're definitely, at least when we opened up, we were at a level of peak uncertainty regarding Ukraine. I don't know if we're going to see more uncertainty regarding Ukraine, though we could. It depends. And so I think towards the end of the day, we'll have a little bit more clarity on how the market ends up reacting to sanctions. That's going to be a big deal. So we'll take a look at this. Okay, so what do we have here? All right, let's see here. Yeah, nice recovery on even Cloudflare here. Look at this. Cloudflare this morning opened at $85, and Teladoc opened, I want to say, at about $60. So some of these prices are coming off of these lows that we've seen here. Let's see here. All right, 1 second here. Okay. There we go. So let's look at day charts here. So if we go to day charts, we can see that TDOC has certainly moved to a low over here at $58 this morning, as well as, let's see, Cloudflare is definitely not at its low again. Take a look at this. You're almost creating a double bottom over here. Cloudflare cybersecurity here hit a low, an intraday low of 76.61. How wild is that? Overstock.com had some incredible earnings figures, so you got a nice little run over here. And Lemonade had some really rough earnings yesterday. Well, it had a rough earnings reaction. I mean, we were down as much as 20% on Lemonade here. And look at the recovery here. I mean, it's gone from $17 to $22. We've seen almost a $5 recovery here. Okay, there we go. Which is quite wild. So let's see here. I mean, that's a wild intraday swing there on Lemonade. I mean, from 17 to 22. Let me see, 22 divided by 17. Yeah, intraday, that's a 29% move on Lemonade. I mean, talk about crazy. So volatility sitting at about 35 right now. Market mostly positive right now, really trying to pull up. And let's take a look here briefly at what this cyber warfare warning is.
Warns that managers should ensure that they can disconnect parts of their network if they are hit by a cyber attack. And guys, we're not seeing any reports yet of any companies hit by Russian cyber activity, but I just spoke with cybersecurity expert Dmitry Alperovich. He tells me this morning the Russians could react to U.S. sanctions with a wave of cyber attacks on American infrastructure, which he describes as colonial pipeline times 100. He also warns that the Russians could respond to U.S. sanctions with sanctions of their own on the U.S. Those could disrupt the flow of critical materials and further worsen supply chains and boost inflation. Guys, back over to you.
Some scary comments right there. Eamon Jabbers, thank you. Joining us now, retired four-star general and former NSA director Keith Alexander. General Alexander.
And that's going to be the big deal here is what our expectations are for inflation going forward. Oops, we want to try to get on over here to let's take a brief look here at Fox CNN, just see what we got here.
The Ukrainian people were prepared for this, because it appears that people kept saying, well, we didn't know he would do this, but why didn't we know that?
It's a country of 40 million, greater than the size of Texas.
Indeed.
It's larger than Georgia and a lot of the other incursions that we mentioned here.
Equals about the size of California, population-wise.
An airfield, a bomb depot around the Ukrainian capital. We caught this a bit earlier today. They are coming up on nightfall in Ukraine. Our coverage will continue with a reaction in a moment from the State Department. Do not leave. Back after this.
Well, let's pop on over. I know he said do not leave, but we don't have to pay attention to that. I'm from Hungary. As we have a common border with Ukraine, I could see a lot of young people, boys and girls, are coming to the country. Cheap working hostels are full of them, sadly. Yikes.
Provocation. We have Americans cheering Putin, praising him, including a former president in Trump, a former Secretary of State, praising Putin's savviness, Mike Pompeo, who also served as CIA director like you. Does that weaken the U.S.? Does that weaken the NATO alliance's response to this aggression?
You know, Jim, you've heard the statement that politics ends at the water's edge. Now, it's never been completely true, but this is a time when clearly politics should end at water's edge. Everyone needs to come together, Republican, Democrat, Independent, and support our president, support our troops.
Quick note here, the European Central Bank says the Ukrainian conflict may actually delay the exit for stimulus.
This is an assault on democracy, not just an assault on Ukraine. It is just completely violating all the principles that have governed really the world since the end of World War II in the UN Charter and so forth. So this is vastly even greater than how substantial it is. Again, and it has to be answered, and I think it will be answered by a unified U.S., NATO, EU, UK, and around the world response. And that needs to include everyone in the United States as well.
We'll be watching. General David Petraeus, thank you for your service, and thank you for taking the time to join us this morning.
Thanks for your great reporting, Jim.
Senior defense official says Russian action on Ukraine is an initial phase of a larger scale invasion. Geez, how could it get more large scale than this?
Statement saying, I joined the international community in condemning Vladimir Putin's unprovoked and justified invasion of Ukraine. The American government and people must stand in solidarity with Ukraine and the Ukrainian people as they seek freedom and the right to choose their own future. Very powerful words, and strikingly different from that from the previous president, President Trump. Well, it should be packed with commuters, but subway stations in Ukrainian cities are under fire and now have turned into makeshift bomb shelters, families having to protect their little children. We'll go inside and in the capital of Kyiv as air raid sirens are ringing out this morning. Much more reaction and insight from CNN's chief international anchor, Christiana Amanpour. That's up next.
Let's take a peek over here. It's worth noting that Carnival is actually under $20 right now. PayPal is under $100 right now. Apple sitting at about $156. Remember, we do have Biden's sanction announcement coming up soon. And unfortunately, I do think sometimes in the morning we can get a little euphoric when there is a recovery. So for example, when we get these little pushes, sometimes we get a little bit too much euphoria, and that ends up getting tempered when we get other news that comes out through the day, which could be sanction news. It could be news from a host of things, depending on how things also evolve with Ukraine. So we'll see. Tesla right now almost flat. Look at this. So we'll see obviously how things evolve going into the close of the day. The day is very, very young. It's 7:23. So it would be, if I do think there are some potential downside risks That's not to say that buying the dip is not appropriate. This morning, as the market opened, like I mentioned with course members, I discussed my thesis for how much to buy of the dip, what to buy in the dip, and you're always welcome to get lifetime access to those programs. Link down below. Coupon code expiring in about 4 days. Let's say that's Monday. Yeah, it's Monday, and that's because we just released a lot of new lectures, especially for the wealth course, and then after more content comes up, the price does go up over time. So anyway, we'll keep an eye on the market over here. It is quite important in my opinion. Let me go see also what the yield curve is doing right now and oil. It's really important to remember we still have terrible dates coming up for inflationary concerns. Specifically, we have March 4th with the labor report. We have March 10th with a CPI report. It's unclear whether or not the CPI report will actually include February 24th yet. It really depends what we end up seeing with when that CPI report is actually, when that data is actually collected, and how that'll affect the Fed. It does say here that senior U.S. defense officials say Russians have every intention of basically decapitating the Ukrainian government. This is essentially to say that there is so much aggression expected that the president of Ukraine and the parliament of Ukraine would essentially all become overthrown. Ukrainian president now says that Russian forces are trying to seize Chernobyl, the site of the world's worst nuclear disaster. Why would you want Chernobyl? Anyway, Brent oil sitting right now at 103.53. This has been very stable today. We also saw gold run up to almost a full 2% here, close to the market open. Let's see here. Bonds, 1.92. So we've seen some rise in the 10-year bond yield. We were as low as around 1.86 last night and earlier this morning. And so some of that flight to safety has probably honestly gone back to some degree to the stock market. Remember how ugly futures were. I mean, futures were such that we saw the NASDAQ down at 3.3% in futures yesterday. Yeah, clearly overplaying their hand, because right now futures or not futures, the QQQ is down a mere 1%. Now we'll see how the market ends up closing up today. Let me also see what the suits are saying. Yeah, I would not buy a car right now. I see the comments. I wouldn't buy a car or anything that's overpriced because of inflation. I would stay away from. Okay, let's see here. Let's see what the suits have got for us. Oh, hold on. Let's listen to this for a sec.
Aerial bombardment of Ukraine in the last, less than 24 hours. And CNN has now just verified footage of a large explosion at Melitopol Airport. This is just a little bit north of Crimea in the south. We're going to play that right now. Have a listen. As we've been reporting, the aerial bombardment of this country has included a number of weapons and weapon systems. There have been cruise missiles, ballistic missiles. There have been rockets, as well as artillery barrages. Unclear what that was caused by, but yet one more part of this country. And frankly, we're now learning that these targets have been struck across the country from east to west, north to south. And you saw one vision of it right there near Crimea in the south of the country. To the north.
Okay, current statistics show that it looks like Russia has so far used about 75 aircraft in their attack here. And that no evidence yet, though, of an amphibious assault, which this was something that we heard a little bit about yesterday. as a potential, though it seems like that rumor was dispelled. Okay, let's see here. What else do we have? Obviously, a lot of ATMs right now out of money in Ukraine. Here is a Ukrainian military plane that was shot down near Kiev, killing 5, carrying 14. I'm going to go ahead and show you an image here. Now, keep in mind, these tweets here, I am liking, so that way, if you want to see these, you can go to Real Meat Kevin on Twitter, and then you could look at my like history, and so you'll see these. I'm actually surprised people survived this crash, carrying 14 people and killing. I mean, it says killing at least 5, so in theory they could have all died, but we don't know that. Let's see here. Multiple countries in the United Nations or in the EU, European Union, mentioning aggressive things towards Russia. Some of this makes sense. Belgium, for example, an immigration official saying Russians are not welcome here. Moldova closes their airspace. Boris Johnson calls the Russian attack a catastrophe for our nation and our continent. All right, let's see here. Natural gas futures have climbed as much as 59% in the biggest intraday rally on record here. The Moscow Stock Exchange, by the way, let's take a peek at that. Let's see how it ended up today. Moscow Stock Exchange down only actually 22%, which I know that sounds incredible to say only 22%, but it was down as low as 31% this morning, early this morning, about 5-6 hours ago. Well, let's see what else we have. Yeah, Russia bans short selling. Russia, for a period of time, had delayed the opening of their stock market, expecting some of this. A lot of fears in the market over what the sanctions are going to look like. So TBD. Robot-generated stock sales are the largest since late January. Robots have been active in selling stocks in early New York trading. The largest sell program since late January materialized on the New York Stock Exchange Open. This is likely to continue as algorithmic selling can easily beget more selling. Yeah, no kidding. Planning on building a $1.2 million home. I can build it for $650. Am I wrong for doing this? I mean, I would not buy right now. I would not I should say I would not build right now. The prices for materials are just insane. I mean, you're just guaranteed getting ripped off at this point. Senior U.S. defense officials say U.S. has seen indications of Ukraine resisting and fighting back. Yeah, indications are certainly going to be different from a full-fledged war. NATO officials in NATO countries Latvia and Estonia tell CNN they are concerned that if the West does not respond robustly to the Russian invasion, they could be the next targets, which obviously that would trigger the potential for an Article 5 response of the NATO treaty, which would be an attack on one as an attack on all. I see this as mostly unlikely, personally. I don't think so. JP Morgan sees it unlikely that OPEC will respond to Russia. In other words, releasing more oil. I mean, they could take advantage of, high prices right now. So they often do that. So a little bit of a bounce on stocks here happening right now after we did have a little bit of a drawdown here again. We've kind of seen this pattern throughout the day here. I do expect this sort of volatility to continue throughout the day. Again, especially once we get sanctions from Biden and as we get to market close. So we'll see. I did buy the dip this morning at market open with course members in the course member live. So if you haven't seen that yet, you could watch the video and the rationalization for which stocks and how much, and how to weigh this out. So a lot of recovery here on a lot of the lows that we had seen, especially in the after hours yesterday. I mean, it was just disastrous, some of the prices that we had seen. And look at that, Affirm was at $31. I mean, it's still at 35. It's still terribly low. But so far, we know that sanctions have failed. So it'll be interesting to see, how much these new sanctions actually do anything to convince Russia to chillax. And then, of course, how quickly could we see some form of transition, because the inflationary concerns are going to be a big deal. Ukrainian president says enemy is slowly advancing in the Chernihiv region. Yikes. Okay, what else do we have here? 10-2 yield curve, spread of about 39.2 right now. We have seen this as low as 36. Once we get that to 0, we tend to be knocking on the door of a recession when we get that inversion. But now we're actually extending away from it a little bit, which is good. Let's see here. I don't see all the super chats. I do try my best. Let's see. So answer that. 400K DAT. You guys are. Let's see. Yeah, we talked about the aircraft into the Taiwanese territory. It's just not good either. It's just going to lead to more uncertainty. It was Russia yesterday that was suggesting that Western media was overblowing these moves by Russia, and I think honestly it was kind of ridiculous. I don't believe China. I don't think China is upfront with us about their inflation, the price curbs that they have, the real estate crisis they're facing. So I don't expect them to be fully honest with us about their intentions either. Okay, thank you, Meet Thick in the course here. Biden to address the Ukraine crisis at 12:30. So they've now delayed that. That's about 2 hours from now. And he's usually late, so expect that to be later than usual. It's not a surprise. All right, let's take a listen in over here. These are the subways that people are using as bomb shelters.
Into Ukraine. There are some who believe that that wasn't the right way to go and that Putin only understands strength. And we see that over and over again. So the real question is, and I think General Petraeus with you, Jim, laid it out very, very well. Does he just march straight through Ukraine like a knife through butter? Do the Ukrainians put up resistance? How long will that take? Will there be a bloody insurgency? How much pain will that inflict on Russia? Right now, you're reporting on all the areas that have been struck. By and large, it appears to be a classic conventional military start of any kind of war, which is to take out military installations, airports, and the like. That's what we've seen from our correspondents. That's what's happening right now, even as close as Kiev. But what we think, and what many people believe, is that he simply wants to take out the Zelensky government and replace it with a puppet government there. He said it himself in so many words.
And perhaps punish them as well. There's talk of concentration camps, imprisoning, even assassination plans. Christiane Amanpour, thanks so much for joining us.
Jeez, yeah. They're I don't know how much of this is just CNN kind of blowing things up a little bit here, but keep in mind that this sort of action here is pretty reminiscent of a regime change attempt to really overthrow the government here and replace it with their own government and political leaders. And how long this leads to uncertainty in Ukraine has to do with the sanctions that we see. It has to do with Russia's desires and their ability to negotiate, or lack thereof. I don't know. There's so much uncertainty still ahead. It'll be quite interesting. Let's listen in here to CNBC for a moment.
It's going to be a very difficult time. The inflation is what's going to put the Fed in a hard place. You know, you look and you say, if these sanctions are onerous, can it change?
Ukrainian president now saying if European leaders do not help Ukraine today, tomorrow the war will knock on your door.
You can't know is the Fed can't just walk away from it. You know, and in other times, in other ways, you'd always say there was maybe not the Fed but the Fed is there to protect us. They can't do that fully now. Their hands are tied too.
Definitely a rock and a hard place, Art, that's for sure. As we watch some of these levels having gotten below 42.22, a level you had pointed out earlier as the lows for January. Thanks, Art Cashin.
Well, keeping with Russia, Ukraine, defense stocks are on the move again this morning, although it's more of a mixed picture right now. Currently, Lockheed and Northrop.
I do want to look at the SPY because we are trading at the moment below our 0% Fibonacci. Skynews, Vetaverse, where do I get that? I'm happy to look at that. I appreciate that. Does they have a channel or is that just online? I mean, it doesn't matter. I can pull both up, but let me know. Vetaverse, I appreciate that. Sky, you said. I'll just try to find it quickly. Okay, I hate typing on a TV. It is probably the worst thing that has ever been invented. Like, could they be more stupid? Sky. Anyway, no, it doesn't appear to be a station. Anyway, I do want to look here at the SPY for a moment, just technically. Look at this. We are under our 0% Fibonacci. Look at that breakthrough right here. So this is the Fibonacci retracement that we drew to from the high of January 3rd or 4th to the low on January 24th. We have now broken below that on the SPY. Our double bottom has now worsened. We are lower substantially than we were in January. It's worth noting that Tesla, around that same time was trading for $950 to $990. It's trading for $200 under that right now. You look at, unfortunately, some stocks like Matterport. Matterport around this time was trading for $10, $11. It's sitting at $6 right now. Ukrainian government says that 18 IL-76 planes have left an area here. I can't pronounce that. PSKOV in the direction of Kiev and will arrive. This is a city in Russia. Okay, so I mean that's not good. Hold on a sec. Oh, let's buy the dip. IL-76 plane. Oh, these are transport planes. I mean, I do not expect them to be like. I imagine you could probably have like these outfitted as bombers, but I think they're more cargo. Let me see. I don't know if you can even have that. I mean, we're not going to see bombs. I don't expect that because they're not trying to create civilian casualties, at least that we're aware of. I mean, it could be, but I would guess. These are cargo planes. I am not. I don't see any indication that Russia is trying to purposefully hurt civilians and inflict that sort of pain right now. I imagine that could happen. Let's take a look here if the Foreign Ministry of the Ukraine is still down offline. Yeah, it is. Oh, wait, no, it came back. Oh, it's back up. They got it back up. The cyber attack has somewhat stopped. This was down most of yesterday. UK Prime Minister pushes for Russia to be ejected from the SWIFT system. Yeah, this is being reported now by the Financial Times. Let's take a look here at oil again. Almost at 104 still. Somebody here reporting that potentially a helicopter has been shot down, a Russian helicopter. It wouldn't surprise me. Paratroopers, with that Russian flag raised where? Somebody here saying get crypto off exchanges. I don't know if we need that much fear. MP Materials has been receiving governmental support and contracts in an effort to bring back the supply chain to the West. Earnings later tonight. It's not a terrible point. One of the issues that I have with MP, and it's not MP's fault at all, is that it kind of became a little bit of a momentum play. And I hate saying that, but because I do think they're spectacular. But I get a little. I've just been, I mean, if there's anything that we've learned since 2020 is to be very careful around momentum plays. Take profits when they run, and be careful when they start trending down. Ooh, look, Sunrun moved nicely here. Sunrun are about 21.56. I mean, look how low some of these stocks are. Let me take a look at Sunrun here. I mean, because we're trading for summer of 2020 levels here. Let me see on Sunrun. I want to look at the forward price to earnings on this one. Let's see what we got. You don't have to use 2025 anymore, by the way. You could start using like 2022 or 2023. It's kind of great. Which I really, really prefer. Yeah, unfortunately for Sunrun, they're going to be losing money. But they're selling for, I mean, as a sales multiple, they're really only selling for a couple times sales, but they're not bringing anything to the bottom line, so their margin's negative. So unfortunately with Sunrun, you probably do have to go out. I mean, maybe in the future they'll be able to bring down 7% of the bottom line. It's honestly terrible. I do like, as a result, honestly, Enphase, because they bring a lot of margin to the bottom line, but they're selling for about 40 times 2022 earnings, which I have to say is actually not miserable. To 40 times 2022, that's this year. That's not terrible. Trading for right now about, it looks like 131. Would prefer it down here at 118. I don't think we need to be extremely impatient right now with buying back in. Again, I did buy the dip. Did a lot. This is some of the largest buying that I've ever done at market open this morning. But we'll see. I don't think it's time to be impatient. If you want to see exactly what was done, remember, you could get lifetime access to the programs linked down below on Building Your Wealth. You can get my perspective. It's not meant to be copied. It's just supposed to be like, I like to consider myself like an air raid siren. So that way, when you get the alert, it's like, oh, what's going on, Kevin? And then you can kind of determine what's right for you. Tesla's actually flat right now. Wow, look at that. Sitting at about 763 here. But anyway, there is a coupon code link down below for that that expires on Monday. Just in about 4 days. And again, prices are only going up because we did release a bunch of new lectures. I'm always adding content, and that's one of the things I think that's unique about my programs. And then I'll stop talking about it. It's just that I'm always trying to add content, and if there's something that changes or I need to add information, I do that. Because personally, I've bought courses in the past, and I'm like, come on, man, like it's one thing if the information lasts forever, then it's not like you have to keep re-updating it, but it's another when things change and then it's like, where are the updates? I don't know. That always bothers me. So okay, let's see. Let me see what else the suits are saying right now. So let's go into the back here. So again, Biden expected to speak in about 2.5 to 3 hours. He does tend to be about 30 minutes late. Okay. Bond sales dry up on geopolitical risk. Fresh debt issuance has skidded to a halt in nearly every market. Uncertainty from Russia's invasion of Ukraine is spooking bond sellers who prefer calmer markets when pricing new deals. And still that note about natural gas futures rising as much as we've seen. 59% in some parts of Europe. Russian stocks suffer third worst rut in history of markets. Wow. Let's take a look at this. Russian stock rut on Thursday is currently the third worst plunge in market history in local currency terms as investors sell the nation's assets following the invasion of Ukraine. The benchmark MOEX was trading about 38% lower, erasing $200 billion in shareholder wealth. The gauge sank to 45% at its lowest point on Thursday. That surpassed or in the most brutal sell-off even after Argentina's 53% slump in January 1990 during hyperinflation. Wow. Yep, commodities skyrocketing. Let's take a listen here.
Platinum, 6% of aluminum, 5% of nickel, and 4% of crude steel, according to CRU. And much of this is exported. For nickel, platinum, and palladium, it's more than 90%. These metals are instrumental for auto companies. Uses include catalytic converters and lithium-ion batteries. Aluminum has a host of applications, everything from packaging to soda cans. And the jump we're seeing in prices comes down to fears over what potential sanctions could mean. As JP Morgan put it, there is very little additional cushion for further supply disruptions. Higher energy prices also having an impact. Some European production had already slowed due to high power prices in the energy-intensive metals industry, all of which is contributing to the inflation we're seeing across the economy. Carl, back to you.
Pippa, appreciate that.
Ukraine foreign minister encouraging countries to ban Russia from SWIFT. Apparently also the Kremlin's website's down. We'll take a look at that. Natural gas and oil obviously up substantially. Take a look here. Brent knocking on the door, just 3 pennies away right now from 104 again, which we have seen that yesterday. But we're really holding on to some of these higher levels here now, up 7.36%. That's quite wild. That's a massive move on let's see here, on oil. All right, let's take a listen over here.
In support of America's heroes.
Nope.
Actually,
Conor McGregor. Let's try over here.
I don't know if it's set in yet. I don't know when.
What is this? I don't want your ads. Oh my gosh, everything's an ad. Fine then. All right. Let's see here. There we go. We're back.
CNN of fighter jet activity in Oleshki, Ukraine, just to the northwest of Crimea. Take a look.
We've been told that Russia has already established air superiority. You must wonder if those are Russian jets we're watching there. Let's speak now to CNN Global Affairs analyst Susan Glasser, CNN military analyst, retired General Wesley Clark. And General Clark, I do want to begin with you because I understand you've been hearing from contacts you have about what's happening on the ground. Tell us what you know.
Wake up.
General. Okay.
I believe.
Sorry. So Jim, what's happening right now is
he fell asleep.
That's one we know about, but the Russians are moving in from all directions. I think the intent is going to be to Russian forces to converge on Kyiv and try to replace President Zelensky. We've known from the beginning that Kyiv was the target of this, and the question is, how strongly can the Ukrainians resist? As Dave Petraeus said earlier, a lot of it is, can they fight? Can they find these forces? But the other part of it is, do they have the command and control in place to be able to direct Ukrainian forces against the Russian forces? For example, the Russians are already in airfields around Kyiv. Are they being counterattacked? How successful was the counterattack? Are barricades up in Kyiv? We haven't seen them. What's going to keep the Russian tanks from just running down the other side of that divided highway and going right into downtown Kyiv? And once they get in there, it'll be chaos.
Susan, I have to ask you, President Putin has been in power now for 22 years. Given what's unfolding now, this tragedy, do you think that his standing among the Russian people ultimately will change after this?
It's very interesting because Putin has reestablished a police state inside of Russia. And so you're seeing sporadic outbreaks of protests today in cities around Russia. These are very brave, but very isolated. There were thousands who came into the streets in 2014 when Putin first invaded Ukraine. But, the bottom line is he has undertaken a very dramatic internal crackdown, arresting Alexei Navalny, his chief internal political opponent. He's even putting Navalny right now on trial a second time from his prison. And so I think it's very hard to understand the kind of threat Putin could face from within. But this was an invasion ordered from above. This is not a groundswell of the Russian people going against Ukrainians. And for years, in fact, Putin himself has spoken of Ukraine as brothers. Well, now he sent the Russian army in to kill their brothers.
Yeah. A grim chapter in world history, a war erupting on European soil in 2020.
Brent now over 104, WTI sitting at 98. It wouldn't surprise me to see oil continue to trend up. Potentially that 110 direction. I do think that if oil continues to trend up, there could be more downward pressure on the stock market as now we transition from, okay, there's not so much death and destruction in Ukraine, thank God, but now we got to deal with all the inflation fallout from this. Gold actually relaxing a little bit. Let's take a look at gold. I did also trade gold this morning. Again, if you wanted, you want all of my alerts when I trade, make sure to check those programs out down below. But yeah, look at gold just intraday here. Down. You saw, here's your pre-market. This is where you had your explosion of, explosion in gold. It's a commodity, so well, I guess I shouldn't say commodity. I mean, it's more just gold doesn't move so substantially quickly with a $10 trillion market cap. But anyway, it was about a 2% move here, and it looks like it's given back a lot of that. So can we get a stat or fact check on this? Somebody, right, Stonks and Chomps here writes, 8,500 troops are on red alert to deploy. 70,000 of our troops are already in Europe. My brother's unit was sent to Ukraine last week. So the narrative that we don't have troops there is BS. Let me put it this way. You're not the only person I've heard that from. So I agree with you. I do think that, Biden has told us bluntly that there would not be American troops in Ukraine. I don't believe that. I think they're there to train, support, prepare, arm either the Ukrainian military or reservists or whatever. But I don't think this expands past Ukraine. Mm-hmm. Yeah. All right, let's see what else. BTC, by the way, almost back to 36,000. Shout out to FTX, our sponsor for today's video, for some insight here onto BTC. Note, I did draw this trend line here on the 5-minute chart, and it actually looks like we're breaking out slightly of this, or breaking away from this trend line, which is good because then we could potentially get back to some of our supports in the mid 36 range. And at the moment, at least, it appears that's the direction we're trending in, though. I would expect, and no guarantees, but I would expect additional volatility around the remarks by Joe Biden at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time and market close. We have Joe Biden right now meeting virtually with G7 members. Actually, it looks like they may have just wrapped up that call. Ukrainian military talking about how a Russian reconnaissance platoon has surrendered. Ooh. Taking hostages, probably. Jeez. Okay.
If they can communicate in Afghanistan through tunnels and caves and mountains, I think the people of Ukraine can communicate and organize. I think we've seen this in the world many times where people really just leave the rest of us stupefied in how efficient they are when they really care about something or passionate about something and coalesce. And so I think that's their best hope. I have no idea how possible that is. I've never been to Ukraine or Russia, but I can tell you as someone who's fought insurgencies in two places, that is by far their best strategy.
Thank you, Joey.
Joey, thanks for everything.
Yeah, thanks for being on with us today. And thanks to Dan Hoffman, his expertise. Dan served in Moscow, Helsinki. He knows it so well. And General Jack Keane, your perspective is always welcome. Thank you very much, gentlemen, here. On the
quick shout out here, by the way, to those of you here, Kathy, James, Matthew, Michelle, Francesco, Tyler, Brian, those of you who are signing up for the programs on Building Your Wealth down below. Happy to have you as new members. Then there's a comment also here. Check out that coupon code down below. Do have a price going up at the end of the month, which is already Monday, which is kind of wild. Steve here mentioning that German Chancellor Olaf Scholz warned Boris Johnson that Germany would not support kicking Russia out of SWIFT, and that potentially neither would the EU, according to the Financial Times. That's interesting. Let's listen to this alert here.
War to take over another European nation is on. And it is time for Americans to begin paying attention now. I mean, just take a look at the world markets, bottom right of your screen. The world financial markets, including our very own, are taking a beating as a full-scale war against Ukraine is already shattering peace and stability in America, and in Europe, excuse me. In America, if you think the price of gasoline is high now, brace yourself. We buy more than 500,000 barrels of crude per day from Russia, and they just hiked the price on us. I'm Harris Faulkner. You are in the Faulkner Focus.
Oh, monologue. Oh, we saw this yesterday, the missile on the airport.
For months, we have witnessed the Russian president, Vladimir.
Couple things that are interesting, by the way. I'm just going to hop on over to my tab here with FTX. Thank you to FTX for sponsoring this video. Check out that link down below, where we were watching BTC now hit 36,000. Take a look at this, folks. The Kremlin, Kremlin.eu, is not loading, and the Russian military foreign ministry website is also not loading. So it seems like Russia is getting counterattacked here, and Vladimir Putin is threatening nuclear action in the event any country tries to attack Russia in retaliation. I don't actually expect anybody to attack Russia in retaliation, but I do expect that these cyber attacks are going to occur against Russia. European Central Bank now coming out, one of the members of the ECB declaring that inflation has proved more persistent and broad-based than expected. Obviously, that is our part 2 issue for 2020, suggesting that inflation is highly unlikely to fall back under 2% this year. BTC seems to like that news. Just over 36,000 now, holding on to that 36 level. Looking at individual stocks here, you've actually got Google, which has turned green, sitting at 25.75, which if we look at that, that's approximately at the level that we saw on January 24th. It's well below our 200-day moving average, brings us to about May pricing. If we look at the S&P 500, we are also below our 0% Fibonacci, trading for about 417 right now, well below our 200-day moving average. Hop on over to QQQ. Removing the lines for a moment, you can see the double bottom has actually worsened compared to January. So if you were in tech stocks in January, the last month has been worse for you. Of course, there have been short rallies, but this is very, very normal. And the pain is not over yet. We have a lot of ugliness to go. Not only how the sanctions will fall out, how oil prices will fall out, but most importantly, how inflation and our central banks are going to have to react to these disasters. Looks like Lemonade's relaxing a little bit intraday here from some of its higher run. Let's pop back on over to Fox for a moment, and we'll jump to CNN after. Just try to keep it balanced.
This military facility, there's a concern now that if they retain control of this airport, the Antonov Airport, they will be able to fly in more armored vehicles, and then they can continue to try to launch a ground campaign against the capital of Kyiv. They would hit it from multiple directions, something
Right.
that Western intelligence analysts warned.
When and if the capital falls, I think that's a rough moment, because there could be a lot of resistance and fear.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who is calling on the parliament to implement an immediate mobilization of all troops across the country and encouraging civilians here, not only in the capital, but across the country, to pick up arms and fight. Harris?
Thank you very much for
Ooh, the leader of Pakistan is now in Moscow to meet with Putin about a new gas pipeline. Ukrainian officials now say 40 Ukrainian soldiers and 10 civilians have now died. I don't know if this is total or just now. Goldman Sachs now coming out suggesting that geopolitical uncertainty lowers the odds of a 50 basis point hike. We know that. We talked about that early. Here's your G7 meeting, by the way. You've got UK, France, Germany, and so on. Let's see here. Pakistani president was due to meet with Putin on Thursday to discuss during a long-planned visit that began hours after Russian forces attacked Ukraine. Mr. Khan intended to push for a multi-billion-dollar gas pipeline to be built by Pakistani and Russian companies. Gas, obviously, a crucial export, and now without the Nord Stream 2, we have less of a way for Russia to get that oil out of Russia. A series of loud blasts were heard on Thursday in Russian southern Belgorod region near the border with Ukraine. Let's take a look here for a moment. This is an attack map where Russian troops have landed in the port city of Odessa. And of course, as expected, we have seen troops move in from the north, from Belarus, and from the eastern areas, Kharkiv. We've seen massive explosions and even shellings here. This is going to be the big one here, though, is the larger cities and when and if potentially the capital falls. Let's listen in here to expectations on Russia.
Actually, they talked for about 9.
He's part of the White House press corps.
The president got a briefing from his national security team and also from the Ukrainian President Zelensky. And Biden says he asked me to call on the leaders of the world to speak out clearly against President Putin's flagrant aggression and to stand with the people of Ukraine. President Biden is also promising a new batch of sanctions on the Russians. A senior administration official tells me there will be some significant ones in there. We know sanctions against Putin directly, personally, are on the table. Those would be designed to isolate him from the outside world financially, but it's unclear if officials are going to use that now or if they're going to wait for Putin to do something even more aggressive. It has been now 2 full days since the president's last public comment on camera about Russia, so there is a lot of buildup ahead of these 12:30 remarks.
I hope the president finally recognizes that this is the time for strength, that the moment of diplomacy, the moment that we could be taking half steps and half measures, that has gone out the window, just as Russian bombers were flying over in devastating areas all across Ukraine. Now that we have dozens, if not hundreds, of folks on the ground who are killed, before that number grows into the thousands or the tens of thousands, we need to show that we mean business.
There's more activity than usual here at the White House so far this morning, and I'll note that we've reached out to the vice president's team to see how involved she is with this, who she has been talking to, but we haven't heard back. Harris?
Such a valid question to ask. I mean, that was the person that they sent in place of Secretary Blinken when he had to.
I'm going to pull down off this here just to mention that, this G7 meeting that they're referring to has concluded. There are still attacks and explosions being reported in various different areas here of Ukraine. Here's a quick little map that just shows you this. Let's go ahead and close that down for a moment here. More U.S. military assets will also arrive in Eastern European countries today. 6 F-35s will arrive in Estonia, Lithuania, and Romania today, 2 for each country. Why does it seem like not a lot? I don't know. Anyway, 8 F-35s from Germany to other Eastern European regions, 20 AH-64 helicopters. U.S. troops also remain outside Ukraine. UN says staff in Ukraine is safe and accounted for. About 1,500 United Nations staff members in Ukraine are safe and accounted for. They're relocating staff. UN Security Council resolution being discussed privately for responding to Russia. Russia's foreign ministry says the U.S. has told Moscow it does not intend to hold talks on security guarantees. Well, yeah, the United States said that no talks once you invade. We'll see what happens. We will see. Zelensky, president of Ukraine, no one will be able to convince or force us to give up our freedom, independence, or sovereignty. These attacks on Ukraine now believed to be part of the initial move here until, of course, my expectation is that the capital falls, unfortunately, at some point today. We shall see. Still expecting those sanctions to be announced in about an hour and a half from Joe Biden. And so I do expect some uncertainty in the market then and when markets close, but we shall see. Markets could move in either direction. At least 18 Ukrainian military officials were killed outside Odessa, where amphibious commandos from the Russian Navy came ashore on Thursday. Wow. Troops right now about 80 miles away from Kiev. All right, let's see here. Let's listen in here.
Russia at this point. And what we're also seeing right now is the Ukrainian forces are putting up a resistance. It's not they're not falling apart yet, but they need assistance.
Yeah, and when you say the word "yet," because when the leader of that country, Ukraine, Zelensky, said to his citizens, "Stand up and fight," we're talking urban warfare now. If they move into Kyiv, I mean that is a crush of people there. You see them trying to get out. I don't know if we've got the video of all the cars. I mean, but they can't get out fast enough, General Petard. It's hundreds of thousands of people on the move at the same time, and Russia knew this. We had to have known this. But what you talk about with the Black Sea and the strategy there of blocking the commerce by Russia is huge. And we've got the 3,000 troops in Poland, but really permanent military bases in those NATO countries. Would that have even been part of any scheme if we had handled this differently and put those sanctions on early? I just want to get your take on that.
Well, again, sanctions made Europe and America feel good that we're doing something.
Oh boy.
But in fact, as far as Russia was concerned, their goal was to take Ukraine again or change the government. And so sanctions weren't going to stop the forces of Putin. However, another thing that Putin doesn't want to see is NATO unified and NATO militarized up to his border. The permanent bases would actually do that in NATO countries, but permanent U.S. and NATO bases.
Would they do that with us, though? Would that be okay with them? I mean, because when the president, look, the New York Post op-ed argues it this way, that Biden's presidency has made the U.S. look weaker to Putin by long before Putin invited a Ukrainian invasion, the president did, rather, by suggesting a minor incursion.
I'm going to pull off this here for a moment just to break over. I'm seeing some course members talk about Enphase this morning. I may have bought 7 figures of Enphase at market open. and it may be up 8.5% right now. And whether or not that happened, you could see that confirmation in the courses. As usual, of course, y'all know that my pride and joy are my programs on building your wealth. So if you're not part of them yet, remember you get lifetime access. So no matter what happens, you get updates from me and my moves. And this morning we were live together for Market Open for about usually longer. Usually we're live for about 45 minutes to an hour. This morning live a little bit shorter, but still very important, concise information and some trades, including gold and specifically Enphase, selling gold and trading into Enphase. So, but anyway, yeah, do consider checking that out. I consider the alerts to be like an air raid siren for you to figure out what you want to do. Do also explore the various different bundles that are available with a coupon code expiring Monday. And shout out to those of you who have been signing up here. Looks like another Michelle. It's 2 Michelles in a row here. Welcome aboard. All right, let's go back to here. Let's see what you have here.
There are a lot of reasons why we should not do that. Major General Pittard, thank you very much. Having your strategy about those countries, military bases,
Boring.
the black.
Next. Nope. Let's go to the other. I want news, not the monologue.
And President Biden to speak next hour. Stay with us.
Yeah, that air raid siren was old news, though. I don't think we've seen them recently, or heard them, rather. Generally don't see sirens. Trying to get back to CNBC. Let's go. All right. Let's listen in here.
But in the tech side, particularly, the vast majority of the pullback of these names has really been multiple compression. So what we've seen in talking to our institutional clients is, at what point here is too much, and where can you start adding to quality names? And
Thanks, Crispy. The course has changed financial lives. Thank you. Course member W. Oh, thanks.
Sheets and starting to really sort of nibble a bit here. But yeah, as we all know, there's still a lot of question marks left to the market right now. So people are still sort of on the sidelines trying to gauge what to do.
How closely are you going to be watching the impact on the European economy and perhaps companies, even mega cap tech companies that have large exposure to Europe? I mean, whether it's from an M&A perspective or just from a demand and revenue perspective, might that have an important impact for investors to watch?
Absolutely. In fact, what we've been doing not only today, but over the last several weeks is getting in touch with our corporate clients, right? And really helping them think through, if there is an invasion, what would that mean, particularly on your supply chain, raw materials, would there be any impacts there on revenues, to your point, being able to sell, having sanctions, would those be impacted at all? And then quite honestly, across your capital structure. Do you want to bolster your balance sheet at this point? Do you feel like you are fully funded to free cash flow positive? And then lastly,
you're funny, Bean. Come join us, Bean. What's stopping you? All right, let's see.
And John, as you know, we're coming off the record year ever in M&A, almost $6 trillion of M&A. And what I think is really interesting there is there's so much private capital around as well. So PE was $1.5 trillion of that $6 trillion last year, and has over $1 trillion right now on the balance sheet sitting there. Venture capital, as you probably know, doubled. It's
You'd think people would turn their phones off before they go.
There's a lot of capital there that could drive that M&A. And as bankers, we're really trying to help our corporate clients really think through all these machinations.
Yeah, we've been talking about that private-public dynamic and how flush private markets still are. Bob, I'm wondering how you're thinking about public sectors right now. As I look at cybersecurity, for example, you've got Palo Alto Networks up more than 10%, CrowdStrike up 9%. You've seen a lot of choppiness this morning, but these kind of seem like an obvious bet as the anticipation of more cyber attacks ramps up.
Yeah, I agree with you. And it probably is the obvious bet. It's the one that everyone's been talking about, cybersecurity, with the events that have taken place here. As we've thought about other subsectors.
Yeah, I'm going to pull down here for a moment just because I want to take a moment to talk about the rate monitor. The rate monitor has adjusted a little bit. This morning we're at about a 10% chance of that half-point rate hike, and we've now moved up to 14.3. So a slight move up in probability. What I do want to do is I want to take up Vetoverse here, and let's give the BBC a try here. You know, I do really like the BBC. Let's listen in.
But we made a mistake. It looks like Putin finally lost his mind, and now we should push back to absolutely mad, like Kremlin's leader. So I can't tell you that we expected it. So we were worried about it, and we were concerned about it, and we were prepared, and we have been preparing for this scenario. But of course, this full-scale invasion was shocking for majority of Ukrainians.
Oil right now, Brent at 104.23, WTI at 97.78. Bonds actually back up a little bit in terms of yield, a 10-year back to 1.94.
Ukrainian forces.
Look, it's a reality, you know, and we have a war against democracy. It's not against only Ukraine. Ukraine was invaded now because of our democratic choice. So it's only a start of a bigger, I believe, global war, actually, because Russia is an aggressor not only against Ukraine, and Ukraine is only the main battleground now. So I think that I'm worried that Western leaders are still living in a world in which it's enough to react by only economic sanctions. This is a huge mistake, I believe, because economic sanctions is too little too late now. So it's possible to stop Putin only using force, only showing him that he can get a very strong pushback from civilized Western world, because the Russians recognize only power. So I don't expect that economic sanctions will stop Putin. Any economic sanctions will stop Putin, and this is this understanding of the situation by Western leaders that economic sanctions is adequate and enough. And
well, that's the big question: is like, are the sanctions actually going to be enough? We'll see. We will see if they are enough. Ukraine's ambassador to U.S. calls for a new package of sanctions against Russia, calls for massive sanctions, military assistance to defend Ukraine, and humanitarian resources. The chief of the Red Cross is fearing mass casualties. And now there are also anti-war protesters planning a rally, it looks like, in Moscow. And police are starting to block streets there to minimize their anti-war rally, apparently.
Of defensive weapons, of ammunition, of communications and intelligence support arriving here in Ukraine. But we heard again.
Welcome aboard, Red Dot.
Jens Stoltenberg, that NATO forces will not be on the soil of Ukraine to fight this war, and how Ukrainians know it.
Lise, thanks very much for now. We'll be back with you in a moment or two. But let's speak to the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, John.
Shout out to Brian, Melanie, Alvaro, and Tyler for joining the Programs on Building Your Wealth link down below. Thank you. Excited to have you.
This is the first time since the end of World War II that a major military has attacked a peaceful neighbor. So it's a great...
Head of Russia's Union of Industrialists and Entrepreneurs says that supply chains and logistics could be disrupted. You think?
What alarms you the most?
Well, look, Putin's objectives don't end in Ukraine. They don't end with Ukraine not joining NATO. He said in his speech on Monday, and in those draft treaties that Russia sent to the U.S. and NATO in December, that he has the right to take control of any of the states of the former Soviet Union. And he's demanding influence in the NATO states that joined after 1997. that he demands, for example, to demilitarize all of those states. This is a play to reestablish Russian firm control across the old Russian and Soviet empire, which is a direct challenge to American interests and for that matter, European interests, especially in Europe.
So what does NATO, what does America, what does Europe actually do here now?
Well, we are not going to send troops to fight Russians in Ukraine. We've made that clear. But we need to put the heaviest of sanctions on Moscow, exclude them from the SWIFT financial payments program, sanction the Russian central bank, sanction not 5, but thousands of high Russian officials, oligarchs, and their families. And this way you will severely damage the Russian economy, which way will make the Russian people unhappy, and the Russian people don't want this war. B, it will reduce over time Moscow's military might. We also need to...
Yeah, the sanctions are going to be key here. Just a quick note here. Federal Reserve Bostic says, quote, "We will be watching the events in Ukraine closely to assess the economic and financial impacts." Says that Fed policy is poised to return to a normalized stance, which we've been expecting for a while here. Says there's a lot of momentum in the economy and that labor markets are quite robust. Firms are telling me they're still struggling to find workers and that inflation is high. Longer run inflation expectations do seem to be well anchored, though. The well anchoring part just means that people aren't expecting inflation to last long. And if inflation doesn't last long, maybe they have to be less aggressive. Let's see here. Oh, sugar has finally surged a little bit in price. Sugar has been one of the few commodities that has actually been negative year to date. So it looks like sugar has just moved up. Grains market like wheat skyrocketing. A lot of wheat sales come out of Russia and Ukraine. All right, we'll see what other updates we can get here.
This warning from Vladimir Putin, wasn't it, saying the response would be instant if anyone tried to interfere?
Look, let's understand one thing. Putin is great at threatening, and he's willing to take military steps against much weaker opponents. But he knows that when it comes to conventional military forces, the United States can easily outmatch him, and NATO even more. So he likes to threaten, but we need to remember that we are much stronger than he is in every measure of national power, with the exception of nuclear. But on nuclear, of course, the US and Russia are peer powers.
Ambassador, we have to leave it there, but thank you so much for joining us live on the program. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Well, we heard just before that last interview criticism from the former Ukrainian Prime Minister Alexei Honcharov. That
quick note here. Also, looks like Russia is now suggesting that folks might be arrested for protesting the war in Russia.
And he helped to craft the...
Let's go ahead and hop on over for a moment. Oh, let's go to...
Options that we could have done around in our NATO countries. It was an interesting conversation. Look, we can Monday morning quarterback, but now it's Thursday and we're trying to look forward. And he said we can still do those things in terms of military bases permanently.
And that's what they're discussing today at NATO headquarters. That's what we heard from the Secretary General. That's why the North Atlantic Council is meeting. You can expect discussions about the 40,000 NATO response force being moved into that eastern flank. This is not, again, this is rolling out. If you had put those NATO troops into position before Putin crossed into Ukraine, you would have given him a pretext to go into Ukraine. This has been very calibrated because of the concern that Putin was looking for a pretext to go in. So now you will start seeing certain more permanent basing of NATO forces. But there were very limited options at this late stage in terms of the last 6 months of preventing Putin from using this massive military force that he arrayed on them.
It looks like Russian police have detained at least 167 people at an anti-war protest at anti-war protests in 24 cities. So it looks like they're just rounding people up right now. Ukraine's ambassador to U.S. says the attack is still ongoing in many areas. Needs support from allies. Let's see here. Mm-hmm. All right. Let's keep listening here.
What they're using from Jennifer Griffin just then. The arsenal that they have. I want to bring in Texas Congressman Michael McCaul now, the top Republican on the House Foreign Affairs Committee. He also sits on the Homeland Security Committee, and so important to have you this hour. Thank you for being in focus. I want to start with the conversation Jennifer and I were just having, because I think that there will be a lot of questions about what else could have been done, but we know now going forward what some of the options, strategically, militarily will be. What about other options? How do we protect our own economy? What do you see coming down the road?
It's a good question.
Well, first, I think Jennifer's correct. We knew about this plan months ago. I was a very harsh critic of the administration, not providing enough deterrence before an invasion. They always talked about after an invasion what to do. And so, like Teddy Roosevelt said, it's time to carry the big stick. It's time for the big stick now. And I think that's something we will rally around, both Republicans and Democrats. But it's unfortunate that this had to happen. And we didn't provide the sanctions that I thought would be helpful prior to.
Still, by the way, in discussions on a draft United Nations Security Council resolution to respond to China or to Russia. Still no particular answer on how they're going to respond or what kind of sanctions to expect. Putin says they had no other choice but to act this way. The Swedish foreign minister says all embassy staff in Ukraine have been evacuated to Poland. We've seen this over the last few days. United Kingdom pulling embassy staff out. United States not just pulling embassy staff out of the capital, but everywhere. Putin says he was forced to take these measures and that negotiation attempts were fruitless. This is happening right now. Keep listening.
Provided ammunition and sniper rifles and javelins that I signed off on in my position, and we'll probably end up giving them more.
So, you probably heard General Kellogg say just moments ago, because we played a little bit of his interview from Fox and Friends. Basically, this is a lost cause just in terms of Russia taking Ukraine. And we know that he thirsts, obviously, Putin does, for the yesteryears of the Cold War and Soviet Union.
Putin says we do not plan to damage the system that we belong to, and that Russia remains a part of the global economy. This is interesting. I mean, it's really this argument here that Putin's making, like, hey, we were forced into this. We're just trying to keep a buffer between NATO and us. We had to do this. We don't want to get expelled from the economy or whatever. It sounds like he's trying to do a little bit of damage control here before these sanctions hit.
Very nervous right now. That would trigger Article 5. And when that warning that you mentioned that Putin laid out, I would ballistic missiles, but I would worry about nuclear, because he's doing these nuclear exercises right now that he bumped up. He usually does them in the fall. He's doing them right now. And I think he's lost it so much that I wouldn't put that off the table.
Yeah, I've been saying for days he's in the throes of later dictatorship. I mean, it just makes him so unpredictable at this point.
I mean, I hate to say it. This is a little too fear-mongery for me. I don't think Putin's ready for nuclear action, because nothing's indicated that they're trying to hurt civilians here. People are going to get hurt, but that doesn't seem to be the goal. Not trying to create a World War III here, so to speak.
As we saw there with those pictures from Russia just across the border in the bright light of day. Pentagon believes this is the first phase of a multi-phase, broad-scale attack on this country with the intention of taking much of it or perhaps all of it over. CNN's Fred Pleitgen, he's just across the border near Belgorod, Russia. That's across the border from Kharkiv, the last checkpoint before the front line of the battle here, one of the front lines. Fred, you've seen heavy howitzers, mobile howitzers going. You've seen tanks. You've seen military trucks.
Finnish diplomats leave Ukraine. Putin, by the way, now talking about how the government should give entrepreneurs more freedoms. It really sounds like Putin's trying to do damage control right now. It's like, hey, don't sanction me too hard. We're still part of the global economy here. Like, don't hate, appreciate. Jeez, man.
Seeing that throughout the entire day. What we've seen more recently is that's been more sort of personnel carriers with soldiers that have been brought into or towards the Ukrainian territory. But of course, throughout the day, as you've mentioned, we have seen howitzers, we've seen main battle tanks, but we've also seen artillery rockets fired from here towards Ukrainian territory, and not just once, but on several occasions. We later found out that it was apparently Smerch rockets that were fired. That's a sort of medium range rocket system that's not the most accurate, but certainly one that is extremely powerful. And we saw a lot of those salvos being fired. And I would say about half an hour before we went to air right now, we saw another one of those salvos.
Okay, Nestle is shutting down factories, warehouses, and supply chains in Ukraine. These are temporary shutdowns for safety reasons. Geez, I can't talk today. These are the sort of things that we would expect to actually worsen the supply chain and inflationary issues. Remember, we did actually, I shouldn't say remember because I didn't even talk about it, but we did get the PCE read this morning. We're expecting a PCE, an inflationary read of 4.9%, came in at 5%.
Driving those forces across the border right by our reporters in the bright light of day. Fred Pleitgen, thanks so much. And Kate, it was only a few days ago that senior Russian officials were saying we have no intention of invading Ukraine.
That's
of course,
true.
they were lying, and we're seeing that play out right in front of our eyes.
Absolutely. Jim, we'll get back to you. You're the best. Thank you so much.
Fed President Bostic is saying that the Federal Reserve is actively watching the situation in Ukraine. But again, they're saying it's too soon to determine how the crisis will affect their path to normalization, that is, raising rates.
He was viewing those Smerch rockets fire. They have a range of about 50 miles, give or take. And they are firing from inside of Russia into Ukraine. And so they are outside the range of any kind of Ukrainian counterattack. And they usually are preparing the battlefield for the tanks, for the personnel carriers, the BMPs as they're called, and for the mobile artillery that follows in behind them. So what you're seeing is the prep from long distances and then a rolling in of the forces to go after the cities or the particular objectives that they're going to. It's the Russian way of war. They will prep the battlefield with long-range artillery, then come in with helicopters, as you're showing right now, come in with fast-moving jets.
Okay, I just got an alert that apparently Donald Trump, and we knew this. There we go. We knew this yesterday. Donald Trump said that Joe Biden is asleep at the wheel. And now apparently there's an update here. Donald Trump praises, quote, pretty smart, end quote, Vladimir Putin for Russia's Ukraine invasion. I don't know what to say about that. I can't tell. I mean, it doesn't sound good. I also can't tell if that actually sounds like Trump. I don't know. Anyway. European stocks closed 3% lower, and the German DAX down 4%. Russian troops reportedly attacked through Chernobyl fallout zone. Wow. I still don't know why they would do that, why they're interested in that particular area, but well, anyway. Ukrainians are starting to flee as Putin warns other countries not to interfere. Explosions are being heard in Kiev, Odessa, and other areas. Fed President Mary Daly has just come out to say that we do need to tighten, but need to do so gradually. So that's another Fed update here. We never hear from Powell anymore, except for the meetings. Need to tighten gradually. It doesn't sound to me like they're going for anything but a 25 basis point hike here. And that's what the market's really pricing in right now as well. Is that 25 basis point hike? Oh, Chernobyl's a shortcut? Thank you for that. I don't know how I feel about being in the Russian military. Like, let's go through the let's go through the The fallout zone. Jeez. All right, what do we got here? Footage of Russian soldiers hoisting the Russian flag on a hydroelectric plant building in Nova Kakhovka. Definitely screwed that up. 60 kilometers into the Ukrainian territory. Crimean front appears to have collapsed. Now, as usual, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to like this tweet, so that way you could see my likes. All you have to do is just go to my profile here, and then on the right side you go to likes. So it's @RealMeKevin, and then you could see all of the various different updates or missile attacks or explosions or whatever that I've liked here. So I'm trying to do this to kind of just create a log rather than sitting here like retweeting everything. But that way I don't have to replay this stuff as well over and over again on here. You can see this here. Let's see if there's audio on this. I hate to say it, but I would expect it'll be very dramatic to see this flag raising occur in the capital. Vetiver says the U.S. media is sanitizing this war for U.S. citizens. Way more graphic here in UK. Interesting. I can go back to, for what it's worth, let's go back to BBC for a moment. I think everybody just hates every news station, honestly, because every time I mention a news station, people will get mad.
Towards Russia. And that means that former Iron Curtain countries in Central, but particularly Eastern Europe, are really jittery. So if you have a look at the Baltic states, Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, they border Russia. Now, they are EU member states and NATO members now, and they have been offered support, but they are extremely jittery when you speak to them on and off the record. They fear that...
I do want to provide this here. It sounds like now Russian police have detained an updated number, almost 373 individuals at anti-war protests in 38 different cities on Thursday. And it looks like 40 Ukrainian service members and dozens of civilians have been killed, but this information is not comprehensive or completely up to date yet. It just looks like this is the at least figure. 2 Russian helicopters and 7 other Russian aircraft have been shot down. I imagine those could also include drones. That's another update that we have right now. Let's keep listening.
Some European countries are worried about being hit economically by sanctions and counter-sanctions from Russia more than others. Other European countries are bracing themselves for a possible migration crisis as Ukrainians try to flee the violence in their country. Romania is reporting the first hundreds arriving there as well. So I would say that the EU is on high alert. You've got the leaders meeting tonight here in Brussels.
I do agree. Reuters, AP, and Barron's are pretty solid. I agree. I've got a Refinitiv up, which is the Reuters terminal. I actually really like it.
For all of their member states to say that they're all in this together. They realize that unless the EU itself and the West keeps a united front, they don't have much hope, they believe, in stopping Vladimir Putin.
A final thought, Katia. When are we likely to see that next tranche of sanctions on a timeline? And you talked about the jitteriness, the nervousness. I suppose underpinning that is simply the fear that nothing has worked so far and potentially the next round of sanctions might not work either.
Yeah, true.
Well, that's right. I mean, again, we heard from President Macron, we're all in this together and we will respond together. But how far will the West go in its response? Are economic sanctions enough? Certainly, we know that since the Crimea, the annexation of Crimea 8 years ago, Vladimir Putin has tried to move his country's dependency from the West because he already suffered sanctions at the time. The EU is looking on announcing its sanctions package this afternoon. It has to be signed off legally. And
take a look at this, folks. This is an image here of the Russian embassy. This is either Germany or Dublin. I'm not sure, but looks like red paint, potentially symbolizing spilled blood. This is it's happening in two places. So it's one's in Dublin and one's in Munich. I've liked this tweet as well, so you can see it.
Ago, the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States addressed reporters in Washington, where there was a detail of the Russian attack here on Ukraine.
Ukrainian forces now take control of southern Ukraine. Russian forces now take control of southern Ukrainian regions. Evacuation of residents in Kyiv-controlled part of Lugansk region begins. Wow, residents being evacuated.
It's a war against Ukraine. The aggressor carried out invasion in many directions, and the Russian aggression took place within the Lugansk, Chernihiv, Sumy, Kharkiv, Zhytomyr, Kherson, and Odessa regions. Heavy fighting is still taking place in Mariupol, Henichesk, Skadovsk, and Chaplinka. Artillery shelling in the areas and settlements continued along the state border and administrative boundary also of the temporarily occupied territory of Crimea. The aggressor state also used the territory of Belarus to launch an attack. They tried to cross the state border with tanks, armored personnel, and military vehicles, and 4 ballistic missiles have been launched towards Ukraine from the territory of Belarus. According to the latest data, they also attacked some of the hospitals. That was just the information that was out.
Take a look at this here. This apparently was an earlier feed from CNN. This was, let's see, that says it's 4 p.m. So time in Ukraine. It's about 2 hours ago. Let's take a listen here. Can't hear anything for some reason. No audio coming through from this. Oh well, let's just watch the video then. This just looks like they've got footage here of soldiers coming in. This is just outside of Ukraine, or outside of Kyiv. It's like Russian soldiers. Nice to have audio on that. I'll try to get audio on that. Anyway, let's hop back over here.
In Washington. Well, our viewers will know that for weeks now we've been getting these predictions that there would be an all-out assault on Ukraine, and so it has come to pass. But at the same time, we'd also heard dire warnings that a military escalation would also be a deterioration in the humanitarian situation, with the United States and the United Nations warning that this could create up to 5 million refugees. Well, someone who's keeping a close eye on this possible development is the High Commissioner for Refugees, Filippo Grandi, who joins us now from Geneva. Filippo Grandi.
Bostic from the Fed open to 4 or more rate hikes this year if inflation persists. Some are calling for as many as 9 consecutive rate hikes. We only have 7 more meetings, though, so there's a...
And we are here at the Antonov Airport, which is about 25 kilometers, 15 miles or so out of the center. These troops you can see over here. Stand up, Lewis. These troops you can see over here, they are Russian airborne forces. They have taken this airport. They've allowed us to come in and be with them as they defend the perimeter of this air base here, where helicopter-borne troops, these troops, were landed in the early hours of this morning to
Okay, can I just say how insane that would be to be like, oh, I'm in Ukraine filming for CNN, and then, oh, I was with Ukrainian troops. Now the Russian troops are here. Hey, guys, can I film with you? Like, holy crap. Jeez.
Taken to form an air bridge to allow for more troops to come in. You can see these are Russian forces. You can tell they're Russian. I've spoken to them already. You can tell they're Russian. They've got that orange and black band to identify them as Russian forces. I've spoken to the commander on the ground there within the past few minutes, and he said they are now in control of this airport. And within the past few seconds, just before you came to us, they were engaged in a firefight presumably with the Ukrainian military, which says it is staging a counteroffensive to try and take back this.
Wow, that's intense. Jeez.
To predict how this situation would develop. We have prepositioned assistance in the country in various places. The challenge now will be to deliver it in a situation of active military offensive. So we will have
economy. Joining us today, Wilmington Trust's Megan Shu. Megan, it's great to have you. Sometimes they say flat is a position. It kind of sounds like that's where you are today.
Yeah, Carl, thanks so much for having me. I think, I don't know about flat being a position. We do still have an overweight to equities and portfolios. Patience is definitely a position that we think is warranted right now. It rarely is fruitful in the long run to sell in a panicked market. And I really do think that's what we're faced with. There's just so much uncertainty. It's geopolitical in nature, which clearly is difficult for investors to model and price accordingly. I think this is a very serious political event, and it has some spillover implications for investors. But as of right now, we expect a somewhat modest economic impact, economic spillover. So a fairly modest adjustment downward for areas that are most closely associated with the conflict that's unfolding. So namely Europe, and probably the biggest risk to the US consumer would be if oil prices escalate further and stay elevated for a prolonged period of time, where clearly sentiment has already deteriorated because of inflationary concerns.
Right. Yep. Why, for those who are more worried about commodity disruption, less energy security all around the world, this whole situation inflating stagflationary fears. Why aren't you worried about that, or as worried about that?
Let's hear it.
Well, we're concerned. I would say upside risks to inflation is one of our biggest risks that we're monitoring. We still have an expectation, at least in the U.S., that growth is going to remain very solid. We have a 3% GDP forecast for 2022. So while it's certainly slower than 2021, that's not a stagflationary backdrop. Again, the oil price transmission mechanism is probably the biggest risk, but so far it's the price of oil is trading on fear of disruptions. We have not seen any supply disruptions. We don't anticipate that as our base case. It would hurt everyone, including not only Russia, but Europe, the US. So I think policymakers are going to be very careful about using that as a sanction tool in this environment. And so if we don't see that, we do think that oil prices could moderate. And again, if our economic backdrop comes to fruition, that's not a stagflationary environment.
Right, but Megan, it's hard to, at this moment, judge how much sort of pain Western economies are willing to self-inflict to hurt Russia. So as we get prepared to hear more sanctions, is there something that would make you change your near-term thesis, such as export controls on semis or the commodities disruption that you've been talking about, or perhaps banning Russia from SWIFT?
House Intelligence Chair says Russia attack on Ukraine should mean death of Nord Stream 2 pipeline.
Would probably have more
Schiff from the Biden administration says he expects, quote, a long and bloody conflict in Ukraine. That's bad. The longer the conflict is expected to last, the more inflation is a problem.
And endorsing those, I think the Biden administration will similarly be hesitant to do anything that could jeopardize the energy supply. But there is a lot of
appreciate you, Dustin.
Again, I think when you see volatility spike like this, outside of a global economic slowdown or a recession, which is still not our base case, even under the more dire scenario that's unfolding, we think it is more likely than not that we'll see equities trade higher over the next 12 months. And I think that there's other conditions to be thinking about in terms of the energy markets as well, with the possibility of Iranian supply coming on, maybe at the margin, some relief on prices from release of strategic petroleum reserves. So there's just too much uncertainty right now. So all we can do is stick to what we do know and what is unfolding. And again, we just are avoiding at this moment. It could change. It's changing by the hour, really. But at this moment, we are not selling our risk positions.
And that's what I wonder, not just about selling positions, but also what you might buy instead, because it does seem like this tighter alliance perhaps between Russia and China that we were talking about earlier could be significant. We've been talking about U.S.-China decoupling. Do you end up having to think about the strong possibility of Europe-Russia decoupling and its implications, not just for energy and commodities, but for the availability of markets in general?
Yeah, well, I think we're sort of moving into a new regime where you had a real centralization of power from the U.S., maybe China, and I think one of Putin's goals is to fracture that and to create a more fractured, less united global political and economic environment. I think the alliance between China and Russia should make any investor apprehensive. And obviously, I think President Xi is watching all of this closely.
A quick note, and this yield curve can always be manipulated by flight to safety, flight to bonds. But the yield curve between the 10 and the 2 now has a spread of 41.28, which is a good recovery for the 10-2 yield curve. We want that to be as far away from zero as possible. It also looks like Russia has now detained 387 individuals in 38 different cities for protesting the war effort. There's also, this is all from Adam Schiff, U.S. House Intelligence Chairperson. There's pressing concern that Russian cyber attacks may extend beyond Ukraine.
Megan Shu.
Thank you.
And now tech was leading us to the downside. Now one of the better performing sectors.
Let's go ahead and hop for a sec. Yeah, we see the market.
But there's no sign yet that Russia is ready to call a halt to its invasion of Ukraine. And we're also hearing from our correspondent at the United Nations that a draft resolution is...
Okay, Moscow Stock Exchange now canceling the early trading session on stocks and derivatives on Feb 25.
House of Commons will carry that live just as soon as he starts addressing MPs. All of that and more coming up for you on BBC News. Don't go away. We have plenty more on this escalating crisis.
Let's see here. Yeah, we just saw not that long ago that the Kremlin website was down, and so was the Russian Foreign Ministry. Let's take a listen over here. No, they're playing ads as well. Everybody goes ads at the same time. No, there we go.
Something that the Ukrainians are very clearly asking for.
Kylie, thank you so much. Coming up, more of CNN's continuing.
Okay, they're literally all going to ads. Fine. Go somewhere else. Production facilities are stopping work in the Luhansk region. Literally all of them. All right, whatever. We'll do a stick checkup. How about that? $10. Hope all is well. Can we have a vote on you coming back for live streams? Oh, thank you. You're a course member and you ready to do the opens? Oh, I appreciate that. All right, well, let's look at some of the sticks, though. So what do we got here? Cybersecurity running a bit, about 10% here on Cloudflare today. That's a very large swing of about 15% today on Cloudflare. Enphase up about 9%, also a very large swing. Tesla sitting at about up 0.5% right now. TDoc, a nice move. Matterport's up about 4.8. Etsy up about 4. Take a look on the downside. Still got Lemonade down about 5% after those earnings. Lowe's down about 3. Looks like ARC's up about 2.6%. Just looking at the inverse of SARC there. And this is the SPY. Trying to recover, sitting at about 418 right now. Let's give a peek here to BTC. What do we got? So BTC continuing to move off of our trend line here. Shout out to FTX. You could sign up for FTX in the link down below. Get $10 in free cryptocurrency when you do. Check out that link below. They integrate TradingView, so some incredible opportunities to include an insane amount of technical indicators for your trading and trading within it. It's one of the things I wish TradingView had, but you have that here at FTX. So do check that out. Link down below. Integrated trading with TradingView. And the link for this is right next to the link for the programs on Building Your Wealth link down below. There's a code that's expiring February 28th. That's in 4 days. That's Monday. And that's because we've released about 50 new lectures and more to come. All right, so let's see. German Chancellor Scholz says in an address to nation, Putin wants to turn back time with his attack, but there's no turning back to 1989. Russian forces still trying to seize Chernobyl, and Biden is set to announce new sanctions. Probably he's scheduled to do so in about 30 minutes, but he tends to be late, so we'll see. We'll see how the market moves going into these sanctions. Oh yeah, gas prices have natural gas prices have skyrocketed about 59% in Europe. Oil prices are expected to jump. Probably, well, gasoline prices are probably expected to jump anywhere between 20 to 30 cents after oil has jumped to about $104. All right, let's keep listening in here.
More severe sanctions on Russia.
Oh, Loretta Mester is talking. Loretta Mester. Let me write this down. So I've been tracking the Fed's response to this. Loretta Mester says the unfolding situation in Ukraine will be a consideration in determining the appropriate pace for removing accommodation. These do have implications for the median run economic outlook. I'll write that down. Midterm econ. So that would be 6 to 18 months. Mester expects some improvement in inflation readings later this year as demand moderates and supply issues ease. However, geopolitical events add upside risk to inflation, even as they put downside risk on near-term econ. Write that down. Downside risk, near-term econ, upside risk, inflation. Fed's got to choose. Boris Johnson's talking about sanctions coming. Oil now hitting 105 per barrel. Wow. I have not seen 105 yet. Inflation still expected to remain above 2%. Expecting some improvement in inflationary readings later this year. Okay, we saw that. Accommodation will be removed at the pace necessary to bring inflation under control. Okay. German Chancellor Scholz says we have to make sure this conflict does not spread to other countries on the continent. But do not, and also says that Putin should not underestimate NATO's determination to protect all of its members. All right. Let's listen in.
This all started.
So we are now 14 hours into this, and I think we are right now entering what could be an even more dangerous.
Well, I appreciate you, Freddie. Thanks for saying that, and thanks for the $10 here. Please give this to Dustin Schiffer. He wants education. I want help. Oh, well, thank you. I will ask the team about that. Oh, and thank you, Justin, for the $20 donation here and the vote. Thank you. Any news on why ETC spiked to 2,700 for a few minutes on Robinhood before dumping? You're asking why Robinhood glitched? Come on, man. Oh, wow. Look at this.
There has been several attempts to penetrate Kiev. There was a fierce battle for an airfield not far from Kiev that involved a Russian helicopter assault.
That's probably where we saw the CNN reporter.
city, toward Mariupol, and there is fierce fighting as Russian armor and tanks are heading toward Kharkiv. So if the first phase...
J-Pow is like, damn Russia, I got to go through all my figures again now. Yeah, no kidding.
The Ukrainian military.
Lithuania now stops issuing visas to Russian citizens in response to the invasion.
Is firing back, has managed to destroy some Russian tanks and capture some Russian soldiers. But if the first phase was to knock back the Ukrainian military, it seems like we are now advancing toward the second phase, where Russian troops clearly have their sights set on major population centers.
And you're in one of those centers, so is it safe for you to stay there, Richard?
People are feeling comfortable in one. There's not very many places for people to go, and I'll get to that in a second. But yes, we feel comfortable because nothing has really happened in this city so far. There've been some strikes.
Russian police have now detained 549 people at Russian anti-war protests in 39 cities. This is really escalated here. We've been seeing this number go up from 100 to 400 to now 549. UK to impose an asset freeze against all major Russian banks and an immediate asset freeze against VTB. And they will totally exclude Russian banks from the UK financial system. Quick shout out to new course members, NM, Mohan, Lewis, Sikander, Assad, Eric. All of those of you who joined here just in the last 40 minutes, thank you so much for joining. Excited to have you aboard. There is that coupon code link down below. It will be expiring Monday. We've been planning a price increase for February, and there has not been a price increase in February yet, and that's because I delayed getting some new lectures out, partly because of all the market drama. But now those lectures are out, so that price increase takes effect on Monday. Let's keep listening in here. UK to sanction over 100 individuals, entities, and subsidiaries. 11 new sanctions coming from the UK. I'll write this down here. So we've got UK, all banks to be excluded. UK to ban, UK to ban Aeroflot aircraft from landing in UK. I believe that's one of the larger Russian carriers. I don't know though. Aeroflot, Russian Airlines, yeah. Largest airline of Russia. Interesting. Largest airline of Russia. We are getting new trade restrictions from UK on Russia. New trade restrictions prohibit a wide range of high-tech exports to Russia. Oh, wow. Okay, so see, this is the concern, is that potentially starts hurting companies who sell stuff, right? Looks like sanctions on over 100 individuals to be sanctioned. Russian nationals will be limited in how much cash they can hold in UK bank accounts. Keep in mind that in in Ukraine, they've limited bank account withdrawals to about $350 because they're running out of money in ATMs. Immediate asset freeze on Russian company. Hold on Russian banks. Is on Russian banks, and prohibit all major Russian companies from raising finance of UK markets or from UK markets. This is all just happening now. These UK sanctions coming from the United Kingdom here. This high-tech exports is interesting. And they're going to set up a new division to target those who are evading sanctions. However, on SWIFT, they're saying nothing is off the table. Remember, the SWIFT banking system is a messaging system for clearing and settling transactions. It is global. And that could hurt Russia's GDP to the tune of about 5% based on the 2014 estimate when this was last considered.
Said it could be upwards of 5 million people. Well, Europe was changed forever in 2015 with Syrian refugees who, frankly, were not welcome in European countries. Will this be different? What is the economic ramifications of it?
Okay, UK says, Boris Johnson says the UK will continue on the remorseless mission to squeeze Russia from the global economy.
These cities who are trying to get their families into a safe place. How does this end? Does it end in camps? Does it end in places like Poland? What is the role that NATO plays? These are all questions that are going to be answered in the coming days, depending on how wide this conflict gets, Andrea.
Cal Perry, and let me let you get back to your reporting as well. And we turn to Moscow to Keir Simmons. The Kremlin was trying to claim last night, this was Putin's claim, that they're trying to purge Nazis from Ukraine's government. There are no Nazis in Ukraine's government. Zelensky is Jewish. You know, his grandfathers fought the Nazis. He lost relatives in the Holocaust. So Putin's warning is transparently a lie.
Well, Andrea, that's right. I think there's a split screen here in Russia between what is going on behind the walls of the Kremlin, and particularly with one man behind the walls of the Kremlin, Vladimir Putin, and what is going on with his people on the streets of Russia. To answer your question, that question, which everybody is asking about, what is the position with the leader of Russia?
Let's talk now about how air raid sirens are constant near Kiev. That Russian ground troops are now 20 miles away. That's close. They were just 80 miles away not that long ago. Let's flip for a moment here. Y'all know I like flip-flopping, so imagine what I'm like with a channel changer. Well, apparently I can't even type properly. Come on. There we go. All right. No, that's
saw
Fox.
this unfolding days ago that this was going to be the
Tell you, everyone was saying the same thing. We don't want them here. We didn't ask them to be here. We have no quarrel with them. We seek no conflict with them. Tremendous bravery from the people of Kharkiv. And one more point I would just make that I think is so important for our viewers to remember. This is not a frontline position. This is not, we're not next to the Donbass area where that 8-year war has been going on. This is a city of 1.4 million. It is a vibrant metropolis full of young people, young professionals, lots of foreign students we saw as well from overseas who were in that bomb shelter. And none of them have seen anything like this in their lifetime. The last time Kharkiv saw anything close to this was in the Second World War. And I will say as well.
Quick note, still have Biden on for about 20 minutes from now, though. He tends to be late.
The Second World War and images from the Blitz and people going into the subways to take cover and take shelter. And so now it's dark. We wait to see. There's been more strikes. It's a little bit quieter now. And everyone fearing the worst, the ground invasion. They've come across that border, but how close are they going to come to this city? Will they encircle it? Will they lay siege to it? Will they try to come through it? We simply have no idea yet, Jake.
And Clarissa Ward, let me just ask you, I know it's difficult to get any sort of assessment of this, especially so relatively soon in an incursion, an invasion like this, but you talk about armaments coming down. Do we have any idea of the destruction that has been rained upon just Kharkiv itself or the surrounding area in terms of casualties, in terms of buildings destroyed?
So the city of
I have a note here that 83 Ukrainian land-based targets have been hit by Russia. And Chernobyl has just fallen to Russia.
that hit next to an apartment block about 40 kilometers, so 25 miles or so outside of here. And we are hearing that there was at least 1 or 2 civilian casualties. And there have been images being shared by some Turkish journalists who were able to travel there. And clearly a very distressing situation because these are civilians. Our understanding is that most of these targets are reportedly military installations. But the fear is that as the fight gets closer and as Ukrainian forces defend themselves, that it could quickly become much uglier. Right now, I think, though, you have that sense, Jake, of that sort of fog of war where you're right in the middle of it and people are just walking around in sort of a daze. No one knows exactly what's happening. No one knows, coming back.
Somebody here in the chat says they can have Chernobyl. Oh, man.
This is going to be the safe place. This is going to be the fallback city or town that we go to.
Oh, wow. UBS triggers margin calls as it cuts Russia bond values to zero.
It's like you heard from that woman. Yeah, I have a car, but where would I go?
Exactly. Clarissa Ward in Kharkiv. We're going to stay with a lot of our correspondents on the ground in Ukraine, but I do want to take a moment and go to Caitlin Collins, our senior White House correspondent at the White House right now. Caitlin, we're expecting President Biden to come out. I'm not sure if the time has been updated. Originally, we were told 12:30 p.m. Eastern. What are we expecting? When are we expecting him?
It appears that time may be shifting, Jake, because the reporters, including myself, who are going into the room normally would be getting gathered right now to go in there. We're a little bit delayed, so we're waiting to see when exactly it is that we're going to hear from President Biden. But we do know he will be speaking to us from the East Room in the White House, laying out the consequences for the actions that President Putin took last night, attacking Ukraine, which the White House, Jake, has promised will be severe. They have said that for weeks and compiled this list of sanctions in coordination with allies, saying that if Russia did go into Ukraine in the way that we have seen them do, that they will impose these sanctions. And I think what people are waiting to see is exactly what the specifics are, because we know that they've said they would target financial institutions. They said that that was coming earlier this week when they talked about what they did after he recognized those two breakaway regions as independent. We know that there are export controls being discussed. There are things on the table. But of course, the bigger question that is looming over this is whether or not it is something that could in any way deter Putin, because that is what the White House has been talking about.
Probably not.
Sanctions for a measure like this so they could respond in full force. And clearly, of course, that hasn't deterred him from taking the actions that he did last night. And so just to note, this morning, President Biden met with his National Security Council in the Oval Office. Then he was on a virtual call with the G7 leaders, these other industrialized nations, talking to them about what this response is going to look like. But we are still waiting to hear from President Biden himself on the consequences for what they want to do, which they have said would be decisive for what President Putin did last night, Jake.
All right, Caitlin Collins, thank you so much. Let's go to Matthew Chan.
Still sitting at about a 50 or a 12% chance of a 50 basis point cut, rate hike rather. World Food Program, the anti-hunger arm of the United Nations, expressed alarm that Russia's invasion of Ukraine would create a new food emergency. We now have 283 million people marching towards starvation, with 45 million knocking on famine's door. Yeah, this has wheat prices are jumping. In fact, let me see if I can get the latest on wheat.
Knew that some of the airstrikes had taken place and that we'd heard Russian forces had been deployed in helicopters in the few hours before, and where there is supposed to have been a big pitched battle between Russian forces that were sent there in helicopters. It's an air base just outside of Kiev. And there was meant to be a battle underway. And so we sort of headed towards there in a sort of paced way to try and see how close we get to get some witness it. But as we got there, we got to the gates of the actual airport, and a soldier stopped our car and said, "What are you doing?" And it was in broken Russian. I speak quite bad Russian, and I was speaking to him, and I was like, "Look, we're from CNN. Can we do a quick live shot?" And he was like, "No, it's too dangerous." And I said, "Look, just one live shot." He said, "Fine." And then before we went on the air, I said, "Look, tell me who's in control here? Is it the Ukrainians or is it the Russians?" And he said, "What do you mean?" And I said, who's in control, the Ukrainians or the Russians? He said, "It's the Russians." And I said, "Well, where are the Russians?" And he said, "Well, we are the Russians." And just at that moment, I looked down at his insignia and I realized that we'd encountered a whole contingent of Russian special forces, airborne troops that had been sent to that airport in the hours before and who had just fought a pitched battle with Ukrainian military forces to secure that airport. And they were totally in control. I mean, it's not the line we'd been getting from the Ukrainian officials. They'd been saying, "Oh,
this is the guy we saw earlier.
We're taking the airport back." But that wasn't the situation at all. The Russians that we spoke to there were totally in control of that airport. There was a brief firefight, although we didn't see what they were shooting at, but we took cover, which is when I went live and did that.
Biden just delayed an hour. No surprise. Biden kicks the can down the road.
Close. Russian special forces, Russian troops have been deployed to the Ukrainian capital, Kiev. It was about 15 miles away from the city center. And it's not just that one location. We understand there are several contingents of Russian airborne special forces that have been deployed in key areas around the Ukrainian capital, securing an airhead, sort of an airborne bridge. So supplies and troops and armor can be can be potentially flown in. And there's only one reason why you'd want to do that, of course, which is to expand your footprint in the Ukrainian capital, possibly take it over. And so I've spoken to Ukrainian officials about this, and they now say they are convinced that the Russian strategy is to invade Kiev, is to take Kiev, the Ukrainian capital, and to replace the Ukrainian political leadership. That's what Ukrainian officials are concerned Vladimir Putin is planning for them right now. Jake.
Yeah, and in fact, Matthew,
shout out to Brianda and Ahmad for joining the Stocks and Psychology of Money group. A few of you grabbing the new Path to Wealth course as well. So welcome aboard. We even got a YouTube, Michelle Reyes for YouTube. All right, welcome aboard. Welcome. Appreciate having you.
Independent republics. Thank you so much, Matthew. Stay safe, and to everyone on the front lines, please stay safe. We're on top of all the breaking news as Russia persists in its invasion of a sovereign country, Ukraine.
Russia has now detained, it looks like, 705 people as of the latest update here for anti-war protests in Russia. Biden working on the narrative to help him win the midterms. Oh no.
Protect himself because things are rocking outside that city. Russian troops have surrounded the country on 3 sides, but they're also outside of Kyiv now. Stay with us.
Probably not. Oh, no question. Sanctions will have an impact. Wait a sec. Let's listen to this. Wait, why? Oh.
On what we do. The only outliers right now that I can see are the few, extremist Trump senators that are following the former president's lead and cozying up to Putin and being, sorry, this language, being almost a Putin lapdog. We cringe, almost cringeworthy. Remember Trump and Putin and in Helsinki a few years ago, early in the Trump presidency, and we see that same kind of fondness, if you will, for Putin from Trump.
Hold on. We're going to come right back to the Senate Banking Committee chairperson here. But first, Ukraine's ambassador to the U.S. has some updates. First, Mark Korova says Russian attack by air and ground began at 5 a.m. Russia used territory of Belarus to launch attack. Says we're fighting, we will be fighting. Calls for a new package of sanctions. Do not expect anyone to fight for us, but we'll take all the help we can get. What else here? Kiev is fully in control, and Russian helicopters have been shot just outside of Kiev. But Kiev in control. They expect this conflict to end with a Ukrainian victory still. Ukraine's president is in Ukraine, but they are not specifying where in Ukraine he is, which that doesn't surprise me. Two Russian helicopters, 7 other Russian aircraft have been shot down so far. 2 helis and 7 aircraft shot down. That could include drones. Keep that in mind. So far, still the latest update is that 40 Ukrainian servicemen and at least dozens of civilians have died, which is terrible. Multiple additional asset freezes for individuals that Ukraine is announcing, or that the United Kingdom is announcing against individuals. Let's go back to Sherrod Brown here for a moment.
And a few of his acolytes, but serious-minded people in both parties understand the potential that Ian Brummer just pointed out, that the biggest land war potentially since World War II, that is what gets Russia to stop. and that we will, these sanctions, I spoke with Secretary Yellen just 40 minutes ago. These are going to be very strong sanctions aimed at banks, at Russian oil companies, at the oligarchs' personal finances, the thugs around Putin, and their
I think he's crashing the market.
Frankly, their profligate lives. They live all over Europe, and they target those sanctions there and target those sanctions in Putin personally. They will pay a major price for this. Unfortunately, the world hurts while they do.
Senator, this is David Weston in New York. As you pointed out, a lot of the sanctions being imposed or talked about right now involve banks, but it's not just Russian banks. It also puts responsibilities on American and other Western banks. You are, of course, the chair of the Senate Banking and Urban Affairs and Housing Committee. Give us a sense of what U.S. banks need to do to be able to make sure they can comply with the sanctions. And by the way, how concerned are we about cyber attacks potentially from Russia against our banking system?
Well, we're always concerned about that. I assume, though, I think we can assume that those cyber attacks will accelerate now. Banks in this country, Wall Street and medium-sized, even smaller banks, and I talk to community bankers in Ohio too, are spend a lot of money to push back, to protect against these cyber attacks. I know that Secretary Yellen is working. She is navigating her way through and working. I don't think negotiating is the right word. She's working with large American banks and large European banks who have some dealings with Russian banks. So
we have confirmation as well from Ukraine now that the Chernobyl power plants have fallen to Russia.
The Secretary of the Treasury and the leaders in Congress in both parties and the President of the United States understands the gravitas of this. They do too, and they know that their long-term needs and the long-term viability of who we are as a country, but the long-term viability of our international financial system depends on their cooperation.
Senator, we're just now hearing from the White House and want to let everyone know that we do expect to hear from President Biden at 1:30 p.m. Washington time. That's a bit later than we were first expecting. We will be bringing those remarks to you. And I wonder, Senator Brown, to what extent does Joe Biden need to prepare the American people for collateral economic damage?
Yes.
How do the sanctions impact the economy here in the U.S.?
Well, there's no question that will have impact. Europeans will have much more dramatic, deeper impact than we will, whether it's energy prices or just any kind of economic hit that they will get. But I think the president understands it. I think he'll explain it. I think the markets understand it. I think American consumers mostly will understand, but the president has an obligation to lay it out that this is a hit to the world economy. It can be softened because our economy is so strong. Just remember, Mr. Wessel, I think it was released last week, maybe 2 weeks ago, our economy grew for the first time in decades. Our economy has grown faster than China's. We've had 6 million jobs created in the last year. It's the best first year of a president in job creation and maybe in history. So we have a resilient, strong economy. We've got to deal with inflation. And this could contribute some to that. But Americans need to be prepared, and our government needs to be prepared too. And the president will discuss that, I'm sure.
Senator, we're all consumed, obviously, with the invasion of Ukraine, but there is also important business pending still up on Capitol Hill. Let me turn to those 5 Fed nominations that are pending before your banking committee, and specifically ask with respect to Sarah Bloom Raskin, which seems to be the problem at the moment, particularly from your ranking member, Senator Pat Toomey, asking for more clarifications, particularly from the Kansas City Fed. Are you working behind the scenes to sort of answer his questions to get this logjam broken?
Well, we're seeing something that I've never seen in the Banking Housing Committee, and I'm not sure I've ever seen it anywhere, where there's a boycott by one party to stop a vote because of the peculiar rules of the Senate. Because it's a 50-50 Senate, there was a quote-unquote power-sharing agreement between the two leaders. I won't get in details there. We can't vote on anything in the Senate committee until there's a quorum, and a quorum means we have to have.
I'm just going to pull off this just for a moment, just to mention that Norwegian Cruise Lines is now considering no longer stopping in St. Petersburg for cruise ship stops.
Confirmed. Jay Powell, the chair of the Fed, We're going to confirm Lael Brainerd, the vice chair of the Fed, and then 3 other Fed nominees. And I'm fine with Republicans voting no, but show up and work and vote on these 5. And don't. And I hear them say they didn't like the answer she gave.
Okay, at this point, we've kind of moved away from the sanctions here. I think the big thing that we took from this so far is that there are sanctions coming. Obviously, this we know, that we do expect them to have an impact on the U.S. economy. Of course, more severely the European economy. But yes, there will be an impact. And that inflation is still something that we have to deal with. Is coming from the banking chair in the Senate. Let's hop on over here.
We've seen a major oil export terminals shut down. So it's definitely on hold, and it could get a lot worse. If Putin decides to cut off the supply to Europe, that will be a major energy shock, and even releasing oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve might not cool off the impact.
You know, you've always astutely reminded folks, no matter how much oil.
Quick note, Zelensky has stated that Russian occupation forces are trying to seize Chernobyl, and that they're obviously fighting hard and giving their lives to defend. Chernobyl has, however, fallen to Russia. Zelensky says that our army is indestructible. This is despite the fact that the Ukrainian army is badly outgunned and outmanned.
To see prices spike. I guess what I'm asking you is how big a spike? What are they talking about?
Well, I'll tell you what, if a major oil producer like Russia sneezes, the rest of the world's going to catch a cold. That's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, well, that's probably true. Quick note, military throughout, present throughout Crimea as well right now, Russian military. Remember, Crimea was annexed in 2014. Shout out to Seth for joining the Stocks and Psychology Money Group 2 minutes ago. Remember, there is a coupon code link down below that does expire on Monday, since we had a substantial new set of updates that came through. And you get lifetime access to those programs now. Okay, let's get some more updates.
$10 a barrel, because you're really going to risk pushing the economy into a recession at that point.
All right. I guess the only question is, with gas generally dovetails off of that.
Russian markets finished the day 33% lower. The MOEX down 33%. This is despite short selling being banned and the fear of, or actually a cancellation of the pre-market in the Russian markets tomorrow.
Massachusetts, but what are we looking at?
You know what?
There is a nuclear power plant, just so you know, in Chernobyl that it appears has been captured by Russia. I knew there were power plants. I think I've said there were power plants. I did not know, and I did not say that those are nuclear until now.
For what's happened thus far. So we would expect those prices to go up. You know, the bigger concern for gasoline prices over the long run, if we get above $100 a barrel, you're talking a national average of $4. A major disruption, you could be talking somewhere in the area of $5 a gallon at the high side. But, you know, the other thing you have to worry about is...
Dude, we're already at $5 in California.
Pipeline shut down here in the United States. That's
Ali, welcome aboard. Ali just checked out on New Path to Wealth, your plan for a higher net worth, just 45 seconds ago. Welcome aboard. Appreciate having you.
Jillian Turner's just been doing great work following this. A development we told you about out of the White House, that the president now has pushed back his planned announcement on what we're going to do in response. It was supposed to be at noon Eastern time. Then it was going to be 12:30 Eastern time. So just a minute or two ago.
Yep.
Now they're pushing it back an hour. I'm getting some interesting exchanges with a key
European stock market 9-month low.
SWIFT issue. It's the issue that is making this not go too swiftly. I thought that was a good play on words, but he was trying to explain this international global payment system that you hear so much about that allows.
Shout out here to those of you saying, yeah, no kidding. $5 gas nationally means $8 in California. You're not wrong about that. $3.80 in Florida, $3.11 in Austin. Biden napping, says someone here. Biden's crayons books. Y'all are terrible. Yeah, and then we did have this discussion this morning that 9 Chinese military planes have flown into Taiwanese airspace.
The fear is adding Russia to that grouping will give alternatives even more clout. I don't know how credible this is, how realistic this is, how that maybe could explain the delay in the administration's announcements, how far to go. But many say if you really want to exact pain, kick Russia out of SWIFT and make it next to impossible.
Oh, take a look at this. We got Steve Mnuchin up.
In general, we're very focused on cybersecurity and national security. This is our 4th investment in the space. And we view this as very complementary to our other investments. Jim's built a business that we believe is best in class, and we think it's a...
Remember, Steve Mnuchin went to go start like a multi-billion-dollar fund after he was Treasury Secretary. I mean, like, talk about going from zero to hero. Jeez.
Terrific opportunity. We also think that the current events just highlight how important it is for every country, every company to be protected and have best-in-class cybersecurity tools.
Jim, we're meeting here on an interesting day to be talking, as David pointed out, about cybersecurity. Is the news driving business? Are headlines that we're seeing coming from Ukraine, from Russia, from Eastern Europe, where cyber attacks have become, in some cases, a daily event? Is that driving demand? Is it increasing orders for the company?
Well, it's doing two things. The first is it's making our services all the more needed. And secondly, it's for our existing clients. We're able to, provide reassurance that they're being protected in the best possible way. Look, the Russians have got really advanced cyber capabilities, both at the state level and in their criminal groups. And therefore, critical infrastructure in particular needs to be very careful and needs to raise their defenses to very high levels.
Mr. Secretary, I know you're not in the government anymore, but you know.
Loretta Mester, broad-based job gains continue in January despite the effects of Omicron, suggesting positive momentum in the labor market. Yeah, well, I knew that. All right, let's pop back over here. Let's see.
So we can expect that to happen.
Now, here at home, we are told that existing intelligence shows should a worst-case scenario.
U.S., by the way, now preparing of cyber attacks. Oh, they're talking about it too.
1 to 2 weeks to get it back up and running at full capacity again. Just yesterday, though, the White House said there is nothing doing. Take a listen.
There is no current threat as it relates to cyber here. The FBI and all of the agencies in the government always provide regular updates on what businesses and entities should do to prepare for the potential for. There is still no immediate specific threat.
So another big concern among national security officials here in the U.S. is protecting American banks. Should any type of attack, cyber attacks, target U.S. banks the way that they have in Ukraine over the last few days, seems like rising gas prices would be not our top concern any longer, Neil.
Yeah, that's wild. Jillian, thank you very much. Jillian, obviously outside the White House. Let's go to Congressman Pat Fallon, the Texas Republican congressman, sits on the House Armed Services Committee. Congressman, very nice of you to take the time. This whole issue with cyber attacks, I would imagine, becomes heightened now in this environment. We know Russia can pull them off. We know a lot of Russian entities have no trouble pulling them off. So I would think that's a legitimate threat.
Oh, Neil, thanks for having me on. There's no doubt. And that's something that, I've been worrying about for the last few months. We saw what happened when the cyber attacks hit JBS and then the Colonial Pipeline. I mean, the Colonial Pipeline was responsible for providing energy to 50 million Americans. So it's something that we have to be on almost pretty much at DEFCON 1 right now, because if
Fed indicates that the March rate hike is still on schedule.
Just knowing how he reacts and his, and his ego and his narcissism, I think he'll order an attack, and we better be ready for it.
What do you make of the thinking of Vladimir Putin getting beyond these cyber attack threats? The fact that, I know the Russian people get...
Shout out to Alex for joining the Stocks and Psychology of Money group, using the coupon in for $562 lifetime access and to the course member live streams. That's a bargain. Welcome aboard, Alex.
It's ill-gotten
This is interesting. VTB, one of Russia's largest banks, says it has had time to prepare for the harshest sanctions and scenarios. And so this is quite interesting. I've seen this alert here a few ways now. And in other words, it really seems like Putin probably prepared a lot of the institutions of Russia for these sanctions, which kind of makes us think that these these sanctions are unlikely to do much. It does sound like Ukraine's port city of Mariupol is under heavy fire. Hundreds of explosions have been observed. Shout out to Yer Lee, who just joined Stocks and Psychology of Money a few seconds ago. Welcome aboard. And thank you for joining. Happy to have you. Brown says U.S. sanctions to hit oligarchs, finances, and Putin. IMF chief warns of significant economic risk from Ukraine conflict. That's not so great. That's the International Monetary Fund, by the way. Economic risk from Ukraine conflict. Okay.
Poland, you fear that he addresses some of these other breakaway republics. But think of it as well with Belarus, those 30,000 soldiers, they're not going anywhere. So he already has his feet in some rather disparate countries.
No, Neil, there's no doubt that he can win militarily with Ukraine, but then what's next? You have a country of 40 million plus.
U.S. Agricultural Secretary, a little too early to predict how Ukraine's impact will affect wheat prices. Keep in mind, wheat prices already skyrocketed about 10% overnight. So, I mean, based on the chart, it's up, but maybe they're wondering how long it might last.
Article 5 provision, of course, which is an attack on one is an attack on all. I think that's why we aren't seeing 150,000 troops poised to invade those countries right now. But I think we should make our Eastern European bases permanent to show him that that is off the table 100%, because you're talking about a hot war with the United States.
It's very well put, Congressman. Thank you very, very much. We appreciate that, Texas Republican Congressman Pat Fallon. Again,
see if we can learn anything about what's going on over in on that port city.
Clearly see that stocks are sliding. They were expected to. They are. We are seeing some come well off their lows, but the predictable issues are the ones you would think may be exposed to the European continent and how they're taking all of this. And it's interesting then to add to that we've seen a better than 6% plunge in the stock of Airbnb, which has a lot of entities abroad and that it could impact travel. Likewise in Carnival and Norwegian Cruise Lines, United Airlines, American Airlines, Alaska Air, Delta, even Ford. Anything or anyone or any entity that has exposure to the region or could be impacted by a global slowdown, particularly those who want to travel, are getting hit and hit hard. All of those issues I mentioned down at least 5%. They have shaved earlier losses when they were down 8%. But these are the conditions in which we live, my friends, that people are, well, enthused when they see an 8% slide be only 5% one. Stay with us. You are watching Fox Business.
Yeah, Reuters still reporting this heavy fire in the Ukrainian city of Mariupol. Port city under intense fire. Again, more reports of hundreds of explosions. I don't see any video just yet beyond what we've already seen in the area. This is, here's a video from, it's difficult to tell exactly what's going on here, but this is a video from about 49 minutes ago. I'm going to put this up. Remember, if you want to see where these screens are, follow me on Twitter, at RealMeatKevin. Yeah, we did talk about Chernobyl. Let's listen in here for a moment. It's a port city in Ukraine. Could you imagine looking out your window, seeing this kind of stuff? We're going on your balcony. Okay, Biden says G7 leaders have agreed to move forward on devastating packages of sanctions and other economic sanctions to hold, or measures to hold Russia accountable. Lebanon has condemned the Russian invasion. TBD exactly what the G7 is planning. Oh, shout out to Ali for joining the real estate investing course, Zero to Millionaire. Welcome aboard. So we'll see exactly what the G7 plans once they release this information. If Russia cuts back on gas exports, then Europe will try to make up the difference from already strained supplies kept in storage facilities and scouring the world for more liquefied natural gas. Yeah, briefly going back to the Chernobyl exclusion zone, one of the dangerous battles playing out there. We're told that Russia has taken control of this power plant, which is a nuclear power plant. Putin tells business leaders that there will be restrictions on the Russian economy. President Putin has warned the country's business leaders that he expected restrictions on Russia's economy, but said that Russia has taken necessary measures by launching this offensive. What's going on was a necessary measure, he says. UK announces visa concessions for Ukrainians in the UK. Let's hop on over. Let's see what else we got. BTC stuck right under 36, by the way. Kind of been bouncing around that for a while here. All right. Can we get a little bit of an update? 2, 6. There you go. Let's see what we got.
For a while today at our yield lows, if you will, when news of this broke of the invasion going on.
There we go.
Does my right honourable friend agree with me that that does mean that we need to build upon the outcome of our integrated defence review? We do need to think differently about Eastern Europe from...
Biden has been presented with a menu of options for cyber attacks designed to disrupt Russia's ability to sustain military operations in Ukraine. Wow.
Legislation to bring those important measures to really hit those people hard and hit them now.
Speaker, I think that is clearly the will of the House, and it is the will of the government, and that's why we'll be taking those important measures, bringing them forward on Monday.
Shanara Ali.
Mr. Speaker, my thoughts are with the Ukrainian people at this time. And while I welcome the sanctions the Prime Minister's announced today, can he update the House on whether he plans to sanction the major state-owned Russian banks such as Sberbank and Gazprom Bank and the non-state bank Alfa Bank? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
David Blundell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ukrainian POW chapel at Lockerbie in my constituency is a focal point for the Ukrainian diaspora in Scotland, and prayers are being said there for their fellow countrymen.
Oops. All right. No problem. Had enough of that anyway.
Currency really trades along with stocks and stock markets. I think this was highlighted by a really interesting and educational thread on social media by one of the most famous and richest names in cryptocurrency, the founder of the FTX exchange, which of course has Tom Brady as part of its endorsers. And he said, if we can bring up this tweet thread for you, Sam Bankman-Fried, who's a $20 billion 30-year-old, he said basically, this is Vitalik. I'll get back to this in just a bit, but if you can bring up the SBF and what Fried Fried said there. He says, look, the algorithms, and there are algorithms that trade cryptocurrency, and there are individuals that trade cryptocurrency. If you look at what the algorithms are doing, he says, if you look at the data and decide that Bitcoin, BTC as it's called, should be 80% correlated to the S&P 500 with a beta of 4. So what that means, Neil, that if the S&P 500 moves 1%, Bitcoin moves 4% in a highly leveraged trade like cryptocurrency, because I would say 80%.
I don't think that beta is correct at all, but I will look. I think it's much lower than that, but okay. I do like Sam a lot, the founder over there at FTX. They actually have sponsored this video, so go check out FTX via the link in the description down below. But it doesn't mean I have to agree with everything. All right, let's hop on over, and I will get the current beta, at least from what we can see here historically.
Mel, I've gotten beaten up in a number of stocks this year, but Live Nation is not one of them. In fact, it's, I think, the best performing name I'm in year to date or over the last 3 months, or however I'm looking at it.
We got a beta of like 0.8 of BTC to the SPY. So much closer in correlation.
Issues whatsoever selling tickets. They're actually way ahead of where they were in 2019. Listen to these numbers. This is remarkable.
All right, he's going to pitch Live Nation. We're going to pull off this and let's go to let's jump away from Live Nation for a sec. It's going to be interesting to see what Biden's massive cyber attacks against Russia might look like.
Ability to move cargo, to do commerce. And he said that would have crippling effects for them. Now, there is, and General Keane has talked about this too, there's a downgrade of living for us when you do that. The crude oil that we're getting from Russia right now, they're going to continue to jack that price, but not because they need the money yet. They will. But right now they're doing it because they can. They can stick it to us because it went up to $105 a barrel today, and we're getting 595,000 barrels of crude from Russia. They are our third largest supplier of crude. We are going backwards and becoming energy independent, backwards, completely backwards from where we were in the last administration. We won't look back, we'll go forward. So how does that involve what we do to them now? Well, if you cut off and the SWIFT bank,
a little too much. Let's go somewhere else.
See for yourself. Visit SpectrumMobile.com.
Darn it. No problem. We will find some real news. Okay, on commercial. No problem. Ukrainian president? Where? Did we get him on?
General, we heard from the president of Ukraine, President Zelensky, speaking earlier today. Here's what he had to say.
Today, Russia started an...
Oh, this is from yesterday. That's not a big deal. Okay, no problem then. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of the sticks. Let's see how things are behaving in markets, and we'll come back. See, a lot of stability actually right now. Very, very stable as we await these sanctions and the sanctions announcement from Joe Biden. Putin, okay, we now have an update here that Putin could cut the gas flow into Europe, causing an energy crisis in Europe. Okay. U.S. sanctions will hit Putin personally, apparently. Look at Sunrun here, 12%. Talking about Sunrun a little bit earlier, along with Enphase, Cloudflare. A lot of stocks pretty stable here. Most of the last couple hours, with the exception of the first 20 minutes where we got a good little boost. Now waiting for those sanctions. All right, let's see what other info we have.
That's exactly right, Andrea, and that's what's so significant here. American officials and others briefed on the matter tell Courtney Kube and me that these options include things like shutting off the internet in parts or all of Russia, disrupting trains and railroads that are resupplying Russian troops in Ukraine, everything from making the trains not function to making them fall off the tracks, as one person put it. These options are designed to disrupt but not destroy, we are told. So they would fall short of an act of war. They would be carried out by a variety of agencies, including U.S. Cyber Command, the National Security Agency, the CIA would be involved. They're designed to be deniable, to be secret. And the fact that we're reporting on them sort of underscores the complexity of all this. And they are designed to strike Russia in part in retaliation for this invasion and in part to defend Ukraine, and irrespective of whether Russia strikes back. And the sources who are talking to us fully expect that Russia would retaliate with what they describe as colonial pipeline style attacks designed to hurt American consumers. They are factoring that in. And that's why, in fact, there is a big debate within the administration right now, we are told, Andrea. There are some people who view this as really dangerous and escalatory because both Russia and the United States have the ability to destroy one another's critical infrastructure in cyberspace and to turn off the power, things that would become an act of war. But there's another camp that says, why do we have all these cyber weapons if not to use them in a situation like this, where, again, not designed to kill people, but designed to make Russia pay a price in a way that only cyber can, Andrea?
Well, this is a whole new world, a brave new world.
Yeah, questions now coming up about whether or not sanctions will help or hurt the market. It really depends how aggressive they are, because I think the reaction is going to be, see what the sanctions do, how aggressive they are. We're going to see SWIFT, what exactly we're going to see regarding oil. That's going to have an effect on oil and natural gas prices. Energy costs will have an effect on bonds, which will have an effect on stocks. It's unclear how the market might react. Shout out, by the way, wow, quite a few of y'all actually here taking advantage of that coupon code expiring Monday to join. Shout out to Irvin, Stocks and Psychology of Money, Decor, Stocks and Psychology of Money, Tara, Stocks and Psychology of Money, Ricky, Path to Wealth, your plan for higher net worth, and Sashin, Stocks and Psychology of Money. All within the last 5 minutes here. Welcome aboard. It's good to have you. All right. Let's keep listening.
Using cyber, and then how far those bounds will go. Will we see that kind of escalation of colonial pipeline, major catastrophic damage, economic sort of implications, or will this be muted and very measured? I think this will be something that sort of sets the ground for both deterrence and ultimately, I hope, cyber diplomacy in the future.
And I just want to bring you both.
Yeah, mention here from a chat member here to look at the Russian RSX. Here you go. Somebody else mentioning, this is down 22%, the VanEck Russia's ETF, basket of Russian companies. The somebody here in chat saying sanctions moved up to the market last time. Yeah, because they were stupid. The sanctions were people feared that the sanctions last time would actually do something. But the last sanctions, the first tranche of sanctions, were garbage. Just stupid sanctions. Thank you for the $5 on the thank you for returning to the lives. Well, thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. All right, let's keep listening here on these cyber attacks and looking for other news updates. Russian police have now detained 1,000 individuals in 47 different cities. Wow.
That does it for this expanded edition, 2 hours today of Andrea Mitchell Reports. Remember, follow us online on Facebook and on Twitter at Mitchell Reports. MSNBC's special coverage of the Russian invasion of Ukraine continues after a short break.
Switch.
This year, given a National Party Congress and his enshrinement. But then I believe the next couple of years are pretty.
Okay, more confirmation now that Russian forces are in control of the Chernobyl nuclear waste disposal area.
Much depends on how we respond to things, right? Putin has come out and said if we sanction the SWIFT banking system for the international trade, Russia might consider that an act of war. So this is very delicate to manage on the part of our decision makers. And as we head into the next hour where we expect President Biden to give remarks and speak, can you give us your insight into these difficult, delicate decisions that our administration is balancing right now?
Hold on one sec. So we got here Russian or a Ukrainian ambassador to the United States saying all Ukrainians will fight to protect their country and their homes. We've got Russian riot police tell protesters to disperse in Moscow. It's a lot happening throughout the world right now. Again, 1,000 Russians arrested for protesting in Russia right now. Here's an update from the Times. Many investors were taken by surprise by the invasion despite weeks of warnings. There was a mistaken view in the market as recently as yesterday that either Putin had gotten enough to pause things or there would be a limit to Donbas, the eastern region. President Biden said in a tweet that the G7 nations, quote, had agreed to move forward on devastating packages of sanctions and other economic measures. Yeah, we saw that.
Think about what I just said. We have got to fix our defense budget. The Europeans have got to.
Here's an interesting one. There's apparently a queue of volunteers trying to enlist in the territorial defense forces in Kiev. Remember, in Kiev, they're basically handing out guns to Ukrainians at the moment to support the efforts. Chris, 2 minutes ago, welcome aboard to both Stocks and Psychology of Money and The Path to Wealth. And a few seconds ago, Wong, welcome to Stocks and Psychology of Money. Welcome aboard.
People who understand sanctions in the Treasury Department and others, the fact is that we can do significant damage to him by going after his central banking system, taking them out of the financial dollar system, not permitting technology.
Yeah, and then they go to Bitcoin.
The United States, go after industry sectors and go after him and his cronies. There is a lot that we can do here. And I just hope the administration finally takes the wraps off of all of this and really, one, gives us some degree of specificity, and also let's establish the right tone from the leader of the free world, given the horror of what has taken place here.
By the way, if you have any links or videos that you want to share, send those over. There's a chat you can join. It's metkevin.com/chat, Discord, and then look for the hashtag Ukraine portion. Hashtag Ukraine.
United States for what
I do have that up right now.
Provoked move by Russia. He is more than, by the time he speaks at 1:30 p.m. Eastern, he'll be more than 90 minutes later than what he was saying he would do.
Yeah.
So it'll be interesting. What will he say, and will he take questions? Keep it here on Fox.
Will Biden take questions? He better take questions.
Top of the hour here in Washington, D.C. I'm Jake Tapper. This is live CNN special coverage of Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine.
Oh, the monologues. The monologues. Come on. Get to the news.
Also holding an urgent call with the G7 power leaders this morning. Next, expect more sanctions. But at this moment, the world appears to have little appetite for actually taking any serious measures to stop the Russian invasion militarily. Russian special forces, Russian tanks, Russian missiles, Russian mortars, all parts of Putin's no-holds-barred assault on Ukraine, an independent sovereign nation. Nearly 400 separate shellings have been reported since the start of Russia's invasion of Ukraine overnight. Explosions, air raid sirens pulse every hour inside Ukraine's major cities. Today we're seeing scenes we haven't witnessed really since World War II. Civilians hiding from bombs and subway stations. Most cannot escape the country. They cannot choose to leave their lives behind and effectively become refugees. There is nowhere to go that is necessarily safe within Ukraine. Let us start with the breaking news out of Moscow right now, though. Nick Robertson's there. And Nick, tell us what you're seeing.
Oh, the arrests.
Yeah, Jake, the police have just been trying to arrest people here. They have been arresting people. About 10 minutes ago, we were witnessing the arrest of at least a dozen people. The police have been sort of moving us away here. They're trying to close down this area, stopping people coming out of the subway station. And if you can see over my shoulder here, but there's a lot of riot-clad police officers here. Anyone that they think is out here to protest against the war, they're arresting. It's been young people, it's been older people, it's been men, it's been women. The police are going through their bags. Sometimes they're pulling out signs that say stop.
Ooh, Ralph, that's a really good question as to whether today would be the 30-day wash rule or tomorrow. I mean, I would say probably you're better safe having it be tomorrow. But I don't know the answer to that one, unfortunately. I wouldn't even cut it that close, though. I don't want there to be any risk, if I was focusing on the wash rule. Buy a different stock. But anyway, here is a video. I'm not sure. I cannot confirm if this is indeed Chernobyl, but course member did share this here. It does look like Russian military potentially here. Well, it looks like in control. Ugh, terrible. All right, moving back to Moscow here.
There are still protesters that are coming out here. It's not a big gathering of protesters, it's individuals. And that's how we're seeing them getting arrested, picked up as individuals, Jake.
A reminder that in Russia, opponents of Putin tend to end up in prison or quite often dead. Nick Robertson, thanks so much. Let's go to Aaron Burnett, who is live in Lviv in Western Ukraine right now. Aaron.
Right. It's interesting, Jake, when you hear that, nearly according to an independent monitoring group we're getting, you look around that country in Russia, nearly 1,000 people are willing to take that consequence. And as Nick's reporting, they're being told this will be held against you forever. Nearly 1,000 people have been willing.
I do believe this here could be Kharkiv because we've known that there have been a lot of shellings and attacks here. So it wouldn't surprise me to see individuals fleeing here with suitcases. It's terrible. Terrible.
Happening here is understanding when reports come in and pictures come in, what's real, what isn't, trying to sort through that. What are you seeing right now here just after 8 o'clock our time?
Well, I mean, you're right. It is very, very difficult to get a picture of what's real and what's not, particularly when you're in these remote locations that we are, where the action and the fighting isn't necessarily taking place right in front of us, which is why this morning, when I'd heard that an airbase just outside of the Ukrainian capital, Kiev, had been taken by Russian forces, I got my crew and we headed up there. And when we got there, we found troops there who we assumed at the first instance were Ukrainian troops. We spoke to them, I asked them who was in charge. Was it the Ukrainians or the Russians? They said it was the Russians. I said, well, where are the Russians then, if they're in charge? And they said, we're the Russians. And at that point, we realized we'd found that very forward operating group of Russian Special Airborne Forces that had been deployed to that airbase just a few hours before and had been engaged in fierce fighting with Ukrainian forces.
Terrible. Here, briefly want to show this here. It's just it looks like a jet flying over, a Russian jet flying over some homes here. It goes quick. There it is. That almost looked like it launched some form of. I cannot obviously confirm if this is recent. There have been a lot of videos circulating, but you could take a look here. If I just freeze frame right here, it looks like something is clearly launched out of this, and you can see how quickly this launches through the trees here. I'm going to hit play. Look at the tree line. So keep your eye on that tree line there. Boom. Wonder if we have audio on this. Let's find out.
Чув? Я не бачу. Ой, Боже.
That's terrible. I'll heart this, and that way you can see this on my Twitter feed if you want under likes.
A sobering reality for all. Thank you so very much, Matthew. Jake, back to you in Washington.
Thanks, Aaron. Stay safe. I want to go now to Clarissa Ward, who is in the, I believe, capital of she's in Kharkiv in eastern Ukraine. Clarissa, tell us what you're seeing there and how people in...
Okay, hold on. We got a few more updates here. Looks like Canada and U.S. updates on sanctions. First, U.S. sanctions are not expected to severely target the energy sector, which that would be the big hit. And I feel like that was the big concern that I was talking about as well, that depending on how much they hit oil, it could really affect inflation. Canada also responding now. Canada responding with sanctions targeting 62 individuals and entities. Let's see, ceasing all export permits for Russia and canceling existing permits. Okay, so we're going to get more and more news here about sanctions.
people should do right now. They have been told to take shelter. They have been told to stay at home or, not to be out and about on the streets. There is now a curfew being enforced here in Kharkiv from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. It's well before that curfew, Jake, but you can probably see behind me, there is no sign of life on the streets of this city tonight. Last night, that square behind me was lit up beautifully. You'd see some cars. It was late at night, but there were still some signs of some semblance of normalcy. All of that now has completely disappeared.
Quick update here to Zav and Mindo. Welcome aboard to the Stocks and Psychology Money Group. Two new course members. Welcome. Glad to have you. Remember, we've got that coupon code for lifetime access expiring on Monday, and pricing will go up. Cleveland Fed President, Ukraine events could influence monetary policy. Update coming through right now. Let's keep listening here.
For the people of this city is not knowing how close they are, when they might arrive, and what they might do when they get here. Because the thing you hear again and again, Jake, is that nobody here understands what this war is about. Why has President Putin decided to launch an invasion into a country that most Ukrainians feel that Russians are their brothers? Most Ukrainians speak Russian, often as their first language. There are millions of Ukrainians living in Russia and vice versa. And so I think for the longest time, even as U.S. intelligence and the White House were being very clear about what they believed was about to happen, here on the ground, people just didn't see it coming. They didn't buy it. They couldn't wrap their heads around it. And even now, they're struggling to really process the full magnitude of what this means, not just for their security in this moment, precarious and tenuous as it is, but for the future of their country, Jake.
All right, Clarissa Ward in Kharkiv, Ukraine. Thank you so much. Please stay safe. We have some breaking news for you now, having to deal with the former site of the Chernobyl nuclear power plant.
Well, we covered this a while ago.
Of the Ukrainian capital city of Kyiv, right near the border of Ukraine and Belarus. Belarus, of course, an ally of Vladimir Putin. Let us go now to Matthew Chance. Matthew, what can you tell us?
So we've just had this come to us from several sources. It's the Ukrainian officials, basically both at the Chernobyl station and in the administration here, saying that Russian troops have now seized the Chernobyl nuclear power plant. It's, of course, still the location of that power plant after the disaster that took place there in 1986. I think it is off my memory. It was battled. It was covered multiple times in a concrete sarcophagus to try and stop the radioactivity from spreading any further. It's obviously a very, very sensitive site indeed. I've been there myself several times into the exclusion zone. The idea that it has been the subject, or is now the subject of some kind of confrontation between Russian and Ukrainian military forces is, Jake, quite frankly, it is terrifying. But we've got no indication right now that there's a battle in Chernobyl. I want to spell that out. But we do know, according to Russian officials and according to the exclusion zone management spokesperson, Yevgenia Kuznetsova, who's spoken to CNN about this, that Russian troops are now in control in that region. Here's what she said to us. When I came to the office today in the morning, it turned out that the nuclear power plant management had all left. So there was no one to give instructions or to defend it, she told CNN earlier. So that is another interesting development. Chernobyl is, I wouldn't say how far it is from Kiev, not that far away, I don't think. It's about an hour's drive, maybe less than that from Kiev, the Ukrainian capital. And of course, because of the contamination there and the radioactive material that still exists in the surrounding area, which is why it's an exclusion zone, of course, any kind of disruption at all threatens to, bring all that dust back up again, brush all that dust back up again. And literally, we're talking about dust that is radioactive. And at the time, back in the late 1980s, caused thyroid cancer amongst many, many people in Kiev and in the surrounding area as well, as they breathed in those radioactive particles. The last thing anybody wants right now is for that nightmare to be revived with a military confrontation
Yeah.
on the grounds in the area of that exclusion zone. So
Yeah, no kidding. I can't verify this video either, but we'll play this here, and I did like it, so you could see this on my Twitter feed. This appears to be helicopters, probably somewhere closer to the border, launching attacks, likely on some form of military installations. Multiple helicopters here, probably 8 to 10. And again, you can follow me on at RealMeKevin on Twitter. There's also about a protest just outside the Kremlin right now.
This is apart from the 15 other nuclear reactors still active at four different sites across Ukraine. None of them in the Donbass region, fortunately. So this to me is a real problem. And the Russians are not known for discriminate targeting. If they either wittingly or unwittingly hit one of these facilities, you have a real disaster on your hands.
It's sobering news, of course, on a very serious day already. Let's talk now with the former United States ambassador to Ukraine, Bill Taylor. Ambassador Taylor, good to see you as always. I guess the first question is there anything that can be done to stop Putin and Russia from a complete and total takeover of Ukraine, short of NATO sending troops in, which they will not do?
Jake, the Russian military clearly has the capability to go into many of the cities, many of the largest cities. It probably doesn't have the capability to go in all. It doesn't have the manpower. The Russian military doesn't have the 3 million, 4 million.
Okay, so a little bit more clarity on those Trump comments. I'm going to clear that up. Quick shout out, though, just in the last 5 minutes here. I'm going to mess up your name. I'm going to try. Rangarinai. I'll have to learn that one. Welcome aboard to Stocks and Psychology of Money. Lionel, welcome to Stocks and Psychology of Money. And Earl, to the path for wealth and a higher net worth. Welcome aboard. Thank you so much for joining and using that coupon code expiring Monday. We've got an update here on the Trump comments. So apparently the Trump comments came hours before the invasion began. And the quote in context was, quote, I mean, he's taking over a country for $2 worth of sanctions, Mr. Trump said to donors and Republican lawmakers at Mar-a-Lago on Wednesday. Quote, I'd say that's pretty smart. So this puts a little bit more context on those Trump comments. It looks like this was before the invasion. More confirmation here that Chernobyl has fallen to Russia. Let's see here. Yeah, that is true.
An easy decision for the Europe.
Also, trains carrying vulnerable and children being evacuated from eastern Ukraine to western Ukraine. Not normally scheduled trains, are just taking people across.
By disincentives like economic sanctions. So it's not going to stop him clearly. It will, we'll talk about SWIFT, SWIFT or sanctions on other banking facilities, other big commercial banks, the 3 or 4 or 5 largest commercial banks, Jake, if sanctioned, in full blocking sanctions so that they can't operate with US dollars, that will have an effect on the economy right away, on the Russian economy right away. And it will make it impossible for Russians to use bank accounts and credit cards. SWIFT will have a similar effect, but just putting the sanctions on the top 3 or 4 or 5 commercial banks will have as big an effect as SWIFT. SWIFT is known, but this is another approach. We're going to hear from President Biden clearly about how to address this. One or the other of those 2 options, SWIFT or large commercial banks, are going to be blocked. That is clear.
An emergency meeting of the G7 powers this morning took place. What do you think the international response should look like right now? Should it include sanctioning those banks that you mentioned, perhaps booting Russia from the SWIFT system and more? What would actually cause Putin to, I mean, I don't think he's going to withdraw from Ukraine, but to reconsider what he's doing?
So just the fact that the G7 is united is very important. And that's got to be troubling to President Putin. He's been surprised, I imagine, at the unity of the NATO alliance, of the G7, of the alliance between the United States and Ukraine, about the resilience of President Zelensky. President Putin.
So, quick note, the White House has started their stream. Biden's not out yet, but the stream has launched. Obviously, we'll be covering that. Joe Biden is expected to be speaking in about 12 minutes, and we should expect a lot of information on sanctions. Not sure if Biden's going to go for Q&A. We'll find out. Markets have been trading sideways since the first 20 minutes of trading, waiting to determine the impact of these potential sanctions on our global economy, on inflation, on oil, and so on and so forth. A quick update on oil, by the way. Let's look at that. Oil is sitting at 102.48, so off of that 105 high that we had earlier. So we'll see how that evolves after sanctions. We shall see. I need to go to the restroom, so I will be right back. BRB.
They want to be free. And Mr. Putin will have to face that. And he's facing the unity of the international community with the Ukrainians.
Ambassador Bill Taylor, thank you so much. I really appreciate your time today. Coming up, much more from our reporters on the ground in Ukraine, on the ground in Russia, as we await President Biden. Stay with us.
Eliminating grays is as easy as combing your hair. With Just For Men Easy Comb in Color. Just twist and comb. Getting natural looking results. Let's get this meeting started. Has never been easier. The most men trust Just For Men.
One roll of a lifetime, one sore throat. But she had enough. She took new Mucinex InstaSoothe sore throat lozenges. Show your sore throat who's boss. New Mucinex InstaSoothe works in seconds, lasts for hours.
As a struggling actor, I need all the breaks that I can get. At Liberty Buchamel.
Cut.
Liberty Bibbity.
Cut. We'll dub it.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
60 miles per hour with a cell moving toward the north and east.
No matter where you live, with Dish, you get 99% signal reliability.
Okay, everybody, let's get to the basement. Abby, Austin, hurry.
Well, we're all here.
99% signal reliability anywhere in the country with Dish. Tuned in to you.
It's still the Eat Fresh Refresh, and Subway's refreshing everything, like the new Baja Turkey Avocado. With smashed avocado, oven roasted turkey, and Baja Chipotle sauce, it's three great things together. Wait, who else is known for nailing threes? Can't think of anyone. Subway keeps refreshing and
As a Main Street bank, PNC has helped over 7 million kids develop their passion for learning through our Grow Up Great initiative. And now we're providing billions of dollars for affordable home lending programs as part of $88 billion to support underserved communities, including loans for small businesses and low and moderate income areas. So everyone has a chance to move forward financially. PNC Bank. See how we can make a difference for you.
You're a one-man stitchwork master, but your staffing plan needs to go up a size. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.
So leave it to me to put you on a stupid CNN commercial right when I have to go to the restroom. I apologize for that. Well, what are you going to do? I knew I should have waited for after the commercial, but I couldn't take it anymore. I couldn't do it. So while I was in the restroom, shout out to Steve and Alan for joining both the Stocks and Psychology of Money group. Welcome aboard. Market Open live streams every day. Talked about the market as well this morning. So we are on standby now for Joe Biden. And look, the big deal here is going to be What are we going to do in response, market-wise? What do we do reaction-wise to sanctions? We're expecting these to be substantial sanctions, but they're not supposed to target the energy sector, which the energy sector is where we're expecting, well, first of all, the majority of Russia's revenue. And so it's like, well, how are you going to sanction Russia without targeting the energy sector? But then again, the energy sector is what would drive inflation. So if we're not expecting sanctions on energy, then it's possible the market could actually rally into the close on whatever these sanctions are. I mean, Biden's going to have to be pretty aggressive to hope to do anything to Putin. And I hate to say it, I'm not very optimistic that these sanctions that we're going to hear about are going to be a big deal. Plus, Russia has sold almost all their T-bills. Yeah, they still have U.S. assets. You're right. They have a wealth fund, and they've gotten rid of almost all of their $186 billion of U.S. dollar-denominated assets. Some of the companies do still hold dollar-denominated assets, but you're right. I mean, they're not stupid. They know they're going to get sanctioned. They obviously prepared for this before the sanctions come. This is why, quite frankly, I think these sanctions are broadly stupid, but whatever. We'll see what happens.
Of Ukraine, explosions have been reported in more than a dozen cities throughout Ukraine.
Hey, that's the video we played.
Kyiv, a short time ago, this blast rocked an airport in southeastern Ukraine. Vladimir Putin.
That was a similar one. We've shown a lot of these.
Land from sea and from air on a sovereign nation is unlike anything Europe has seen since World War II. I want to bring in CNN military analyst and retired Army General James Spider Marks. General Marks, a senior U.S. official, tells CNN that Vladimir Putin intends to control at least the eastern two-thirds of the entire country of Ukraine. Do you believe he would settle for that, or does he want the whole enchilada?
Well, I think he's looking for, as you put it, the entire enchilada. But the control aspect.
Well, it's a big buffer zone. When Kevin is proud of playing a video before CNN. Hey, come on. Yeah, you gotta be you gotta cheer the little wins, okay? I like when I play earnings before CNBC, and I like the little wins there too. Okay. Ooh, David, Peter, welcome aboard. David just joined Stocks and Psychology Money. Shout out, David. Thank you so much for joining. Peter, welcome. New Path to Wealth course. Welcome. All right. These are apparently protests. I don't know happening where. By the way, I am liking these in Moscow. So that way you can see, not only we can give credit to the person who posted this, but you could also see these yourself, replay them or whatever you want to do. Let me see here.
Catch up with the curated.
Oh, hold on. I have a stupid video playing, I think, in the background here. Who is that? I believe that is a Bloomberg TV. Yes, it is. All right. Silence! All right. Now we can play that video. Here it is. So protesters here in Moscow. Let's take a look.
NATO allies. What?
Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, look at free speech in Russia. Holy crap. Like, these people holding a banner in Russia, and the cops in Russia are like, you don't do this in Russia. We will arrest you. Look at this. Goodbye. They don't even cuff them. They just freaking grab them. Is this Canada? Is this Canada? Anti-war. This says Moscow. Same thing in Canada to the Gulag. Oh, you guys are just making a comparison. Wow. I mean, that don't look Canadian. Jeez. Ugh. Okay. Can't tell the difference between Russia and Canada. Yeah, no kidding. That's what I was saying. Like, that doesn't look Canadian.
We would invoke any action against them would invoke Article 5. And I'm sanguine that NATO would hold fast, would stay together were that to occur.
I believe there's a bite from Vladimir Putin, a sound bite that we got, and I want to play it for you and get your response to it, control room, if you could run that.
Whoever tries to interfere with us, and even more so to create threats for our country, our people should know that Russia's response will be immediate and will lead you to such consequences that you have never experienced in your history.
And I believe during that same speech, he also reminded the world that Russia still has nuclear weapons.
Yeah, he kind of counterattacked and said, look, if somebody attacks Russia, we've got nukes. He knows how to negotiate. But okay, I do want to clarify here. It says regarding the sanctions, it says U.S. sanctions on Russia are not expected to severely target the energy sector. Okay, this is a little bit different. Because that means there could be some targeting. All right.
Then begins the cascading effect of the end of times. I'm incredibly concerned that that might be something that he would move in the direction to try to achieve.
Retired General Spider Marks, thanks for joining us. More special coverage ahead. President Biden is just moments away. Stay with us.
Yeah, when they say Biden is just moments away, they mean he's like 30 minutes away, which in fairness, I may have also written here minutes away in this little description, but it could be true. He's just always late, so it's his fault, not mine. But anyway, I just want to give you that heads up. Okay, let's see what else we got here. Slovenia calls for tough sanctions. Yeah, we'll see what we get. We got Fox over here. Let's listen in.
Can wean Europe off its dependence on energy imported from Russia. At the centerpiece of this, and as the Wall Street Journal writes, that reliance on Russia for energy has enabled Putin to move on like he is in this moment. And you just
William, welcome aboard to Stocks and Psychology and Money. Thank you so much for joining and using that coupon that expires on Monday. Lifetime access to the course.
Policy change for this administration.
German Chancellor Olaf Scholz calls the Russian invasion a forcible attempt to shift the European boundaries and borders, perhaps even to wipe an entire country off of the world map, in a televised address to Germans Thursday evening. With the attack on Ukraine, President Putin wants to turn back time. India's prime minister appealed to Vladimir Putin for an immediate cessation of violence. During the Cold War, analysts often said that the more economically intertwined the Soviet Union and West became, the less likely it would be that conflicts would arise. Well, European Union is Russia's largest trading partner, accounting for 37% of global trade. Unfortunately, that doesn't seem to be stopping anything. No, it's terrible. Lena, welcome. Path to Wealth, a few seconds ago. Welcome aboard. UK government announces visa concessions for Ukrainian citizens. UK bans Russian aircraft from its space. That's right. The largest airline was blocked. Let's keep listening here. Biden soon, I suppose.
Difficult for European nations who have become so dependent on Russian oil and gas to find alternatives.
Biden is not live yet. No. I have got him right here. We'll begin shortly. 91,000 watching. My gosh. I should change my title to Biden. Biden speech. Biden speech. There we go. I changed it. That's nutty. That's crazy. But then it's the White House. Do you want to watch it with me or with them? Anyway. So, geez. Okay. Yeah, let's see what else we have here. So, Tesla sitting down about 0.69% right now. Our sponsor, FTX, wants you to know that Bitcoin is still getting rejected by the 36,000 level, sitting at about 35.9 right now. Ethereum sitting at 34. Cardano at 80.6 cents. Solana at $84. Sheep 22.67. Doge 11 cents. Decentraland 242. Sandbox 281. Axie 44.94. McConnell. What we have in Europe now is the first shooting war since World War II. This is a serious incident. I've criticized the president, and I will repeat some of that. Every available sanction should be taken or implemented. The White House putting up the green screen. Yeah. China rejects calling the Russia move an invasion. Yeah. Oh, China. How much talking have you done with Putin? All right, let's as we wait for Biden here, let's listen in.
Ground can probably tell us if there's still electricity all throughout the city. One of the things, I just go back where I started, the cyber attacks, everything that we can do.
Oh, here we go. Is Biden coming?
And so the ratcheting up of possibilities there, you can play that out pretty.
That's not Biden.
You know, Brent, in the military parlance, as the lights go out there in Kyiv for some reason, this has been a softer pre-ground force operation than we were initially led to believe. We were led to believe it was going to be hundreds and hundreds of missiles and attacks that would make shock and awe look like it was child's play. But yet the Russians haven't played it that way. And there's still a lot more that they may do. But what do you make of the fact that they haven't taken the communications offline, that they haven't rolled into downtown Kyiv or Kharkiv or other cities like that? And they seem to be taking this much more slowly and with less intensity than was initially believed would happen.
I think it's really a fascinating question. It's not like they haven't done a lot. I think it's been more than 100 missiles, and they've taken out command nodes, and they've taken different airfields. But you're right; it is not just a bombardment at the front. It may come because this next wave is expected to be the forces from the south that are already moving pretty quickly from Crimea, and then the ones from the north.
We shouldn't take away also the fact that there has been loss of life on the Ukrainian side. At least we know that prisoners have been taken on the Russian side as well.
I just want to point out, too, that this was originally expected at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time to hear from the president. That was pushed back an hour. You can only imagine, Brett, the conversations, the decisions that are being made in the White House at this hour, the phone calls that are being made before the president comes out and announces the United States' next move in all of this.
You know, listen, it is a major moment for this president. I said yesterday was a major moment. This week is a major moment. How he speaks, what message he sends is not just for Russia and Ukraine. It is for China. It is for Taiwan. It is for the rest of the world to look at America and say, how are we as a country reacting to this? Expect there to be a lot of focus on the G7 leaders all speaking as one to send one unified message.
You know, and a big question that I have is, Brett, how far does Biden go? Because there's this old saying, and you know this well from personal experience, don't poke the bear. In this case, it's not the Brett bear, it's the Russian bear. Because Putin has vowed that he will respond swiftly and with a lot of some sort of force if he is pushed into a corner. Now, General Keith Kellogg was suggesting that could be in the form of tactical nuclear weapons. I'm not sure that's in the cards, but what could be in the cards?
Well, I think the cyber possibilities are, as I've been talking about, I think that that's the biggest threat right now. And once you start getting down that road of tit for tat, it can go a lot of places. So I think there is a sense that you have to, because of the actions that have already been taken and the crossing a line of the world order, that something significant has to happen with a unified front. Being unified is tough for some of those countries in Europe who are going to feel directly any pinch that goes onto the energy sector.
You know, ahead of the president stepping out here, which should happen at any moment now, you can see the reporters are already filled up and waiting in the room to ask the president's questions, should the president take any. There's an interesting reaction in the markets, and that
He better.
a somewhat orderly sell-off in the face of an absolutely horrific last 24 hours watching this unfold, Brett. I know it's being billed as a major sell-off, but it's less than a 2% move in the Dow to the downside. Down 632 points, but with a Dow at...
Yeah, Tesla actually up right now, by the way, up about 0.5%, leading into this sanctions discussion.
Sell-off as markets sort of anticipate what is next with all of this.
That's fascinating too. And at one point, the Nasdaq was in positive territory today, and I think that you know better than anybody. The markets bake things in. They're watching this unfold. This could be a long process, and we don't know how long.
All right, as we await the president here, let's go back to our man on the ground in the capital city of Kiev, Trey Yingst. He's got some new information for us. Trey, what's the latest from there?
John, good afternoon. At this hour, we understand the Ukrainians are still trying to take back some of those positions to the west and to the north of where we're at right now. President Zelensky is not giving up in this fight. We understand also, according to his office, that he continues efforts to find support from the international community amid this Russian offensive. That would come in the terms of sanctions that we are expected to hear shortly from President Biden about, but also in the form of weapons. We know that the Ukrainian forces have used a lot of their weapons today, just fighting off the initial early hours.
I'm just going to quickly mention that there's a report here that the earlier discussion about the United States potentially shutting off the internet in Russia, affecting trains, disrupting power, and so on and so forth, there are cyber attacks being discussed by the United States, but apparently not these, the White House says. So I imagine they're probably suggesting that there's that they're evaluating all sorts of options, and they probably don't want to tip their hand.
He talked about what he thought was going to happen in the coming days in his country. And to give you a little bit of background on what this area looks like, there's not a whole lot of defense between where the Ukrainian territory is and where the annexed territory is, the territory that President Putin took over in 2014. So Russian tanks and armored vehicles were able to simply drive on a paved road into this territory, and they didn't face much resistance in the south. We understand, according to sources here in Kyiv, that the bulk of the resistance is actually taking place in Kharkiv, the second largest city in Ukraine. A lot of those forces, Ukrainian forces, if they are not able to fend off those offensives that are taking place, they're probably going to drop back to try to help defend the capital city here in Kyiv. John.
Remarkable images all morning that we have seen, and just the lines of cars and people trying to flee that city to the point where traffic was just at a complete standstill. And then word that many who decided to stay were hunkered down in the underground subway system, which is very far underground, to protect themselves. Trey.
Absolutely. Tonight, most people will be sleeping underground in the Ukrainian capital. There's a real understanding that the air campaign is likely not over. Even earlier this hour, we heard quite a large explosion in the Ukrainian capital. And while it's not as intense as it was when this first started, it doesn't mean that it's over. The civilian population here is now caught amid the crossfire. 3 million people in the Ukrainian capital, many women and children that are stuck because people really didn't think they would have to flee this city. We did not see a mass evacuation or mass evacuation orders from officials here leading up to this date. And that's why this morning you saw so many of those cars bumper to bumper leaving on the expressways outside of Kyiv, headed to the western.
Okay, still waiting here for Biden, of course.
Sandra.
All right. Trey Yingst for us in Kyiv. Hey, Trey, just before you go, Brett remarked that it looked like the lights had gone out in Kyiv. I mean, clearly you still got some power there, but is it darker than it was previous?
We still have power at our location. It's tough to tell because different parts of the city have had a little bit of trouble with power, but I don't think it's anything of note at this hour.
All right. Trey for us. Trey, thank you. Where are we going next, Sandra?
Waiting for Biden.
Standing by is KT McFarland. We should hear from the president shortly, KT, but if we can, former Deputy National Security Advisor under President Trump, sneaking
All
in.
right, we'll keep waiting here for Biden. Okay, Caitlin Collins, we are about a minute away from Biden's speech.
Sandra, is number one, talk to the American people and say, I'm reversing course. I'm going to reopen the American energy industry, oil and natural gas. What he should say to the Europeans is, I've got your back. I will provide energy security for all those European countries. However we have to get it to you, we will make sure that you're covered. Liquefied natural gas terminals, airlifts, tankers, we've got you covered. And then he should say to the Russians, we are going to sanction you. We are going to work with the Saudis to drive down the price of oil. We are going to bankrupt you, and we are going to prevent any high technology from getting to Russia. That's what he should say. I don't think he will.
Well, you know, KT, even if you were to say that, how do you?
Here's just a quick clip from Twitter official on a reporter here in Ukraine. Oh, Biden.
The Russian military has begun a brutal assault on the people of Ukraine. Without provocation, without justification, without necessity, this is a premeditated attack. Vladimir Putin has been planning this for months, as we've been saying all along. He moved more than 175,000 troops, military equipment, and positions along the Ukrainian border. He moved blood supplies into position and built a field hospital, which tells you all you need to know about his intentions all along. He rejected every good faith effort the United States and our allies and partners made to address our mutual security concerns through dialogue to avoid needless conflict and avert human suffering. For weeks, we have been warning that this would happen. And now it's unfolding largely as we predicted. In the past week, we've seen shelling increase in the Donbass, a region in eastern Ukraine controlled by Russian-backed separatists. The Russian government has perpetrated cyber attacks against Ukraine. We saw a staged political theater in Moscow, outlandish and baseless claims that Ukraine was about to invade and launch a war against Russia, that Ukraine was prepared to use chemical weapons, that Ukraine committed a genocide. Without any evidence, we saw a flagrant violation of international law in attempting to unilaterally create two new so-called republics on sovereign Ukrainian territory. And at the very moment that the United Nations Security Council was meeting to stand up for Ukraine's sovereignty, to stave off invasion, Putin declared his war. Within moments, missile strikes began to fall on historic cities across Ukraine. Then came
quickly, Western allies now reporting that Kiev is expected to fall to Russian forces within hours. This just in.
We've shared declassified evidence about Russia's plans and cyber attacks and false pretexts so that there could be no confusion or cover-up about what Putin was doing. Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences. Today, I'm authorizing additional strong sanctions and new limitations on what can be exported to Russia. This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy, both immediately and over time. We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia and to minimize the impact on the United States and our allies. And I want to be clear, the United States is not doing this alone. For months, we've been building a coalition of partners representing well more than half the global economy. 27 members of the European Union, including France, Germany, Italy, as well as the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and many others, to amplify the joint impact of our response. I just spoke with the G7 leaders this morning, and we're in full and total agreement. We will limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen to be part of the global economy. We'll limit their ability to do that. We're going to stunt the ability to finance and grow the Russian military. We're going to impose and we're going to impair their ability to compete in high-tech 21st century economy. We've already seen the impact of our actions on Russia's currency and the ruble, which early today hit its weakest level ever in history. The Russian stock market plunged today. The Russian government borrowing rate spiked by over 15%. In today's actions, we've now sanctioned Russian banks that together hold around $1 trillion in assets. We've cut off Russia's largest bank, a bank that holds more than 1/3 of Russia's banking assets by itself, cut it off from the U.S. financial system. And today, we're also blocking 4 more major banks. That means every asset they have in America will be frozen. This includes VTB, the second largest bank in Russia, which has $250 billion in assets. As promised, we're also adding the names to the list of Russian elites and their family members that we're sanctioning as well. As I said on Tuesday, these are people who personally gained from the Kremlin's policies, and they should share in the pain. We will keep up this drumbeat of those designations against corrupt billionaires in the days ahead. On Tuesday, we stopped the Russian government from raising money from U.S. or European investors. Now we're going to apply the same restrictions to Russia's largest state-owned enterprises, companies with assets that exceed $1.4 trillion. Some of the most powerful impacts of our actions will come over time as we squeeze Russia's access to finances and technology for strategic sectors of its economy and degrade its industrial capacity for years to come. Between our actions and those of our allies and partners, we estimate that we'll cut off more than half of Russia's high-tech imports. It'll strike a blow to their ability to continue to modernize their military. It'll degrade their aerospace industry, including their space program. It'll hurt their ability to build ships, reducing their ability to compete economically. And it will be a major hit to Putin's long-term strategic ambitions. And we're preparing to do more. In addition to the economic penalties we're imposing, we're also taking steps to defend our NATO allies, particularly in the East. Tomorrow, NATO will convene a summit. We'll be there to bring together the leaders of 30 allied nations and close partners to affirm our solidarity and to map out the next steps we will take to further strengthen all aspects of our NATO alliance. Although we provided over $650 million in defensive assistance to Ukraine just this last year, let me say it again. Our forces are not and will not be engaged in the conflict with Russia in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight in Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies and reassure those allies in the East. As I made crystal clear, the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory with the full force of American power.
Stock market moving up.
NATO is more united and more determined than ever. There is no doubt that the United States and every NATO ally will meet our Article 5 commitments, which says an attack on one is an attack on all. Over the past few weeks, I ordered thousands of additional forces to Germany and Poland as part of our commitment to NATO. On Tuesday, in response to Russia's aggressive action, including its troop presence in Belarus and the Black Sea, I've authorized the deployment of ground and air forces already stationed in Europe to NATO's eastern flank allies, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Romania. Our allies have also been stepping up, adding the other allies, the rest of NATO, adding their own forces and capabilities to ensure collective defense. And today, within hours of Russia's unleashing its assault, NATO came together and authorized and activated an activation of response plans. This will enable NATO's high readiness forces to deploy and when and where they are needed to protect our NATO allies on the eastern boundaries of Europe. And now I'm authorizing additional U.S. force capabilities to deploy to Germany as part of NATO's response, including some of the U.S.-based forces that the Department of Defense placed on standby weeks ago.
BTC up about $500.
Secretary Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, about preparations for additional moves should they become necessary to protect our NATO allies and support the greatest military alliance in the history of the world, NATO. As we respond, my administration is using the tools, every tool at its disposal, to protect American families and businesses from rising prices at the gas pump. You know, we're taking active steps to bring down the cost, and American oil and gas companies should not exploit this moment to hike their prices to raise profits. You know, in our sanctions package, we specifically designed to allow energy payments to continue. We are closely monitoring energy supplies for any disruption. We've been coordinating with major oil producing and consuming countries toward our common interest to secure global energy supplies. We are actively working with countries around the world to elevate collective release from the strategic petroleum reserves of major energy consuming countries. And the United States will release additional barrels of oil as conditions warrant. I know this is hard and that Americans are already hurting. I will do everything in my power to limit the pain the American people are feeling at the gas pump. This is critical to me. But this aggression cannot go unanswered. If it did, the consequences for America would be much worse. America stands up to bullies. We stand up for freedom. This is who we are. Let me also repeat the warning I made last week. If Russia pursues cyber attacks against our companies, our critical infrastructure, we are prepared to respond. For months, we've been working closely with the private sector to harden our cyber defenses, sharpen our ability to respond to Russian cyber attacks as well. I spoke last night to President Zelensky of Ukraine, and I assured him that the United States, together with our allies and partners in Europe, will support the Ukrainian people as they defend their country. We'll provide humanitarian relief to ease their suffering. And in the early days of this conflict, Russia propaganda outlets will keep trying to hide the truth and claim success for its military operation against a made-up threat. But history has shown time and again how swift gains in territory eventually give way to grinding occupations, acts of mass civil disobedience, and strategic dead ends. The next few weeks and months will be hard on the people of Ukraine. Putin has unleashed a great pain on them. But the Ukrainian people have known 30 years of independence. They've repeatedly shown that they will not tolerate anyone who tries to take their country backwards. This is a dangerous moment for all of Europe, for the freedom around the world. Putin has committed an assault on the very principles that uphold the global peace. But now, the entire world sees clearly what Putin and his Kremlin allies are really all about. This was never about a genuine security concerns on their part. It was always about naked aggression, about Putin's desire for empire by any means necessary, by bullying Russia's neighbors through coercion and corruption, by changing borders by force, and ultimately by choosing a war without a cause. Putin's actions betray his sinister vision for the future of our world, one where nations take what they want by force. But it is a vision that the United States and freedom-loving nations everywhere will oppose with every tool of our considerable power. The United States and our allies and partners will emerge from this stronger, more united, more determined, and more purposeful. Putin's aggression against Ukraine will end up costing Russia dearly, economically and strategically. We will make sure of that. Putin will be a pariah on the international stage. Any nation that countenances Russia's naked aggression against Ukraine will be stained by association. When the history of this era is written, Putin's choice to make a totally unjustifiable war on Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. Liberty, democracy, human dignity, these are the forces far more powerful than fear and oppression. They cannot be extinguished by tyrants like Putin and his armies. They cannot be erased by from people's hearts and hopes by any amount of violence and intimidation. They endure. in the contest between democracy and autocracy, between sovereignty and subjugation, make no mistake, freedom will prevail. God bless the people of a free and democratic Ukraine. May God protect our troops.
Questions. Take questions.
Associated Press, Zeke.
So do you have any plans to speak with President Putin at this point? And what interactions have you had with the Russian government?
I heard the first part. Do I have any plans to speak with Putin at this point? And what?
What communications have you had with the Kremlin as far as military operations in Ukraine and making sure this does not spiral into a larger conflict?
Well, it's a large conflict already. The way we're going to ensure it's not going to aspire to a larger conflict is by providing all the forces needed in the Eastern European nations that are members of NATO. NATO is more united than it's ever been. And I have no plans to talk with Putin.
Wow.
Wall Street Journal, Tarina.
Mr. President, you didn't mention SWIFT in your sanctions that you announced. Is there a reason why the U.S. Isn't doing that? Is there a disagreement among allies regarding SWIFT and whether Russia should be allowed to be a part of it?
The sanctions that we have proposed on all their banks have of equal consequence, maybe more consequence than SWIFT, number one. Number two, it is always an option, but right now that's not the position that the rest of Europe wishes to take. Cecilia Vega, ABC.
Sir, sanctions clearly have not been enough to deter Vladimir Putin to this point. What is going to stop him? How and when does this end? And do you see him trying to go beyond?
Stock's rotating back down a little bit now.
To you now, this statement that he gave last night the threat that he gave, the West will face consequences greater than any you have faced in history. Is he threatening a nuclear strike?
I have no idea what he's threatening. I know what he has done, number one. And number two, no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening. It has to show, this is going to take time, and we have to show resolve so he knows what's coming. And so the people of Russia know what he's brought on them. That's what this is all about. This is going to take time. It's not going to occur. He's going to say, oh my God, these sanctions are coming. I'm going to stand down. He's going to test the resolve of the West to see if we stay together, and we will. We will, and it will impose significant costs on him.
Will he go beyond Ukraine, sir? Do you see him going beyond?
Yes.
What?
Two topics, just really quick. First,
wait, what?
Markets are down and gas prices are up. I know you always stress the difference between Wall Street and Main Street, but everybody seems to be in for some economic pain. How economically painful is it going to get for people in this country?
Did he say yes to the Fox person or yes to, what did he say yes to?
No doubt that when a major nuclear power attacks and invades another country, that the world is going to respond, and markets can respond all over the world. So there's no doubt about that. Number one. Number two, the notion that this is going to last for a long time is highly unlikely as long as we continue to stay resolved in imposing the sanctions we're going to impose on Russia, period. What's the next question? I'm sorry.
The next question is, did you underestimate Putin, and would you still describe him the way that you did in the summer as a worthy adversary?
At the time, I made it clear as an adversary, and I said he was worthy. I didn't underestimate him.
Okay, thanks to those of you saying yes to the next guy. I'm assuming you guys played it back. Thank you for that.
Wise guy. You heard the speech he made, almost an hour's worth of speeches, why he was going into Ukraine. He has much larger ambitions in Ukraine. He wants to, in fact, reestablish the former Soviet Union. That's what this is about. And I think that his ambitions are completely contrary to the place where the rest of the world has arrived.
That's not good. No, that's not going to be good.
Devastating sanctions are going to be as devastating as Russian missiles and bullets and tanks.
Yes, Russian bullets, missiles, and tanks in Ukraine. Yes, I am.
Thank you, President Biden. If sanctions cannot stop President Putin, what penalty
can.
I didn't say sanctions couldn't stop him.
You've been talking about the threat of these sanctions for several weeks now.
Yes, but the threat of the sanctions and imposing the sanctions and seeing the effect of the sanctions are two different things. They're two different things. And he's going to begin to see the effect of the sanctions.
And what will that do? How will that change his mindset here, given he's
Because
attacking
it will so
Ukraine? as we
weaken his
speak?
country that he'll have to make a very, very difficult choices of whether to continue to move toward being a second-rate power or, in fact, respond.
You said in recent weeks that big nations cannot bluff when it comes to something like this. You recently said that the idea of personally sanctioning President Putin was on the table. Is that a step that you're prepared to take? And if
It's not
not,
a bluff. It's on the table.
sanctioning President Putin?
Yes.
Why not sanction him today, sir?
Mr. President?
Why not
That was a good
sanction him
question.
today, sir?
Mr. President, if I can, you detailed some severe and swift new sanctions today and said the impact it will have over time. But given the full-scale invasion, given that you're not pursuing disconnecting Russia from what's called SWIFT, the international banking system, or other sanctions at your disposal, respectfully, sir, what more are you waiting for?
Specifically, with the sanctions we've imposed exceed SWIFT. The sanctions we imposed exceed anything that's ever been done. The sanctions we imposed have generated 2/3 of the world joining us. They are profound sanctions. Let's have a conversation in another month or so to see if they're working. Yes.
Can I ask you about Zelensky? Sir, you spoke to Vladimir Zelensky yesterday, sir.
What's the risk that
Did he just say, let's see in a month?
Cold War, and is there now a complete rupture in U.S. and Russian relations?
There is a complete rupture right now in U.S.-Russian relations if they continue on this path that they're on. And in terms of a Cold War, that depends. You have the vast majority of the rest of the world in total opposition to what he's doing, from Asia to South America to Europe to around the world. And so it's going to be a cold day for Russia. The idea, you don't see a whole lot of people coming to his defense.
And are you, if I could follow up, sir, are you urging China to help isolate Russia? Are you urging China to help isolate
Good
Russia?
clarification.
I'm not prepared to comment on that at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah. Because China is supporting Putin.
All right. No. Yeah. No. He's had his hand up a long time.
Thank you, Mr. President. How concerned are you that Putin wants to go beyond Ukraine into other countries and the U.S. will have to get involved if he moves into NATO countries?
Well, if he did move into NATO countries, he will be involved. We will be involved. The only thing that I'm convinced of is if we don't stop now, he'll be emboldened. If we don't move against him now with these significant sanctions, he will be emboldened. Look, well, anyway.
And can you talk anything more about your conversation? Mr. President.
Why not sanction Putin directly today?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
So India, which is a major defense partner of the United States, is India fully with you on the issue of Ukraine and Russia?
Does the Defense Department of the United States?
So India is one of your major defense partners.
India.
Is India fully in sync with the United States on Russia?
We're in consultation with India today. We haven't resolved that completely.
One more question.
Okay, thank you all very much. Thank you.
President Biden, they're taking a number of questions after unveiling new sanctions. The president saying, let's wait another month or so to see if it's.
Yeah, the month or so comment was insane. What's up with that? Okay, let's do a quick little recap of everything that we just heard here. Wow. Okay. All right. So here's a quick recap of what Joe Biden just said in response to Russia's invasion into Ukraine. First, we do have oil, now Brent futures at about 101. The S&P and NASDAQ initially rising during the beginning of Biden's speech, but then retreating back. Our sponsor today, FTX, and our ability to track crypto, has enabled us to see that crypto Bitcoin rose about $500 during the speech and has stabilized, has not come back down. Now let's quickly go through exactly what Biden said. So Biden says that we're not doing this alone, that we're going to do everything we can to minimize the impact on the U.S. by implementing these new sanctions, and that we're going to work together with our allies to amplify the impact of these sanctions, and that our allies are in full agreement with our sanctions, along with the G7, countries like Germany, France, and so on, the United Kingdom. The goal of the sanctions announced today are to limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, and yen, and to stunt the ability, that's Japanese yen, and stunt the ability to grow their military and impair their ability to compete in high technologies and even to build ships. He says that we have already seen substantial damage to the Russian economy in referring to the Russian ruble, their currency falling to the weakest level ever. The Russian stock market plunged today, Joe Biden referenced. This is true. The Moscow Stock Exchange plunged over 30%, at one point rivaling the 50% decline that we had seen during hyperinflationary times in Argentina, as the MOEX fell upwards of 45% earlier today. Borrowing rates skyrocketed about 15% in Russia today. And we have seen companies like UBS value all bonds held by Russia or institutions who invest in Russian bonds, valuing them all at zero, triggering margin calls for those who use them as collateral in their margin accounts. Joe Biden announced that we will sanction all Russian banks with a total now of $1 trillion in American assets, they believe. Now, keep in mind, the Russian Wealth Fund, having about $186 billion in U.S. dollar denominated assets, has already swiftly removed their United States capital preemptively to prevent the impact of these sorts of sanctions. We expect that, based on what the Russian ministry has told us, that many businesses and banks have already prepared for these sorts of sanctions. That right now we believe that every American asset will be frozen. More entities and individuals are being added to the list of those sanctions, but not including Putin. And this was interesting, that sanctioning Putin personally is still on the table, but was not chosen to be done, as well as expelling Russia's access to the SWIFT banking system, which could have broad-based implications for individuals in Russia and their ability to use credit cards, send wire transfers, and conduct banking transactions. This has not been implemented. So a ban or sanction, or essentially eliminating Russia from access to the SWIFT system, has not been implemented, despite that being widely speculated. Joe Biden says that the actions being taken by him and his administration and allies today are more impactful than kicking Russia out of SWIFT. We do have information that about 7,000 more troops are being ordered and deployed to Europe to defend NATO land. Earlier today, we saw numerous additional warplanes and helicopters being deployed to eastern NATO regions. The Ukrainian Health Ministry has also come out to declare that 57 troops have been killed in Ukraine, and 169 have been wounded so far, along with dozens of civilians, despite Russia not specifically targeting civilians. Joe Biden says that our forces will not be engaged in Ukraine, but we will defend our allies and we will meet our Article 5 commitments. So he is now reiterating how certain the United States is to do whatever they can to make sure they defend NATO countries. And Joe Biden says that this is necessary to not embolden Putin to potentially try to go into NATO countries, whether those are north above Belarus or further west towards, say, Poland. The goal here for Biden, again, to limit the costs on Americans and doing everything he can to reduce the cost of oil and gas, in addition to requesting that companies not raise their gas and oil prices or energy cost prices, and will also work to release further barrels of oil from the Strategic Oil Reserve in the United States. He does say, because there were speculations that the United States could attack Russia with cyber warfare to help Ukraine, it appears that right now we expect the United States to only conduct cyber warfare against Russia in the event that Russia targets the United States. So Joe Biden gave us no suggestion that cyber warfare would be used against Russia right now, that right now they will impose sanctions that exceed that of kicking Russia out of SWIFT. During questions, he was asked if Putin might consider a nuclear strike. This follows comments by Putin earlier suggesting that if anyone attacks Russia or tries to interfere with Russia, that Russia could end up using nuclear weapons. Joe Biden said, "I have no idea what Putin is threatening." He did say that sanctions take time to impact Russia. And probably the biggest head scratcher was that Joe Biden said it will take about a month, or we'll check back in a month to see if the sanctions can work. This is because individuals reporters were asking, what if these sanctions don't work to stop Russia? And he says he believes that they will, that these are profound sanctions. They exceed anything that has been done before, that relations between Russia and the U.S. right now are, quote, ruptured. And he says, quote, let's talk in a month to see if they're working. A lot of folks questioning why would Joe Biden wait a month? I know sanctions can take a while, especially economic sanctions, to actually have an impact. But this comes also in coordination with more sanctions from Canada and the United Kingdom. The United Kingdom, for example, eliminating all Russian Aeroflot flights from being able to fly into the United Kingdom. The International Monetary Fund suggesting that there is significant economic risk to the globe from the Ukraine conflict. The Federal Reserve responding and suggesting that increased oil prices could actually dampen demand in the United States, which, interestingly, oil prices lead to higher inflation. But if oil prices dampen demand for other things, maybe we would see less inflation outside of energy. So when we strip energy out, maybe we'll finally see prices settle down. And so this is where Mester and Daly indicate there's a continued need to tighten gradually, that they have not decided yet how Ukraine is likely to affect the economy or their plans to hike. Markets are pricing in a 25 basis point hike with about an 85% probability of certainty as of March 16th, when the Federal Reserve meets next. We're not seeing a lot of pricing in of the 50 basis point hike. Russians have control of Chernobyl. During Biden's speech, there was also a note that we expect Kyiv to fall within the next few hours. And so it's possible by the time you're watching this, Kyiv may have already fallen to Russia. The Ukrainian air defense has been mostly eliminated, paving the way for Russia to potentially move forward. Bitcoin now at 36.4. Tesla almost up about 1% on the day. The NASDAQ up about 1% on the day. And S&P sitting at 420, which was our low of, this is our 0% Fibonacci retracement line, back to January 24th. S&P 500 down about 0.4% right now. And that's an update on what Joe Biden just told us regarding sanctioning Russia. All right, let's get to some of the other news and see what some other reactions are. Let's take a peek. Let's see what other reactions we got here.
And the lifeblood of international transactions. So if you remove that ability on the part of Russia, that it can't play in this system, that it can't, so to speak, wire money, that means receive it or get it, they're kind of screwed. Now, they knew that, I think Vladimir Putin probably knew, that would do a lot of harm to certain players, especially those heavily exposed to Vladimir Putin. Say nothing of what's going on now. Eventually, whatever punishments and the way we're sidelining Putin, he is going to come back again, right? I mean, regardless, the sense seems to be, hopefully, if this ends better than it is now, he would come back on the world stage, much like he did after the 2014 sanctions that were imposed, and then he all but blew off. So sanctions don't seem to work for him. And I think he anticipated that, as did much of the world.
I think analysts also, one simple way to put the removal of Russia from SWIFT would be a more immediate impact. To your point about oil and gas revenues, for Vladimir Putin, sales of oil and gas account for 40% of all revenues for his country. So if you removed Russia from SWIFT, it would be a more immediate impact, going back to the point that President Biden just said, we'll see where things are a month from now after imposing the sanctions he just listed. Real quick, final question, Neil, to start drawing our audience attention to the bottom right portion of our screen, the Dow down 513 points. As a diligent trader always does, I looked where the Dow was right before President Biden began speaking, Neil, and it was down 635. So it came off certainly its lows of the session. Perhaps there's something the market is looking at here that pleased Wall Street. I don't know how you want to look at it, but this has been a pretty orderly sell-off, not a chaotic one, that's for sure.
Yeah, and really the tech sector has been doing decently well today. We've quite seen, as they're saying here on Fox, the tech sector actually do pretty decently well. And I mean, if we look at the SPY sticks here, we've trended straight up here mostly throughout the day. We had a little bit of a pause before Biden's speech, but otherwise a solid move up here. Tesla, look at that. This is like a 70-point move here in the day. It's almost a 10% move here intraday. You've got Sunrun up 16%, Enphase up 9.9%. Shout out to those of you using the coupon code and joining the Stocks and Psychology of Money group or the Wealth course or real estate course. Link down below. Remember, we do have a coupon code expiring on Monday for that, with all the new content that was released. I do want to shout out people who joined here during Biden's speech. Matt, Nick, Kevin, Ivars, Yakov, Ryan, and Dim. Thank you so much for joining. Really appreciate having you, and look forward to having you in the group. I expect you'll love it. This morning did conduct some trading and buying, specifically sold gold and bought Enphase, 7 figures worth of both. And these particular trades right now working very, very well. We'll see, of course, how what other opportunities present, and I'll send alerts as those come up. Let's go keep listening to some of these reactions here to sanctions.
The exposure to Russia for U.S. banks, his included, is very, very limited, as it is in that region. Nevertheless, as we've learned in meltdowns and sell-offs, contagion, schmuntagion, everyone gets battered. But as the dust settles here, it's way too soon for dust of any sort to settle. The feeling seems to be that if your goal was to send the whole world into panic, that might be a bit premature. And if your goal was to really stick it to Vladimir Putin, that's not happening either. We'll see.
Really interesting. You seem to have brought some sort of calm to the markets there, coming even further off their lows of the session there. Neil, may I say it's great to have you back. Thank you very much.
And Sandra, thanks so much. I mean, man, you did double, triple duty. I'm going to send you like some marinara sauce or something.
I'll gladly accept it.
Thank you very much.
It was an
All
honor.
right, good.
Thank you very much, Neil.
Thank you very much.
John.
Some Roma tomatoes. Neil, great to see you back, my friend. Let's bring in Martha McCallum, anchor of the story. And Martha, you heard the president say that no one expected sanctions would stop Putin from going into the country.
Yeah, I wonder if that's almost like a defense against the criticism he's getting from Republicans now.
Going into the country. The question is what the president announced this afternoon in conjunction with what he announced earlier this week. Is it enough to get Putin to stop and back off?
Doesn't appear to be. They have talked all along that the policy from the White House is diplomacy and deterrence. We saw a massive amount of diplomatic effort here, which obviously did not work. We saw deterrence that did not work. So the question now is, what are we trying to stop him from doing at this point? We've heard a number of military advisors throughout the day and people that we have spoken with independently who believe that although the Ukrainians are putting up a pretty good fight here, maybe a little bit more than people expected, ultimately, they are no match for the Russian military. We've already seen that they're taking over the Chernobyl power plant. They've taken that area of the roads that lead to Kiev. They're not that far from Kiev. We know that Kiev could fall in 48 hours. Now, that's a pretty dark picture.
48, we've heard even sooner than that.
We will not put troops in Ukraine. We will defend NATO. So that lays down for Vladimir Putin very clearly where the line is, right? So he sees that, and he is within reach, potentially, of attaining the goal of toppling the government in Ukraine. So those are his goals. He's mapped this out pretty clearly. He knows what kind of pain he can take. We don't know what kind of pain his people can take and whether or not these sanctions will turn them against him. We're seeing protests in the streets of Moscow. Very courageous move on the parts of those people who are willing to stand up in the middle of Moscow and say that they're against what Vladimir Putin is doing here in Ukraine. And just one other thing I would say about the SWIFT situation, right? You did hear questions about it in the briefing room today. It's very much on people's minds. The two toughest things that could have been done, SWIFT and also sanctioning Vladimir Putin personally.
Neither
the
done.
president said that he drew the line on those two things. We heard Jack Keane a while ago say that he was hearing that some of the European neighbors guarantee, it's primarily Germany, not ready to go there on SWIFT. Germany, watch Germany closely here, because as much as we've heard about how close NATO is right now, and they've never been closer, the real test of that is how that holds up in the weeks to come, right? And Germany holding the line on SWIFT, keep one thing in mind with regard to their oil and energy relationship with Russia. Gerhard Schroeder, the former chancellor of Germany, is the chairman of Rosneft, which is the other, there's Gazprom and there's Rosneft. So he's the chairman. Think about that. The German chancellor, the chairman of Rosneft, right? He also was on the board of Nord Stream. So these.
Oh, listen to this. Tesla now dropping a bit here as Elon Musk and Kimball Musk are now the focus of an insider trading investigation by the SEC. Tesla just gave up about 0.5% of gains here.
And they're difficult to break given how dependent they are on Russia for their oil. So we'll see, when push comes to shove, is Europe willing to allow Putin to essentially take over Ukraine? If they can keep things status quo, we will see how that plays out.
Martha, I'm just digging back into our allies when they.
Investigation focuses on Kimball Musk selling Tesla stock in November before Elon announced his share sales. I remember that, and I talked about that. On Friday, we saw Kimball Musk dump a ton of shares. And then on Saturday or Sunday, Elon Musk tweets, "Hey, should I sell Tesla stock?" The timing was impeccable. I pointed that out too, but I did not know it had risen to an SEC investigation now. Tesla now down about 1%. You could see the move right here. On the scope of the day, relatively nominal. I mean, nothing more than what we've seen here. But this is clearly breaking that upward trend right now, given this potential probe.
You point that out, Sandra, because one of the things that we've seen Russia doing is changing the denomination of a lot of its transactions from dollars into rubles, right? And becoming as independent of these systems as they possibly can. We also know, and just think back to that moment where President Xi and President Putin stood side by side at the Olympics and issued this, very strong diktat to the rest of the world, basically saying, stay out of our business, stay out of the things that we do in our region, do not interfere with us. And we know that they have built.
Shout out here to Ilir for joining the Stocks and Psychology Money Group. Thank you so much. Somebody here donated $20 to say, I fear Putin has been preparing for months with a large amount of troops and equipment for something bigger than Ukraine. He has repeatedly complained that NATO is too close to Russia. I hope a resolution is found fast. No kidding. Do you think sanctions will be less effective now that crypto allows countries to bring money in from the global economy with no regulations? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, think about it. If you're a billionaire or whatever in Russia, why not just use crypto rather than get sanctioned?
Thankfully, he was able to recover, but there is very little that they would stop at to carry out the toppling of this country and to make sure that this is no longer a Western-looking country. Whether or not they can get away with it or whether the people will stand for it there remains to be seen.
Martha, we'll let you go get ready for your hour coming up. The story, 3 o'clock Eastern time. Martha, thank you.
We'll see you
then. Hey, I met her in person in an interview.
Keen for more on all of this. And Jack, we are at the touch screen, and we've got up on the screen, I believe you can see this, a map of the areas of Ukraine where the Russians have been attacking with ballistic missiles, with rockets, with artillery fire as well. But something I wanted to ask you about, here's Kyiv right here, and I'll do this in blue.
German chancellor responds, why not kick Putin out of SWIFT now? And the response is, we should keep sanctions ready for later. This is leading some folks to wonder what's later, like when Putin decides to invade Poland or what? Like at what point do you go all in against this guy? Yeah, I suppose they're trying to keep some level of deterrence up right now. Here are the anti-war protests, by the way, in St. Petersburg, Russia on screen now. Remember, I like these so that way you could see them on my Twitter history in case you want to see liked posts, everything that's going on. Just follow me on Twitter at RealMeatKevin, and you can see all of these various different posts. All right. NASDAQ now up about 1% with about 90 minutes of trading to go.
Going in about 60 Ks. And that's from the southern approach right there. You got it. That's succeeding, unimpeded.
Okay, Kiev may fall to Russian forces tonight as Ukraine's air defenses have been effectively eliminated.
Deal with the Ukrainian military deployment and the capabilities they do have. So it's a fact now that we know that they haven't even taken out all of the Ukrainian.
Shout out to Christoph for enrolling in the Stocks and Psychology of Money group a few seconds ago. Welcome, welcome.
It shows that given the resistance and the fact that they've been able to slow the Russian advance down in 3 axes, that tells you that the scale of the pre-assault fires was inadequate. And we talked about 100 missiles. We thought there'd be considerably more than that. 75 bombers and fighters. You brought that up before, John. We thought there would be considerably more than that. That's why they're re-engaging again tonight with pre-assault fires, given that resistance. Now, we have said before, we certainly applaud that resistance that's taken place here. Eventually, the overmatch is going to take over here in terms of Russian capability. But listen, the Russians aren't 10 foot tall here. They've had planning problems here. They got execution problems. This is a very ambitious, complicated campaign plan that they have put together. And it's not surprising that they're having some issues.
Okay, Ukraine forces have fortified control over Chernobyl. Did they push? Okay, this is interesting because the last update we had was that Russia was in control. So that makes me wonder if Ukraine is able to push back here and get Russia out of Chernobyl. Welcome, Chalky. Welcome, Chalky, to Stocks and Psychology of Money. Appreciate you joining.
Countries here: Lithuania,
IAEA, International, Atomic Energy Association, pretty sure, it says that it is vitally important to maintain the safety of Chernobyl, which is a nuclear power reactor and waste zone.
And then we'll see that that possible scenario of Russian forces moving in to some of these former Warsaw Pact countries, which are now members of NATO, and then the whole calculation changes. What's the possibility that Putin, even if he has designs at the very least on the Baltics, can be stopped here in Ukraine?
Well, on the surface of it, it doesn't make any sense for Putin, certainly, to conduct offensive operations against a NATO country and execute Article 5 against him. The impact that would have on his country and on his people would be catastrophic. But let's face it. I mean, I think this is an overreach by Putin in terms of what he's doing in Ukraine. And so I understand why people have concerns about the implication that eventually he could get around to undermining, particularly the Baltic states, and the one of greatest concern there is Lithuania, in the future. And certainly we've got to get it in his head that's not going to happen. But given his remarks, I just want to make a comment on that. I mean, I thought the tone was not what it should have been. I thought he should have made a statement to the effect that we are united with the international community, and we are not going to let this stand, that Russia is taking over an independent country and imposing its will and changing the world order. We will do everything in our power, even though it may take some time, to correct this wrong. And then we're right back where we were before in terms of sanctions.
Biden says the next few weeks and months will be hard on Ukrainians. Remember earlier, he did call this a premeditated attack as well. And FAA bars U.S. airlines and pilots from operating in Ukraine. I mean, this makes sense. It's essentially, you've got a big no-fly zone there right now. Right now, we do have the Russell. I'm sorry, not the Russell, the NASDAQ rallying. Up now another about 0.5%, 1.5% to the upside here after the sanctions.
Germany is not just the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, but the
Welcome, Chris, to the Stocks and Psychology and Money Group. Appreciate you.
Germany from Russia. And another one sort of comes in this way and goes over to the southwestern part of Germany. That's a lot.
Thank you, Stephen Hunter, for the $20. Sanctioning SWIFT would limit or eliminate access to funds to any foreign nationals that are currently within Russia. Yeah, that's probably true. Better get some cash out of ATMs. Justin, I already bought the dip this morning. You've been missing out.
The major strategic problems that the Europeans have. What you just drew there, they created themselves.
This, by the way, is a good point. You know, the Biden said, "Oh, everybody's anti what Russia's doing," and I was thinking to myself, "Well, wait a minute. Like we didn't. I mean, it sounds to me like China actually supports Russia, right?" And then a reporter bluntly asked him, "Hey, what about China?" And Biden said he's not prepared to comment on China. Yitzy Bet, welcome to Stocks and Psychology and Money. Thanks for using that coupon code and welcome aboard. All right.
Thank you, General. Stand by, please. Fox News alert. Brand new information on U.S. troop movements into Germany. National security correspondent Jennifer Griffin's got that live from the Pentagon for us. Jennifer, what do we know?
Well, Sandra, we've learned a little bit more about the announcement that President Biden made just moments ago that 7,000 U.S. troops would now be deploying in the coming days to Germany. Those are among those 8,500 troops, remember, that the Pentagon put on standby orders a few weeks ago. They will be coming from the United States. That is a new development. The troops that moved in recent days were already based in Europe. The 1,000 or so who moved into the Baltics, they were coming from Italy. But these troops will be coming from the States and they will go to Germany, where, remember, we have the head of the 18th Airborne Corps, General Kurilla, is there. He will oversee these troops, and then we'll see whether they move forward to the eastern flank. We've already seen the U.S. put F-35s, 6 F-35s in 2 Baltic states as well as into Romania. We heard that overnight. These are significant moves to give confidence to Poland and the Baltics and to send a message to Putin not to move forward. The problem is the kind of threatening tone that the Pentagon heard from Putin last night, and President Biden was asked about it, that veiled threat that suggested a possible use of a nuclear weapon if NATO or the U.S. were to move forward. Putin was very menacing in those remarks last night. Now it's going to be up to NATO. Those 30 allied NATO members are meeting tomorrow in Brussels. The U.S. will be a part of that. Will they call for the 40,000 NATO response force to be activated? Those troops,
Yeah, Blockhead. Right now, I have no plans on selling the stocks that I bought this morning. I'm about 38% in on stocks right now. And I also got rid of my gold this very morning. Remember, every move I make, well, I made these moves live together with course members when right at the opening bell. And then I always send the alerts as well, though. Also bought a little bit of crypto. But anyway, so, oh, thank you so much. We'll buy my first house off your videos. A lot appreciated. That's awesome. Yeah, make sure you get a good deal. Find those wedge deals in this market.
from the Pentagon. We had an assessment earlier about those initial 12 hours of strikes overnight.
No, Zach, not worried about nuclear war. No.
This is the initial phase of President Putin's move to retake Ukraine, and those tank forces, those special forces, they are encircling Kyiv as we speak tonight.
Wow.
I would expect to see more airstrikes, more ballistic missile strikes tonight. This is far from
End phase up 11.6% right now. Look at some of these bounces here, folks. You've really seen the energy stocks move here, but even Roku moving up about 10%, Palantir 10%, just 2 days after Kathy finishes selling off. Matterport 8%. I mean, we've got some big bounces here. Alibaba down about 3%. The down some, let's see, S&P 500 turns green, bouncing off of that 0% fib. Well, it didn't really bounce up. It fell below it and then came up here. Let's throw it on. There we go. So it hasn't really been responding to the 0% today because it's traded under it for so long today. Tesla now up about 1.5% at 770. Lucid up about 3%. Nvidia up about 2.9%. Market's actually responding quite well right now. Enphase up about 12%. A lot of FOMO probably. A lot of FOMO moving into the market right now. Let's see what else.
Put into place. They requested that the U.S. and Europe not use the SWIFT sanction, which is kind of known as the nuclear option, off the bat. So what you've seen is Britain and the United States cutting Russia off from their financial markets. They're going to see in a month how much that squeezes Russia. You mentioned how the U.S. stock market is already coming back a bit. Russian market, not so much. It lost half its value overnight.
Yeah,
Sandra.
big deal. Jen Griffin live at the Pentagon for us. Thank you very much, Jen. John.
We need some analysis as to why the market's doing what it's doing. I mean, you could guess at a number of things, but I'd like to hear an expert who knows more than me.
Yeah, I'll tell you, it's not that bad in Ukraine. Now, I hate to say that because I don't want people to clip that. People have died, right? Civilians have died. Dozens of civilians have died. But the stock market gets so fearful, it could price in this idea that Russia just indiscriminately starts shelling civilians and residents in Ukraine. And that's not what's happening. Russia has launched a full-scale attack, but it's against military targets, airports, air defense systems, and taking land control. You're not seeing an indiscriminate killing of civilians. That's not to say civilians haven't died. They have, and that's terrible. We're expecting now about roughly 60 soldiers have died from the Ukrainian side, and dozens of civilians. This is terrible. But it's nowhere near what could have potentially happened when you have a massive, incursion into a modern country. All right, let's keep listening. NASDAQ now up 2%. It just looks like it's just rallying into the close. I don't know if it'll last. We'll see.
Western part of the country in the city of Lviv. We've had the opportunity to talk with people in this very remarkable situation where they woke up in the middle of the night to find out that their country is indeed being invaded, as so many people have feared. What we found from these people, although it has the appearances of business as usual, people hustling off to their jobs, we found tremendous resolve. Talking with some veterans who said they're going right down to the office, as they say, to volunteer to fight. Other people who say no matter what happens, the Ukrainian people will fight. They say it's not like it was in 2014. It's not like when the Russians rolled into Crimea and really without consequence were able to take control. This is a time when people are swearing that they will fight. And you also have the national police handing out weapons to all the veterans. And we talk with those veterans and they say they are very willing, in fact, committed to the fight here, John.
All right, brave people there in Ukraine, but Russia's got an awful lot of armor headed their way. Mike Chubbutt for us in Lviv. Mike, thank you. Sandra.
All right, John, thank you. Let's get back to the White House. Peter Doocy, you just had a chance to
suggesting here that most Ukrainian news outlets and websites are going dark due to DDoS and physical attacks. When am I going to buy? I bought this morning at market open. Feels like a gradual escalation. Hopefully not. And then China, Taiwan, geez, hopefully not. Yeah, market is cheering the sanctions right now. NASDAQ up about 2% right now.
The Russians are telling the world about their intentions going into Ukraine. The president is now explaining why he thinks Putin is doing it, and he's saying that Putin put it out there that Putin wants to return the European map, redraw the European map to what it looked like before the Cold War. Listen to this.
Brent oil, by the way, under 99 now. So oil has slipped down.
Worthy adversary.
At the time, I made it clear as an adversary, and I said he was worthy. I didn't underestimate him. And I've read most of everything he's written. Did you read I'm not a wise guy. You heard the speech he made, almost an hour's worth of speeches, why he was going into Ukraine. He has much larger ambitions in Ukraine. He wants to, in fact, reestablish the former Soviet Union. That's what this is about.
Yeah.
And
That was not
that
good.
is a big headline. So is the fact this administration is sticking with sanctions as a response to what Russia is doing, even though the president admitted that Putin is not just going to stop suddenly today and say, oh.
Yeah, we talked about the Taiwanese fighter jets early this morning. It was one of the first things we talked about. By the way, shout out to FTX for sponsoring this video. Link down below. You can sign up and get $10 in free crypto using the FTX link. Note that Bitcoin right now, just now breaking 37,000. So definitely seeing some action here on crypto as the NASDAQ also rotates to the upside. The link, by the way, for FTX is down below in the description, right next to the link for the amazing programs on building your wealth. You get lifetime access to them. So no matter what happens, I continue to update these and whatever updates I provide, you get. They do come with live streams for as long as I do them in the courses, which I've been doing them for years and have no plans to stop. Yeah. All right, let's keep listening here.
1,000 banks. So it's not something that President Biden can just put a hammer on and say, yes, you were unilaterally taking Russia and banning them to the access of SWIFT. That would be the hammer, as well as combining it with export controls, which is, I would say President Biden went partially there in a strong way, didn't go fully there, because fully there would be where we have export controls banning everything U.S. does, and then anyone that's Russia's importing that has any U.S. part. So we still have a few more hammers, full export controls of anything we deliver, as well as any parts that we're part of, as well as the SWIFT, which would really just cut them off of any type of really.
So FAA issues notices expanding the area in eastern Ukraine where airplanes and pilots cannot operate. U.S. businesses pledged to work with Biden to help with sanctions. Ukraine still saying about 57 individuals killed. Let's see here. We do have earnings coming out today. Let me see what we have today. Earnings. I believe Wayfair reports today. Let's see. Alibaba reported this morning. We have Square, Coin, Beyond Meat, Etsy, Opendoor, Autodesk. These are going to be some big earnings actually coming up. So we'll watch those earnings in about an hour and 15 minutes when we have market close. Tesla right now up about 1.5%. Russell or NASDAQ up about 1.8%. Oil back under 100. Let's continue to listen here.
Herky-jerky stock market right now. You've got rising oil prices. The economy is looking a little bit more fragile. And the question is, what does the Fed do? Do they raise interest rates in this kind of environment where we just don't know where the economy is headed?
It's such a great point. And whether or not we could face a recession as a result. But in the time being, Robert, I'll ask this question because John just said he wants somebody to give us analysis on the stock market today, because it's been something to watch. It had been down 700 points or so earlier. It was down 634 before the president started speaking, the Dow that is. And now it's only down 289 and the S&P 500 has turned positive. So what exactly is the U.S. stock market interpreting here?
Well, I would say it's interpreting that they didn't use the ban on SWIFT with Russia. They didn't go the full way. And so that didn't have any contagion on the global financial institutions. I mean, think of SWIFT.
That's fair. SWIFT
meets Venmo globally for every bank transaction. And if you don't have that, then the transfer of payments just is not going to happen. And so much of Europe is dealing with Russia because of natural gas and oil exchange, that this would have had a contagion effect. And I think that the market likes that that was not yet done. Although I think a lot of people wish President Biden and the G10 put the hammer down.
Steve,
well, let me just add, can I just add something to that, Sandra? Because, you know, you were just mentioning that in the whole financial scheme of things globally, Russia isn't really that big of a a trading partner or an international powerhouse when it comes to finance. They are important when it comes to energy markets. And so I think that explains a little bit of why the markets haven't reacted more negatively.
The only other thing, Sandra, just quickly, the other thing is it's unlikely we may see 50 basis point hike now in March. It would likely be.
That's where I think a lot of the market analysis I've seen so
Hey,
far.
we reached an agreement. I think that's right. But the problem still is, with the price of oil at $100 a barrel, Russia actually benefits from higher oil prices. I'm just frustrated that we're not producing more at home because it would really.
Well, yeah, if we had the Keystone Pipeline, maybe some more fracking. They're right about that.
On Europe with respect to energy.
And also going back to Neil's point about what a major.
Is there a risk of the U.S. market being frozen, resulting in a giant risk for option contracts? No, I think that's like less than a 1% chance.
Major corn and wheat exporter. Thank you both for your analysis on that.
Thanks,
we were
Sandra.
looking forward to it. And there you have
Nice, Brandon.
produce and export a lot of goods. It is resource rich, that is for sure. Thanks to both of you. John.
All right, Sandra, let's bring in Robert O'Brien, former national.
Emerging market stocks actually now falling as Russia invades. They were previously thought of as a safe haven asset. And there's also a note here by the suits that betting that this invasion will be short-lived is not a good bet, that more volatility could be coming for the market. We shall see.
And I'm wondering what happened to this solidarity, or were they too afraid of backing Putin into a corner here that he might really lash out?
Well, it's hard to say you backed him into a corner. He's already lashed out. He's invaded. He's conquering a country on his neighboring border. I mean, we haven't seen this in Europe since 1938. The only thing you and I have seen in our lifetimes like this, John, is Saddam moving into Kuwait and taking Kuwait. We ejected Iraq from Kuwait, but we have no plans to put combat troops, rightly so, into Ukraine. But the president's comments and his tone were good, and he recognized that Putin has said what he means. He's going to reassemble the Soviet Union. That means he's coming after the Baltic states next, and he's already absorbed Belarus. He's conquering Ukraine, and
I haven't seen this. This is quite interesting. Somebody here says there was an interesting statistic about 90% of neon used in semiconductor production coming from Ukraine. Wow. Well, good thing Ukraine's not getting sanctioned, but they might be in control of Russian hands soon, with Kiev now expected to fall within hours.
People is fight it out in the streets and in the alleyways, but you're eventually going to be overwhelmed by massive Russian, overmatch, and we're not doing anything to discourage Vladimir Putin at this point. So I hope that there's a second round of sanctions that's going to come out in the next day or two.
Now we will see. But I mean, in terms of lashing,
shout out to Juan and Jeremy for joining the Stocks and Psychology of Money group in just the last couple minutes here. Thanks so much. Glad to have you. Coupon code expires Monday.
Cyber energy and whatnot to make European lives very difficult. But let me ask you to just expound on something you said a second ago. You think that he's got his sights set on the Baltics next, because that would really change the game there, as that would invoke an Article 5 response from NATO.
Well, that's what he said. I mean, he said that in his speech, and he actually also talked about Finland being part of the Russian family, so to speak. So, yeah, it didn't work out very well in 1939 for the poor Soviet soldiers up in the Arctic. But look, we ought to immediately be going to Finland and Sweden right now. I've got an op-ed.
Yes, Ari, Russia can still use SWIFT.
It'll be in tomorrow's paper. We need to invite Finland and Sweden to join NATO. We need to show them they've seen what's happened in Ukraine. They've seen that this is a brutal dictator who's going to conquer his neighbors. They're both neighbors. It would help us in the Arctic. They've got capable military. That would penalize Putin by strengthening NATO, which is what he wants to do, is weaken NATO and drive a wedge between us. And look, we've got to get tough with our German partners. I mean, Germany's opposing this. We need to move our troops out of Germany, except for the
Germany's opposing the SWIFT action. Yeah. So just take a quick look here. Because of oil's run today, Enphase up 12%. Renewables here. Sunrun 18%. Overstock on its beat is up 18%. Shift Technologies bouncing off some of those lows here. Then we've got Roku up 11, Palantir up 11, Trade Desk up 10.5, Matterport's up 8. Some real pushes here, euphoric pushes in valuations. Square reporting today, Square's at $91. Keep in mind, it fell to 82 this morning, all-time lows. And it does report earnings today. Square block.
Right. I think Xi Jinping and Putin are looking at this and saying, hey, if this is all you've got, why shouldn't we take Ukraine, and why shouldn't the Chinese take Taiwan if this is the response to this sort of naked aggression that we're going to see?
And as we pointed out the other day, the Donbass region of the eastern part of Ukraine is only a couple of miles smaller than Taiwan itself. And Putin seemed to take that territory pretty easily. I know that you believe from what he said that he wants to go beyond Ukraine, but what do you think the immediate goals in Ukraine are? To annex it as he did Crimea, or to install a pro-Russian puppet government and then withdraw his forces?
Well, I don't know if he'll withdraw his forces, but I assume he'll try and put a puppet government into place. That's what he did in South Ossetia and Abkhazia in Georgia. It's what he's done in Transnistria and Moldova. It's what he did in the Donbass region in Ukraine. And so that's why
Canadian $327 billion pension fund sells Russian holdings. Bye-bye Russian stuff.
To the extent that Ukraine falls, so we've got to do our best to evacuate its leaders, set up a government in exile in London or Warsaw, and make sure that they retain the seat at the UN and retain their diplomatic facilities around the world.
Russia's year-long quest to quit the dollar is blunting the effect of sanctions. I believe that.
One of the primary ways to do that is to treat them the way we treated the Baltic states in the post-war period, where their ambassadors and the head of their legations stayed in place for almost 50 years until Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia received their independence and their freedom. And we need to do the same thing with the Ukraine, even if it's a long slog. We've got to be with the Ukrainian people and their legitimate representatives.
Yeah, that's a lot longer than the month that the president talked about. Robert O'Brien, always good to catch up with you. Thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good to see you, John.
Thank you. Sandra?
Brett Bruin joining us now. He served 12 years as a U.S. diplomat. And
Hop on over for a sec. Let's get a little bit of a different perspective here.
Danny,
Okay, but not a TV commercial.
additional U.S. troops will head to Europe to defend NATO territory, but he doubled down on his promise to not send troops into Ukraine. We've got new details ahead.
How did LA top expense?
With economic crises, there is a pandemic, and you start to see a picture of what is to come and how this is to play out. You know, Richard Engel talks about the first phase of this war now being complete, the targeted strikes on military assets. Well, the second phase is going to be government facilities, and the people who live around government facilities are these civilians. And so,
by the way, Tesla now still up about 1.69%, despite these SEC allegations of insider trading between the Musk brothers.
And what we're going to see is human traffic moving in various directions, people trying to get out and doing anything they can to get out. And if this turns into what President Biden talked about, which is a prolonged occupation, it's going to be horrifying. There will be bombings, there will be violence, and caught in the middle will be children and the elderly and civilians, Katie.
Cal Perry, you've already seen a lot, and it's awful. Just the expectation of what is likely to come. Cal, thank you very much. And joining me now is Jim Townsend, former Deputy Assistant Defense Secretary for Europe and NATO under President Obama. Thanks so much for being here. Vladimir Putin seems hell-bent on doing what he wants to do with Ukraine, does not seem deterred by any of the sanctions that we've imposed so far. In fact, seems to be testing, as President Biden said, the West's resolve. How long should the West expect Vladimir Putin to keep pushing to test that resolve?
I think we're in for a long haul. We need to buckle in and really steel ourselves for some of the things we're going to see in the coming weeks and months. I think the reporting that we just heard was very, very correct and really paints the picture of the potential brutality that we'll see, not just from armed forces that we've seen over the past day moving into Ukraine and killing soldiers.
Okay, let me get some updates here. U.S. expands no-fly zone in Ukraine. FAA says it is publishing expanded notice to pilots that will cover the entire country of Ukraine, the entire country of Belarus, and the western portion of Russia. Frank, thank you so much for joining the Stocks and Psychology of Money group a few seconds ago. I have the little notifications up here. So thank you so much for joining and using that coupon code Lifetime Access. Coupon expires Monday. Ukraine officials say that 57 individuals, military, have died. Actually, it doesn't say military. It just says people. And 169 have been injured, both combat and non-combat related injuries. U.S. sanctions Belarusian defense minister and others for the support of the Russian invasion. U.S. expels second-ranking Russian diplomat after expulsion of U.S. deputy chief of mission from Moscow. Oh, so Russia kicked us out, one of our chiefs out of Moscow, and now the U.S. is kicking out the others. Yeah, how awkward does that have to be? Like, you know, people show up at your office basically, and I'm like, hey, you're getting kicked out of the country. It's probably more awkward for the U.S. person getting kicked out of Russia, but either way, still awkward. Look at the Fox News, man. Looks similar to. I'll take a look at that. Okay, more than 100,000 people have moved within Ukraine. UN Refugee Agency estimates. They are fleeing violence for safety. More than 100,000 people have fled. President Biden says the U.S. is prepared to respond to Russian cyber attacks, but again, stopping short of suggesting that the U.S. will preemptively strike. Piers, thank you so much for joining. Also, the Stocks and Psychology Money Group. Really appreciate you. Thanks for joining. Okay, let me see some other. There are multiple other updates here. The market closes in an hour, and then we'll do earnings. Pentagon orders another 7,000 troops to Germany. We know that. Adam Schiff, the California Democrat who leads the House Intelligence Committee, said in an interview that sanctions could go further, including kicking Russia out of the SWIFT system and targeting Putin. Russian stocks and ruble tumbled sharply after the invasion. That's true. We watched the MOEX crash. They're also killing pre-market trading tomorrow because of this drama. It's more than drama. Britain says more sanctions are coming against Russian banks, businesses, and billionaires. BBB. Britain seems. See, I think Boris Johnson is a little peeved because the Financial Times called him a little pea shooter bitch basically yesterday. I shouldn't have said that. They called him a little pea shooter yesterday. And so today they're just rattling off all the hard new sanctions the UK is doing. No. And NASDAQ. Let's take a look at the NASDAQ here, how the NASDAQ is performing. Square rising into the close. Let's get QQQ up here. And NASDAQ. Also roughly around session highs. Still obviously depressed. Still under the, substantially under the 200-day moving average. We can remove our drawings here and see that pain. Boris Johnson needs to save his job. Yeah, no kidding. Here's Enphase popping off 12% today, as well as Sunrun up about 18%. Gold just didn't hold up after the invasion. I sold gold at the open. Wow, it's actually down 1%. That's crazy. Yeah, I sold gold right at a market open. We were talking about this in the Course Member Live, that I thought gold was potentially at peak invasion fear. And so I sold right here. I'm glad I did. It was about a 3% swing on the day, which is a lot for gold. It's a $10 trillion asset. I know it's not like, you know, well, which way we did, but bought Enphase and then it's up, you know, substantially. Whatever it was, like 23 points or whatever this thing is up. But yeah, that's quite interesting seeing golds move. Anyway, Palantir up 11%. Really good. Let's look at Tesla here for a moment. Tesla sitting at about almost that 777 number. It'll be interesting to see because things are flattening a little bit right now. Are we going to rally into the close or are we going to get a sell-off into the close? Bitcoin, in my opinion, would indicate a little bit of a rally into the close. Shout out again to FTX linked down below with Bitcoin up about 37 to 37.3 right now. Let's get back on over here to other coverage.
Kristen Welker posted up at the White House. Matt Bradley in Ukraine. Keir Simmons live for us in Moscow. Hagar Shamali, a former spokesperson.
Shout out, by the way, to either people pronounce this both ways. It's probably Jeff, but some people say Geoff because it's spelled Geoff. I'm going to go with Jeff. Shout out to Jeff on a bundle purchase, stocks and the Wealth Course. Wealth Course still in development, and many lectures already out there. Super cool. Welcome. Thank you. And Arturo, welcome to Stocks and Psychology of Money. Welcome. Glad to have you.
Well, I mean, as for Chernobyl, that's that is an area that's a wasteland. It's not a particularly significant area. It's historically significant, but it is so close to Kyiv. And
I had one friend in high school who was like, "No, I want Gia." I'm like, "Okay, all right."
It's not strategic in any other sense.
He played WoW with me. I don't know. Maybe that makes him different.
Of the country's capital. Now, you asked that question about the sanctions, and that's interesting because Dmitry Kuleba, he just tweeted just today that, when it comes to sanctions, this isn't just about money. This is about the innocent lives of Ukrainian men, women, and children. And he made an impassioned plea on Twitter to remove Russia and Vladimir Putin from SWIFT. And we heard from Joe Biden tonight saying that his sanctions regime is more powerful than removing from SWIFT. That was the removing from SWIFT, the system, the banking system, that was always seen as the nuclear option. And that really is throwing the whole kitchen sink into this and getting, the biggest move and something that would be really difficult to operate for Russia financially. But, I think that the Ukrainians are going to be really disappointed because their argument the whole time for the
Tesla rallying a little bit here, up about 2.2% here going into the close.
Why not start imposing the sanctions now? Well, now being a couple of weeks ago, when Vladimir Putin was arranging his soldiers, mustering them all around the borders. Why not punish him then? The argument from Washington, of course, has always been, well, we don't want to sanction Putin and Moscow too much because we want to have some of our weapons in reserve. And the fact of the matter is that Dmitry Kuleba, the foreign minister, he just said, that no sanctions are actually ever going to be enough. What we need to do is remove Putin and his army from Ukraine.
Yeah, no kidding.
They always will be. And the Ukrainian government recognizes this, but still, they were hoping for more, and they will be disappointed. Hallie?
Kristen,
France says Putin needs to understand that NATO has nuclear weapons. That sounds like a threat. Taylor, welcome aboard, joining Stocks and Psychology of Money and the Wealth Course using the bundle up. Welcome on. Welcome.
That in his news conference. But there's another tool that he could use, and that is sanctioning Putin personally, which he says is still on the table.
I thought it was interesting, Hallie, because we really heard from the president for the first time about the disagreements among the United States' European allies about kicking Russia out of the SWIFT banking system. And Matt is absolutely right. There has been a robust campaign by Ukraine and, frankly, by a number of lawmakers on Capitol Hill, Republicans and Democrats as well, who say, what are you waiting for? Take the strongest action right now. And the president's answer to that was because there is this disagreement. Of course, Europe's economies are more intertwined with Russia's economy, and so there is real concern, the president said, among some.
Canada suspends embassy and consulate operations in Ukraine temporarily. The Canadian Minister of Foreign Affairs announced Thursday that the country has temporarily suspended embassy and consulate operations in Ukraine because the situation in Ukraine has rapidly deteriorated and poses serious challenges. As a result, we're temporarily suspending operations at both our embassy and consulate in Ukraine. Canadian personnel are now safe in Poland. Yikes. Some satellite photos coming in of some bombings of an airport.
Announced today includes sanctioning more of Russia's largest banks.
Tesla now up 2.6%, by the way.
Russia's export industry, as well as more elites, individuals, oligarchs who are close to Vladimir Putin. All of this will have an impact on Putin. But you're right. The other tool in his toolbox is to sanction Putin himself. He said he's not taking that off the table. It's a complicated thing to do. We are already getting reaction from lawmakers, Hallie. In fact, we heard from Adam Schiff, who said in this last hour on
Jake, shout out for joining the Stocks and Psychology of Money program. Thanks so much. Let's go ahead and take a look at what BBC is saying. Keep in mind, we are going to do Closing Bell together today, like the good old days, and look at the market closing live. We'll also look at earnings, which we've got big earnings like Square and I can't remember. Come on, stupid remote control. There we go. A bunch of earnings today. How about that? All right, let me see exactly what we have today. We have Alibaba was this morning. We have Square, Coinbase, Beyond Meat, Etsy, Open Door, Intuit, Rocket Mortgage, Dell, Autodesk. This is insane. This is a very, very big earnings day. Very, very big earnings day. Welcome aboard, Rich Case, to Stocks and Psychology Money. Thank you so much for joining. Welcome, welcome. Let's listen to BBC for a moment.
And continues to defend.
Keep in mind that coupon code, by the way, linked down below for Stocks and Psychology Money and all the other programs, which expires Monday.
This footage, though, is verified, though we don't know the source. It shows Russian helicopters being shot at by Ukrainian forces close to Vyshhorod city. You can see those flares being used. Now, some Ukrainians are trying to leave their homes. Others are staying exactly where they are. And some say they will be prepared to fight, like this man.
It's only one way to serve our country, our children, our mothers, and defend our country from Russian occupation. And we will fight all day.
Now, Kiev has announced a citywide curfew. And as those sirens were being heard in Kiev, people were being advised to seek shelter. And some headed to take refuge in metro stations in the city.
Yeah. We did see that this morning quite a bit. We've now got, let's see here. I'm going to do a quick little update. We've got BTC sitting at 37,155 right now, up quite a bit from that 34,000 low that we had yesterday. Shout out to FTX, by the way. Link down below. Sign up for FTX. Get $10 in free crypto. Garfield and EE380, welcome, welcome. Each of you grabbing, one of you grabbing Stocks and Psychology of Money, one of you grabbing Wealth Path. Welcome. Super excited to deliver great content for you. Thanks for joining and lifetime access to those programs.
I also want to show you pictures on the roads out of Kiev. Look at these traffic jams. There's hundreds and hundreds of people trying to flee the city. People are, as you'd imagine, preparing for what's to come. Also,
dude, they only showed half of the traffic jam. They showed the wrong side of the street.
Early in the morning, as you can see, there are long lines of people trying to withdraw money.
Okay, update just in. Ukraine defense minister says Kremlin is preparing new wave of attacks, including airstrikes.
There were attacks there earlier too. Now, Ukraine says Russian military vehicles entered from multiple directions, including from occupied Crimea to the south and from neighboring Belarus to the north. These pictures are from just north of Crimea. As you can see, a column of tanks has been destroyed and abandoned. And then in eastern Ukraine, fierce fighting has been reported on the borders of Donetsk and Luhansk. Now, those are crucial to this story because those are the two breakaway regions controlled by Russia-backed separatists, which Vladimir Putin has acknowledged as independent states. Reports there say the Russians have attacked a hospital in the Donetsk region, killing 4 people. The BBC's Sarah Rainsford is nearby.
Or not?
Ukrainian forces have been battling pro-Russian, Russian-backed forces for the past 8 years and kept that line pretty much in place. Now those militias are backed by the Russian army. We know that they've rolled into some areas of the Donbass, and we know that there is some heavy fighting going on along the contact line, as it's known, to the south of where I am now. We know there have been civilians killed today in one area, and that there's, as I say, heavy fighting in several places. So people here back a little way from the front line are worried about what that means. They're worried about an advance by Russian troops. They're worried about the fighting coming to their doorstep.
Now I'm just seeing
it looks like a Russian Antonov 26 military transport aircraft, so kind of looks like a C-130, crashed in Voronezh, in that particular region, near Ukraine, while transporting equipment. The crew has died. Unsure how many were on board. Terrible.
says the Kremlin is preparing a new wave of attacks, including airstrikes. So that's the Ukrainians claiming that. We don't have that from the Russians, as you would imagine, and we're not able to confirm those plans. But the Ukrainian
That's what I just read out.
wave of attacks are being planned.
I beat the BBC.
But already thousands of Ukrainians have seen and heard enough. They're fleeing their country. This is
Yeah.
a place called Medyka. It's on Ukraine's border with Poland. You can see some refugees arriving there. One of them described what it felt like to leave.
It's not crisis, it's war. It's disgusting, and I feel that it's, you stay on the ground and you feel that the ground just, you see the cracks on the ground, and it feels like, so my family stays in Lviv, and I feel like I don't know when I will see them. I don't know if any of them will die, or my friends will die, or anything like that. Like if there will be a bombing of civilian buildings or not. Like, do they close the border? Just unknown. That's what scares me the most.
So that's on the board.
Antonovs are huge. It's a cargo plane. I don't know the second part there, but yeah. Quick shout out to Pablo, Yujon. I'm gonna go with that. Yujon and Penny. Shout out to you three. Thank you so much for all three of you joining the Stocks and Psychology of Money group here as we get to the final hour of stock trading. And together we watch what's happening in the market here. I do want to, let's keep listening to the BBC for a moment here.
Ukraine, as you would expect, Western governments now say they will escalate sanctions.
The US dollar, by the way, now jumping to a 2-year high.
Last hour or so. European leaders and NATO Secretary General have all.
BTC just had a nice little spike as well.
For example, here's the head of NATO, Jens Stoltenberg.
Russia has.
Look at BTC here. Look at this and what this potentially signals for the end of the day here. This is the 5-minute chart on BTC. We have now broken to 38.6. We just had an incredible surge from 37.1. And a beautiful run up here of almost 1,800 points in a matter of 6 to 7 minutes here. Now consolidating a little bit around that mid 38.6 level. Mason, welcome to Stocks and Psychology of Money. Thank you so much for being here, and I appreciate having you.
From the European Union, this is the Commission President Ursula von der Leyen, who was at the same briefing.
We will hold Russia accountable for this outrageous violation of Ukraine's sovereignty and the territorial integrity. And what is at stake is not just Donbass, it's not just Ukraine. What is at stake is the stability of Europe and the whole international order, our peace order. President Putin chose to bring war back to Europe. In a determined and united response, the European Union will make it as difficult as possible for the Kremlin to pursue its aggressive actions.
Well, one of those who spent an awfully long time trying to persuade Vladimir Putin to not invade Ukraine was the French President, Emmanuel Macron. You'll remember the two of them sitting at either end of an enormous table in Moscow. Well, this is Mr. Macron's reaction to what's happened today.
By breaking his word, by refusing the diplomatic route, by choosing war, President Putin has not only attacked Ukraine, he's decided to flout the sovereignty of Ukraine. He's decided to carry out the most serious attack on peace and stability in our Europe for decades.
So we've heard from NATO, we've heard from France. Next, let's hear from the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, who has reiterated his appeal to President Putin to stop this military action.
I think it's worth just going through this quick summary here of some of these sanctions. So sanctions on Russian military, sanctions on certain technological imports to Russia, sanctions on 24 Belarusian people, sanctions on Russian elite and family members, cut off 13 major state-owned corporations from raising money in the U.S. market, full blocking sanctions on 3 other banks, full blocking sanctions on VTB, cut off Russia's largest financial institutions. So a little bit more detail there on some of these sanctions. I have to say, I don't know, to me personally, given that Russia has prepared for these sanctions, I don't think these sanctions are going to do much for Putin. I think he's already calculated all of this. I don't think it's anywhere near enough. I think they're a little bit weak, but my take. Bartos and Harry, thank you so much for joining Stocks and Psychology Money in the last hour here of trade before we get to the closing bell and earnings. Really appreciate having you. You'll all get to be part of the journey of me getting back invested in the market, which is really excited. That really started today in more large part. Hopefully this morning, actually, if you scroll this video all the way back to about the first 10 minutes, you'll see the Buy the Dip song.
On democracy and freedom in Eastern Europe and around the world.
Boris Johnson went on to announce that this was now the largest and most severe package of sanctions against
honestly, I'll tell you why. I think these sanctions are a nothing burger. And I believe that the pain in Ukraine, while it's terrible that people are dying, is nowhere near as bad as it could have been. I mean, from the reports we have from Ukraine, we're looking at about 57 dead and 169 injured. This is an invasion of a country, and we're talking about less than 60 people dead. Even if we round to 100, it's terrible. Every loss of life is terrible, but this could have been thousands, tens of thousands of dead people if Russia's just start rocket launching Kiev with cruise missiles, let's just say, and they start hitting apartment buildings and whatever. It could be so terrible. CC footage of Ukraine forces blowing up a bridge over River Oskol in a town to prevent Russia from encircling it. I want to see. Stand by. Here we go. I'll watch it with you. I haven't seen it yet. All right. Keep in mind, what I'm going to do is I've been doing this. You could follow me on Twitter at RealMeatKevin. And if you go to the likes on my profile to the right side, you go to the likes, you'll be able to see everything that I've liked in the last 24 hours on Ukraine. Just don't scroll past that so you don't see all the other likes. Just the Ukraine stuff. Stop there. And a shout out to Inez here for joining Stocks and Psychology Money. Thanks so much. But let's see this. Apparently, this is a Ukrainian forces blowing up a bridge to limit Russia's access. No audio. That looks like it blew up right when that car was there, I hate to say. Unless it was just like a robotic kind of controlled tank or something like that. It almost looks like that was the delivery tool. I'm sure this must have been like robotically controlled or something of that effect. Yeah, you can kind of see some of the flames fall into what looked like the water there as the bridge detonated there. So that's at 9:10 p.m. in Russia. This is I'm sorry, in Ukraine. This happened about an hour and 9 minutes ago. Hussein, thank you so much for joining Stocks and Psychology Money. Welcome. Wow. I wonder if we could see any of the aftermath here. What's rolling back down? Was it? Oh, maybe it was a tank that just shot it. That's probably what it was. Yeah, that's what it was. A tank or something, and then it turns around. You could actually see it. So nobody died in this. So it's good to know. You see the lights under the smoke there? Watch it turn around and come back out. So okay. All right, that makes sense. It wasn't like a self-destruct vehicle or something like that. Very, very interesting. Okay. We now have about 40 minutes to go before the close. We shout out Cameron. Welcome to Stocks and Psychology Money. Welcome. All right, let's listen in.
What China has said today. Will you give me a reaction to China's position? And the American president declined to offer his thoughts on that. We'll have to wait and see if he changes his mind and does share them at some point in the future. But China's position is fascinating. Today, Beijing said it understands what it calls Moscow's legitimate security concerns, and a foreign ministry spokesperson repeatedly refused to describe today's invasion as an invasion.
You are using a typical Western questioning method, using the word invasion. China is closely monitoring the latest situation. We call on all sides to exercise restraint to prevent the situation from getting out of control.
Well, we can talk to our State Department correspondent, Barbara Plett-Usher, who's with us. Well, Barbara, let me first of all ask you about that moment in the press conference when Joe Biden declined to comment on China. What did you make of that? Does that fit in with previous answers or comments he's made on the subject?
I don't really know what to make of it. Either he hadn't thought about it specifically and felt that he didn't have something clear to say about that. I think he's been very focused today on the...
Here are some more images of protests in Russia. And, okay, we have a new update here from Ukraine. Ukrainian Defense Minister, Russia plans to use airborne troops and is planning and preparing new waves of attacks. What do they have against jet pilots? Jet pilot. No. I guess they don't like jet pilots. All right.
But ultimately, if there is a war, and there is, and if it lasts, then that will also damage China's interests. So that's how the administration officials have responded in the past. I don't know if Mr. Biden had been focused on other things and didn't have an answer ready at this stage.
I was also interested that he kept emphasizing the long-term goals that perhaps sanctions can deliver. He seemed to be playing down any short-term outcomes from these new sanctions placed against the Russians. Is that an acknowledgement that in the short term, there's only so much American...
They're definitely chanting, "Let's go, Putin." That's funny. Okay, let's take a peek here regarding SWIFT. European leaders have been considering what has been called the nuclear option of removing Russia from SWIFT, a high security network that connects thousands of financial institutions around the world following the invasion of Ukraine. Joe Biden said removing Russia from SWIFT is not the direction the rest of Europe wants to use at the moment, but it's always an option. Rumor has it that the rest of Europe is actually specifically Italy and Germany not wanting to remove Russia from SWIFT. Biden, however, saying that his sanctions are of equal or greater consequence. SWIFT stands for the Society of Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunication, created in 1973. Sounds like blockchain to me. The old version. The cutoff would terminate all international transactions, trigger currency volatility, and cause massive capital outflows. Yeah, sounds like the point. Russian finance minister in 2014 estimated that would hurt the Russian GDP by 5%, which is substantial. I mean, that could be the difference between recession or whatever, or not. Leonard, welcome to the Stocks and Psychology of Money Group. Happy to have you. Super grateful. Thank you so much for that lifetime access and taking advantage of that coupon before Monday's price increase. Let's listen in again here.
He did talk about this happening over a period of time.
Barbara, thank you very much indeed. So there's Barbara live with us from Washington. Let's switch back to Ukraine because we have some news from Mariupol in Ukraine.
Oh, no to war is apparently what they were chanting. Thank you.
City came under heavy fire and hundreds of explosions were heard. This as Ukrainian forces battled Russian invaders on three sides. It's also being reported by local media. So both a source to Reuters and local media passing on the fact that there are clashes.
Eric, welcome to the Stocks and Psychology Money Group. Glad to have you.
To secure a direct land route to the peninsula of Crimea, which of course it annexed in 2014. So night may have fallen, but this remains a fluid situation. We are still within the first 24 hours of Russia's invasion in Ukraine, both the response from the watching world, but also the response from the Ukrainians and the Russians continues to be swift. And as all of these developments come in, of course, you'll see them here on Outside Source. We'll take a couple of minutes pause, and then I'll be back with you.
Yeah, just a quick look here. The stock market rallying into the close. Tesla up 3%, Google up 3.25%. Enphase now up 14.55. Boy, am I glad I bought 10,000 shares this morning. Sunrun up 20%. Trade Desk up 10. Matterport's even up 10% here. Roblox up 871. ARK moving 7% to the upside. Down, however, are things like oil plays, ExxonMobil, DWAC, Tyson Foods, Morgan Stanley, some of the banks selling down as folks, even JP Morgan flat to slightly negative. Lemonade goes positive. Wow. Tesla, look at that. Tesla now up over 3%. And also seeing that rally in Bitcoin right now, with Bitcoin now almost at 39,000, almost back to 40K. Square does report after hours, and either going to the moon or down. Yeah, that's true. Right now, it appears to be pricing in the moon. We'll see how this optimism lasts for the stock market. All right, so we have 33 minutes to go. Let's see if Sarah Eisen's around to tell us something. Nope, TV commercial. Fine then. How about Charles? No. They're all on commercial. How lame. All right, well, fine. United States cannot confirm reports that Russia has taken control of Chernobyl. Yeah, well, it sounded like earlier we had reports that Russia was trying to take that back, or Ukraine was trying to take back Chernobyl. Let's listen in here for a moment.
10% below their recent highs. The Nasdaq briefly touching.
Yes, Daniel.
Joining us now to talk about how investors can protect themselves in this environment, Joan Solotar, Global Head of Private Wealth Solutions at Blackstone. Joan, thank you for being here. So let's dig right in. I mean, you've got a confluence of concerns here. You've got geopolitical conflicts now, still have very strong inflation taking place against the backdrop of an economy that's still reopening and looking to regain its pre-COVID 2019 normalcy. So how should investors be structuring their portfolio to protect themselves in light of all that?
Yeah.
Well, first, thank you for having me. Great to be here. And, I'd start by saying that
senior U.S. officials say Russia has continued to flow troops into Ukraine.
Enduring. And advisors, not just in the most recent period, but really going back, have been looking for investments that could provide good income in a lower interest rate environment and protection against that kind of inflation. And so increasingly, they have been gravitating toward.
You got him on the course. That's a funny one. Bernard, welcome to Stocks and Psychology of Money. Great to have you.
Floating rate, so loans that actually, rise as interest rates move up, that are senior in the cap structure, very stable, large companies, et cetera. And then similarly in real estate, and it's not all real estate, but our funds that really focus on good neighborhoods, areas like multifamily housing, where you have rent rolls moving up faster than inflation, or trends in e-commerce. So if you think about first mile logistics, similar trends. So as I look across, I'd say...
Okay, reports here that Russia has launched more than 160 missiles during the onslaught against Ukraine, that there is no evidence right now that Russian forces are occupying or attacking Odessa. However, potentially that more attacks are planned. There's also some truth that we could be in a convictionless rally here towards the end of the day. I think it'll be a little bit of a tell once we get the institutional selling or buying at the end. That's when we get that curve up or curve down. I think that'll be a little bit of a tell how much of this is trader FOMO and how much of this is a legitimate rebound here. Roy and Farid, welcome both to the Stocks and Psychology of Money Group. Awesome. Welcome. Yeah, I've missed you. Welcome, Daniel. The protesters are against what's going on, and they are getting detained for that, potentially going to jail. About 1,700 people detained right now. Wow. That is up from the last report I had of 1,000, but I believe you are correct. I know we hit 1,000, and the rate of these arrests was skyrocketing, so you're probably right. We will see sell-off next 30 minutes, says Shivam. Linda, welcome to the Stocks and Psychology and Money Group. Great to have you. Okay. I'm going to look at what the suits are saying really quick. And let me give you a little bit of a report on El Sutsos. Russian roar revives Mexico nightmare with more big hikes likely. This is Mexico's CPI readings. Mexico's inflation picture is ugly enough even without the stock shock. Minutes revealed the most hawkish Mexican central bank board member proposed 50 or 75 basis points as a hike. How attractive are cheap Russian equities? Let's put aside legal or ethical issues. Looking at the forward PE, stocks closed below 3 today in China, in Russia. Wow, a 3 PE in Russia? Wow. Banks collectively falling about 3.7% in the United States, but FANG, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon, Google, NVIDIA, doing quite well right now. Little bit like a $300 drawdown here on BTC. Yeah, look at this little drawdown here. We're going to jump on over to FTX, our sponsor for today's video. Check them out via the link down below. A little bit of a drawdown there on BTC, whereas Tesla is now at 790, up another 3.4%. And let's see what else the suits are saying. Suits are saying... Yeah, a lot of questions about whether the war will be brief or long. All right. Let's see what else we have here. Top. Russian forces have advanced closer to Kiev. I do worry that's when there could be some more significant potential fighting, unfortunately. Biden ratchets up Russia sanctions as West fears fall of Kyiv. Yeah. Oil rally cools as U.S. spares Russian supplies from sanctions. Yeah, the fact that they didn't sanction Russian oil was quite a surprise. Quite a surprise. Russians are cashing in their BTC. Maybe. Tesla up almost 4% now. Kind of rallying into the close here, folks. Some folks calling for an intraday short squeeze here. You are really pushing this rally here. I mean, this is incredible. Enphase up 15.7%. Jeff Webb, welcome aboard to the Stocks and Psychology Money Group. Great to have you. Taking advantage of that coupon that expires Monday. Well, look at that, 15.6%. I mean, this is just straight up. It's like a 20% move intraday. Tesla, 3.9% right now. We got 25 minutes to go left in the day, and there is a lot of euphoria in this market right now. It's incredible. Very, very little indication of pain left in the market. Upstart up 15%, Palantir 13%, Matterport 11%, ARK 8%, with all ARK stocks increasing. Yeah, NASDAQ almost up 3%. All right, let's listen in to CNBC here.
Estimates several thousand Ukrainians have already fled their country. And in Moscow and across Russia, demonstrations against the attack on Ukraine. A Russian group that monitors protests says police have detained at least 1,400 people who oppose the invasion. Carl,
1,400.
Okay, Tyler, thanks very much. 25 minutes till the closing bell. Here's where we stand as the Dow is. The Bulls are going to try to make a run here at a green close. Losses now about 30 points. Coming up next, we're going to look at how Russia's invasion of Ukraine is impacting defense stocks. Plus, Lizanne Saunders from Schwab, Jason Trennard from Strategas on today's major comeback. And if today's lows did, in fact, mark the bottom. As we go to break, check out some of the meme stocks getting a bid in just the last hour. AMC, GameStop, Bed Bath & Beyond, and ARC. All jumping today.
AMC 11%. Nice. All right. Let's see. We have 30 minutes to go. Actually, 24 minutes to go left in market trading. And then we're going to get some really big earnings. Russia has taken control of Snake Island in the Black Sea. And probability of a 25 basis point hike now about 87.6%. ARK as in a meme stock. Oh no. Ukraine's interior minister announces that 10,000 rifles have been distributed to civilians in Kiev. Wow. When the Russians show up, that's going to be a mess. Or nothing happens. All right. Let's see what other updates we have. We have 22.5 minutes to go. 2,500 people gathered at the Brandenburg Gate in Berlin with handmade signs and Ukrainian flags on Thursday night to protest the Russian invasion. And for the second time this week, the city had illuminated the landmark in blue and yellow to express solidarity for Ukraine. I will put that up because the picture is actually pretty cool. 1 second here. I'll take a sec. Okay. Can I not do that? I would like to put it up. Am I getting sanctioned? What is this? There we go. NYT here on the pick. Look at that. Looks incredible. Good show of support. Okay, let's see here. Then we've got Ukrainian museums scrambling to protect their wares. Canadian Prime Minister condemns Russia. Announces new sanctions. Justin Trudeau. We also sanctioned members of the Russian Security Council, including their defense minister, finance minister, justice minister. Greatest threat to European stability since World War II. Wow. Crowds gather in Paris in Place de la République in central Paris. Isn't it Palace? No, it's not Palace. Like, what are like the usual, like the circles? I guess it wouldn't be Palace. Maybe it is Place. Whatever. The République. Many carrying Ukrainian flags. The rally was one of 2 organized. Members of the crowd could be here chanting sanctions against Russia. Wow. All right, then we've got... Okay, that's the end of that update. All right, so Dow briefly turns positive. Okay, we have one... Let's see, what is this? U.S. hits Russian major banks, 160 missiles. We've seen that. Topping of oil, that's old news. We have... Oh, here are a few updates. Protests really across the United States as well stand with Ukraine. Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Okay, nothing there. All right, let's pop on over here. Let's see what we got.
Big tactical communications business. Think Army radios. Other names with European.
Ukrainian forces have said to now retaken Hostomel airfield following its earlier capture by Russian helicopter-borne VDV troops. I do wonder if that's the same airport or airfield where that CNN anchor was that we were watching earlier. I believe it was.
Thank you. Cybersecurity stocks leading the NASDAQ 100 today. Kate Rooney has a look at how those names tie into what's happening in Ukraine. Kate.
Hi, Leslie. Investors are looking to cybersecurity stocks for some upside during the conflict with Russia. Cyber software and tech names are among the biggest winners today. 4 of the top 5 stocks in the QQQ are cyber stocks. You've got Palo Alto Networks. It's been up almost 10%. It's up more than 12% heading into the close. CrowdStrike up more than 13%. Fortinet, Zscaler as well. TELUS another winner, and Mandiant as well. You've also got CyberArk on that list and Tenable. Wedbush's Dan Ives recommending the sector. In a note to clients this morning, he says, with, quote, significantly elevated cyber attacks now on the horizon, we believe added growth tailwinds are here for the cybersecurity sector, and well-positioned investors should focus on that sector during market turmoil. Ives calling out some core cybersecurity names. He talks about Palo Alto and Zscaler in particular. Back to you.
Yeah, Kate, clearly in unprecedented territory or potentially unprecedented territory as it pertains to cyber. Thank you for following that. And be sure to catch the CEO of CrowdStrike on Mad Money tonight with Jim Cramer at 6 p.m.
CrowdStrike. Could be pump the CrowdStrike and Cloudflare stocks. All right. Shout out to Donnie and Thomas for enrolling in Stocks and Psychology of Money 5 and 3 minutes ago. Welcome aboard. Glad to have you. Lifetime access using that coupon code that expires on Monday, end of the month. Can't believe it's already the end of the month. All right, let's go back to the BBC here for a moment. And we do have only about 17 minutes left in the trading day. We'll see how it goes. Wondering how institutions are going to move this market. Usually we'll find out in the last about 15 minutes, actually. So we'll see.
And they got around it.
And the West will be acutely aware that sanctions have not prevented a moment that the European Union describes in these terms.
These are among the darkest hours for Europe since the end of World War II. A major nuclear power has attacked a neighbor country.
And as we listen to that, think back to what President Biden said on Tuesday.
We have no intention of fighting Russia.
Without fighting, though, you're left with sanctions. But Putin's authority rests on a corrupt system of wealth and power that is 30 years in the making. He has nuclear weapons, too. It's not certain that sanctions alone can change his course.
Yep. I agree.
Well, in the past few minutes, European Union leaders have agreed what are described as massive sanctions on Russian finance, energy and transport. Here's a statement from the 27 member states. The European Council today agrees on, we're told, further restrictive measures that will impose massive and severe consequences on Russia for its action. It continues. These sanctions cover the financial sector, the energy and transport sectors, dual-use goods, as well as export controls and export financing, visa policy, additional listings on Russian individuals, and new listing criteria. So, comprehensive sanctions from the European Union. We were expecting as much. And to be honest, Vladimir Putin would have been expecting as much. Well, next, let's look at the financial fallout from this invasion. Markets across the globe have slumped, with companies exposed to Russia seeing the heaviest of losses. This was the...
I don't know. I mean, yeah, but the market's doing amazing in America today. QQQ is up 2.9%. Little bit of curvature here towards the end of the day. We'll see if this ends up leading into any kind of institutional sell-off. Probably not. Who knows, though. You've got the S&P 500 has made it almost midway back to 430. It's at the Fibonacci retrace here. Well, actually, no. It's just above the zero here, and these are two sort of intermediary support points here. So it's possible we could get a little bit of selling Kremlin says Putin has spoken to France's Macron by phone, gave, quote, exhaustive explanation for reasons of military operation in Ukraine. Wow, I am so glad Putin gave his reasons for invading a country. It's ridiculous. Elena, welcome. Thank you for joining the Path to Wealth course and the Stocks and Psychology of Money group. Thank you. Look at the SPY bounce perfectly off of that 426 line. I could not have asked for a better candlestick. That was a beautiful bounce. Beautiful bounce. All right, let's listen in here.
Places moving around, as you would imagine. There are further updates as well in the financial section of the BBC News website.
All right, let's jump on over. We haven't visited some of these others in a moment. Let's hop for a sec. Let's see what we got. Okay. Simply Safe. Boring. Yeah, I agree. I don't think Kiev is going to go down without a fight.
Not only has the COVID limited what they were getting anyway, but now I'm really truly afraid that the government, as it does a shift, who's going to be in charge of the department that continues getting checks to support the orphanages? Now, I have just this group of maybe 300, 400 total kids in this thing. There are 100,000 orphans in Ukraine in hundreds of facilities. I was very inspired to say we need to reach out and do more, and I appreciate this opportunity. People go to abundanceinternational.org and please give whatever you can. And I was reached out to really expand what we do as an operation with a business consultant, Adam Lyons.
I do not know what you're talking about. Respect to the orphans, but the rest of his conversation seemed kind of confusing.
The U.S. allies were not as draconian as, the
Oh my gosh. This person's talking through a tin can at a little playground.
rally a little bit into the close. I think from here, I really think that the market's going to be focused.
I can't listen to this tin can talk. No. We'll go jump on over here to Fox. Here we go. Can't win today. Fine then. We'll just look at the sticks for a second. Gosh. Approximately 7,000 soldiers who will deploy in Germany in response to Russian invasion of Ukraine will come from the 3rd Brigade of the 4th Infantry Division at Fort Carlson, Colorado. Deployment date has not been announced. At least according to this. I'm sure they already know. Kremlin says call to Macron was at Macron's initiative. He and Putin had agreed to stay in contact. Hey, even if you invade, will you still answer my call? Jeez, man. Can we still be friends? Can we still text? You cool with that, bro? Oh my gosh. All right. What do we got? 11 minutes to go, folks.
Still be some more volatility ensue here.
Absolutely. Speaking of volatility, major U.S. banks declining today, largely over investor concerns that they could face indirect impacts from the conflict in Europe. However, the big lenders are off their lows today. The big lenders, JP Morgan, Bank of America, and Wells Fargo, did post the steepest declines among the big banks. You can see right now down more than 2.8% for each of those. Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley also lower today as well. Bank analyst Mike Mayo says,
I'm going to hop on over here just to see a little bit more of these protests in Moscow. Remember, I like all of these tweets that I show you here, so that way you can see them. If you go to Real Meet Kevin on Twitter, you can follow me there. You can see them all under the linked profile. Michael, shout out to joining the Path to Wealth and a Higher Net Worth program, the new course I have. Thank you so much. Some amazing lectures came out this week on that. All right, let's give this a listen here.
We're in downtown Moscow, and already protests against this invasion have begun. Hundreds of people out on the street. They've been chanting "No to war," and we've been watching as one by one people are being arrested and taken away into trucks here. It takes a certain kind of bravery to protest in Putin's Russia, especially on the day he sends his country to war. We're in downtown
Moscow. Gee, no kidding. All right.
that reverses now?
Yeah, I think if you step back and look at the financials, at least on a, even on a 1 month basis, they're down 2%. So, well outperforming the rest of the market. Certainly we've seen, in about an 8% decline off the highs of XLF over the last 2 weeks or so, but that's really just reversing a really extraordinary period in terms of outperformance year to date. I think going forward from here, the impact's going.
Where'd you see that, Thomas?
Exposure certainly to Russia or to Ukraine, which is pretty de minimis, or even the direct exposure to Europe. But I think the bigger impact for financials is going to be the pace of the removal of accommodation for the Fed. And I think in large response, the market movement that you've seen in financials over the last few days has largely been driven by the market pricing out some of the more hawkish sentiment with respect to Fed tightening coming up, and less about the direct exposure from any impact from Russia and the Ukraine. So from here, I think that you'll probably likely continue to see the financials underperform.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I see it here. There's talk from a few hours ago about from Russia today. Russia is willing to negotiate terms of surrender. That's terms of surrender for Ukraine to surrender, not for Russia. That's for Ukraine to give up.
Attractive.
Jason, that's a great point. And Mester today did say that these events in Ukraine could influence the pace of removal of accommodation. I wonder, you think the market's trying to take that to the bank? And if they are, do you think they're maybe over their skis, especially if we get data out in the morning that's a little hot?
Yeah. Yeah. So for me, as I look at financials, and as Aaron mentioned, obviously they've outperformed the market, down only 2% year to date. I mean, for me, the story has really been the spread between the 2 and the 10s. Obviously, that spread has narrowed and hasn't widened year to date, and that really plays into this whole narrative of whether the Fed, which I think a lot of folks could agree that the Fed has been behind the curve, but how are they going to land this plane? How are they going to manage this trapeze act as we move forward in looking at inflationary reads, CPI numbers, PCEs that have been high, right, and have been really hot, as you mentioned, Carl. So I think that it's going to be a tough story going forward, but I do think eventually, coming off a really strong year last year, I think eventually the second half of this year, they'll really start to move. So we're a buyer here of financials.
We're going to watch that trade for sure in the next few days. Meantime, we want to get a check on oil. As you may know, Brent and WTI did settle at the lows of the day after hitting $100 a barrel earlier in the session. Let's bring in Paul Sankey from Sankey Research, talk about the future for the energy complex. Paul, it's great to see you.
Well, we've got 6 minutes to go before the close and earnings start coming in. Max, welcome aboard. Thanks for using that coupon and joining the Stocks and Psychology Money Group. You get that lifetime access and using that coupon before the price increase on Monday. Thanks so much. QQQ, by the way, now up 3.48% into the close. Tesla up 4.8, crossing 800. We're getting a little bit of a rally into the close. Enphase picked up a small little 10,000 shares this morning, up 16.7% since the opening bell when we talked about this in our course member live stream this morning and the potential for energy stocks during an oil crisis and by the dip. All right.
Dependent on low natural gas prices to make a lot of. And so it's been an interesting day, to say the least, in terms of how the market's reacted so thematically.
Russian forces have advanced closer to Kiev, by the way. And some notes here that men between 18 and 60 may not be able to leave Ukraine. It's interesting.
Increasing reliance on Russia for energy. Was there an off-ramp, do you think, somewhere in the years past where they could have made a different decision that would make today's dynamic different?
Oh, yeah. I mean, in my opinion, European energy policy has been a disaster. You've decapitalized the fossil fuel industry way too quickly, while building a lot of wind and solar, obviously, particularly wind. The wind is a positive. We like wind, but you can't just take money out of, for example, shutting down all your nuclear plants and not expect to end up very, very dependent on natural gas. So the policy has been a disaster. By the way, Carl, you just asked me if I changed any of my numbers. No, we said we've gone into an $80 to $120 range for oil here. And this event is a short-term shock, hopefully, one that won't upset the global economy and ruin, what strength and demand that we're seeing here for oil, which has been very strong.
How do you define short-term, Paul?
Short-term or intraday trading, for example, but no, in this case, I think it's a question of how long this military action goes on, obviously.
Yes, everything is about how long this military action goes on. And I think Kyiv is going to be our big tell. If Kyiv just falls over, it could be over. You know, the drama.
Of that narrative. That's it. And so just like everyone else is talking about, rates are going to go up. They might not go up as fast in the short run, but there is nothing that's happened with Russia and Ukraine that has changed the fundamentals of what's happening. We also have a lot of
yeah, don't look at oil, I guess. Okay.
Stocks or growth stocks without.
Don't look at wheat. Don't look at nickel. Don't look at aluminum. Oh yeah, I guess nothing's fundamentally changed. Yeah, don't consider commodities at all. Don't consider the banking concerns. You know what? Nothing's happened. You know what? Pump your fund, bro.
Still rates go up. The Fed's going to have to come around. I don't see any special opportunities that come out of this short-term event, other than possibly in the energy sector.
How about Enphase 16% cheaper, Tesla at $700? Sorry, I'm being mean.
$1,973 a troy ounce, spiking to one-year highs, up more than 3.5%. Look at it now, down 0.2%. How to go from absolute fear to, hey, you know, let me jump back into the risk-on trade, whether it's Bitcoin or something else. Dow is up 111 points.
Yeah, just be careful. We do get a lot of convictionless rallies the last couple months, right? So just keep that in mind. You know, I don't know that you want to really FOMO in too late.
We'll definitely avoid chasing.
What? Ukraine reports that 350 Russian troops were killed in the first day of the invasion. Really? I cannot confirm that because Ukraine has been talking about 57 people getting killed. That's a lot.
Listen, the average stock was off about 15 or 16% coming into today. So there's tremendous value, I think, in certain sectors of the economy. What I would not be doing here is I wouldn't be chasing energy. I wouldn't be chasing gold. You know, those are plays in the portfolio.
Gold over. Ooh, Brian. Brian, thank you so much. Right before the closing here, Brian bought the Path to Higher Net Worth and the Stocks and Psychology of Money Group. Welcome, welcome. Great to have you.
Trade that really was working, or the only investment that was working. Really.
Oh, what's this? Authorities order lights out across Lviv. Authorities in the western Ukrainian city of Lviv have ordered a citywide lights out as a preventative security measure. Less than a day after Russia launched a full-scale invasion, all streets and building lights are switched off at 11 p.m. local time. That's in 2 minutes. Instructing households to follow the order. Please note that such actions are not related to power supply problems. It will be done as a preventative measure for our security. Woo! Okay.
What are the permutations that you see for the markets at this point?
Green?
Well, I think certainly we could, as I had mentioned before, possibly see the beginnings of a relief rally. But I think that there's an awful lot of damage that has been done in the market. We're looking at the charts and indicating that we are actually seeing an expansion of the number of new lows. All
right, you're boring. So let's jump on over here and take a look at the last minute of trade before we get earnings. Let's look at the QQQ rallying 3.39%. SPY, folks, almost making it to 430. It was under 420 for a while today. Let's go ahead and set up for the bell and earnings here. We've got lots of earnings. Square, Coin, Beyond Meat, Etsy, Open, Intuit, Rocket, Dell, Autodesk. I mean, this is going to be an insane day of earnings. Let's go ahead and hit the bell and then get to earnings.
A few seconds here before the close. What a session. Every now and then we get these 1,000-point swings. Today was another one. Dow is down 859 at the low. Going to close somewhere north of 100 points. NASDAQ averts a bear market for today. Gold way off the session high. And the VIX
Tesla closes above 800.
falls to near 28.
Good job, everybody who bought the dip this morning. That was amazing.
Closing bell. I must say, coming up, Clock Tower's Marco Pavic weighs in on today's market recovery and how the crisis in Europe could play in the Fed's next move. Plus, small
You hear the USA chanting there at the stock exchange?
We'll speak with the portfolio manager who says the group could be a good place to ride out the volatility.
Nice.
Jason Snipe from Odyssey Capital Advisors is still with us, and Eric Johnston from Cantor Fitzgerald joins the.
Ooh, Etsy reports today too. I'm excited. Open Door today, really? Oh, why do I feel like I thought they already reported? All right, whatever. Waiting, Coinbase, Block, Etsy, Open Door, waiting. Who else? Intuit, Rocket. Come on, give me some earnings here. Let's get RKT. Whoever's playing earnings, buckle up. Rocket Mortgage. And Intuit. And then Autodesk. It's another one. Jeez, there's so many today. Coinbase. Block. Beyond. Still waiting for earnings. Okay, Intuit comes out. Forecast. Really good. Forecast beat. The adjusted EPS actually slightly misses on adjusted EPS for the fiscal year, but the forward quarter good. That is actually a miss on the sales estimate. So they missed on the top line and bottom line. Kind of mixed on Intuit. Intuit a little mixed there. Waiting now for Coinbase, Rocket Mortgage, Intuit, Autodesk. Well, we got Intuit, so now we need Autodesk. Autodesk. Individual company news. Okay. Oh, Coinbase kills it. 2.5 billion in revenue versus 2 billion expected. Oh, that thing should do really well. I don't have the bottom line yet, but that's big. That's 500 million more than expected. Whoa. Autodesk comes in with a net of 89.1 million. Adjusted EPS at 150. The estimate was 144. That's a beat on bottom line. Net revenue beat by by like 10 mil. That's a 1.21 bill versus 1.2 expected. So that's a beat on Autodesk. And guide actually coming in a tiny bit low, though. A little low on guide. But Coinbase, very, very good. The EPS killed it as well. So top and bottom beat on Coin. Coin up 12% in the after hours now, bobbing between 8 and 12% as these earnings come out. We have Autodesk only up about 3%. A little mix there on Autodesk as those earnings are digested. Coinbase just killed it. Waiting for Square, Beyond Meat, Etsy, Open Door. Let's see here. Rocket Mortgage, Autodesk. Beat on the estimate. Good job. Coinbase shares jumped 10%. Waiting now for the others, which we should have in about a minute. Okay, Autodesk only about 1.75 right now. A little mix there. Coin sitting at only about 5% right now. It's kind of given up a little bit. Tesla slightly back under 800 here by pennies in the after hours. And Coinbase comes out with users. The estimate, a little low on user growth expectation. Monthly active users expected to be 9.6. Coming actually in at 5 to 15 mil, which makes the consensus, the midpoint about, no, actually, I'm sorry, that's a beat. That makes the midpoint 10. That is actually a little bit of a beat on users. Never mind. That is actually good news. Never mind. Got to get that midpoint right. Math's hard. So that's good. All right, waiting for Square. Beyond Meat reports revenue of 100.7 mil. 100.7 is a miss. The expectation was 101.4. That is a miss. Etsy beats. Etsy reports 717 versus 685 million in revenue expected. Beat on Etsy, miss on Beyond Meat, waiting for bottom line numbers. Open Door comes in with what? Revenue beat for a 3.82 bill versus 3.19, but EBITDA was a disaster. 0.4 million versus 6.94 million expected. Big miss on the bottom line there, but beat on the top line. So I don't know what happened there with Open Door. That's going to take a little bit of looking. But again, Etsy beat. Beyond Meat's estimate, terrible estimate. Okay, they come in with a midpoint here at about 590 versus 645 million expected. That's a big miss on the guide for Beyond Meat. Ooh, probably not good for Tattooed Chef. Ooh, went there. Monthly transacting users, 11.4 at Coinbase versus 9.8 for the last quarter. Really good. Still no bottom line on Etsy. Waiting for that. Trying to figure out what the heck is going on with Open Door. Rocket Mortgage reports a miss on EPS and a miss on revenue. Ooh. Still no bottom line here on Etsy. Coinbase only up 3%, 2% right now. No, 0. It's moving so freaking much. What are you doing? Coinbase honestly did very well. Coinbase freaking killed it. Okay. Wow. It's down 3% now. Oh, I think I know why. I think it's because they're expecting a decline in users quarter over quarter. That's when that data came out. Open Door is not sure what it wants to do. Rocket Mortgage down 7%. Dude, who thought you could even go down any more? Oh. Let's try Beyond Meat over here. Beyond Meat down 5%. You know, it could be worse, but it's already kind of been on the toilet. What about Square? Where are Square earnings? Square. No Square earnings. Yeah, Beyond Meat. Okay, what happened with Coin? So Coin, they went from they're expecting 5 to 15 mil monthly transacting users, which the midpoint is 10. That's 1.4 million less monthly transacting users expected in Q1 versus Q4. That's why Coin's getting beat, because investors are looking at this, seeing a decline in monthly transacting users. Still no Square. Where's Etsy's freaking bottom line? I'm just gonna manually look at this crap now. I can't believe they won't give it to me. I want to know what EPS is, because I want to know what the margin is. Net income. It's not that freaking hard. Jeez, man. Net income comes in at 161 mil. Good. Now, what was the estimate? Earnings estimate was 142. That is a beat by Etsy. Nice job. Double beat. Top line and bottom line beat by Etsy. It's probably down. Stupid stock market. Yeah, it's down. It's down 2.5%. It's so stupid. This is why you can't play earnings. Transaction revenue by Coinbase, 2.28 bill versus the estimate of 1.73. That's very good. Again, though, a little bit of a red flag there with that declining monthly transacting users expected. Intuit has completed its acquisition of MailChimp. Who else is reporting today? Let's see. By the way, remember this video is sponsored by the programs linked down below on Building Your Wealth. There's a coupon code that, Vivint. There's a coupon code that expires on Monday. That's because we've added a bunch of new lectures and we've planned a February price increase. So that happens Monday. So if you have not yet gotten your lifetime access, no matter how I flip-flop, we'll be together. Okay, so Vivint coming in right now. Revenue coming in at 396.2. I have no idea if that is a beat, but I will find out. Revenue of 396.2 is a beat. They were expecting 374. That is a beat on revenue at Vivint. It's good for the solar sector. And do we have Square yet? Dude, where's Square? When's Square going to report? What's wrong with you people? Oh, and Carvana reports today. Square was supposed to report at 4:05. AMD has authorized an $8 billion buyback program? No way. There we go. Now Etsy's moving. Etsy finally moving. It was good news, man. It was a double beat. That's what I was saying. Like, it shouldn't be down. Probably took until CNBC woke up and actually covered it. Stupid. MP Material down about 3%. I don't know that they... I don't know what the news was there on MP, but I'll check. AMD up about 1% on that news. So apparently people don't care about the 8 bill. Tesla's down about 0.5% in after hours right now. Very good food company. I don't know. They fluctuate in a weird way in after hours. But Etsy up now 4%. Very good, Etsy. Etsy, we love you. Beyond Meat down about 8%. Shift down 4%. That probably means Carvana didn't do too well. Oh, dear. Let's see what Carvana says. Carvana. Block. Okay, here we go. I think Block is coming out right now. I don't have it. I don't have it. I don't have it. I don't have it. I still don't have it. Okay. Where are they? We're expecting 4.011 in rev. And this is a big one. Come on, man. Where is it? Give us a breakdown, would you? No? Still no breakdown. Oh, they've redone their website a lot. There we go. Comes in at 4.08 bill. It's a beat. The estimate was 4.01. It is a beat on revenue. That is good, especially how much Square has been in the toilet. Beyond Meat now down about 9%. Square's down 4%, but I don't think they've realized the revenue yet here. Transaction-based revenue, 1.31 bill. The estimate was on point, 1.31 bill. And hardware revenue, 35.9 versus 31.1. That's a beat. Then they had Bitcoin revenue beating slightly, 1.96 billion versus 1.95. This is good. They didn't miss. They meet expectations. Okay. Should go up. Carvana EBITDA margin was negative 2.5% versus the estimate of 1.3. That explains why Carvana's down. Carvana sales did beat, but their bottom line missed. Global payments volume, gross payments volume was actually up. Gross payments volume at 46.33 trillion versus bill. That's got to be billion. Yeah. They wrote that versus the estimate of 46. They literally wrote 46.3 trillion versus 46.1 billion. But anyway, that is a beat across all the numbers here so far on Square. There we go. Square's up 10%. Look at that, dude. Oh my gosh. I was so early on that news. It was still down 3% when we were reading that beat out. Nice. Yeah, Shift Technology is down about 4%. On the Carvana miss. But Square doing... Oh, look at Etsy. Etsy's rallying. 10% on Etsy. Let's go. 6% on Block. And... okay, let's see what else we have. Tesla at 796. Block EPS also beats, coming in at 27 cents versus 22 expected. Beyond Meat got destroyed on expectations. Missing. Yeah, STEM came in with revenue of 52.8. The expectation was 73. That's a miss on STEM. Etsy's EBITDA margin comes in with a miss of 26% versus, their forecast, not good, actually. Not good. Q1 forecast EBITDA 26% versus 29.7 expected, but the Q1 guide, not so good. Q1 guide, we're expecting 624.9 million, probably going to be closer to 577 million. That's almost a 10% miss there on forecast. That's not good for Q1. I don't like that. That takes my enthusiasm away for Etsy. Carvana, 12%, Beyond Meat, now 10% down, both these downs. Shift moving down out of sympathy here. A lot of earnings today, folks. And Etsy still up, it's 9%. That's fine. Blocks up about 4%. Really showing you that ceiling that we have. 9 airlines scramble as Ukraine invasion redraws route map. All right. Let's quickly see if there's anything else that's new here on Russia, Ukraine. Macron said the two had serious and frank exchange about Ukraine. Putin gave an exhaustive list of his complaints, blah, blah, blah. Video shows evidence of Ukraine's defense against Russian attack. Ooh, I want to see it. Who wants to see it? You want to see it? Okay, I'll show you. There we go. This is from the NYT. Oh. Okay. If you want to see the uncensored version of this video, I was not sure if it was legit. I did like it on Twitter, and now that the New York Times is showing it, and it's censored here, so YouTube algorithm gods, it's censored. The uncensored version is available on Twitter in my like history, and you can see that. Not that you want to see it, but you can. This apparently, I was not sure which side was attacked here, but apparently this is Ukrainian defense here against them. Oh, what's this? Russian plane got shot down right here. Oh, this looks like a kind of a collection of videos. It's a collection of 2 videos here. So it merges over into now this Russian plane that just got shot down. This individual, I'm pretty sure, got captured, who ejected from this plane. Pretty sure they got captured. And being held POW right now. Prisoner of war.
Which spans into all sectors. You, in fact, sort of value lowercase v and quality have been the outperformers even within sectors that happen to live in the growth indexes. So value factors like strong free cash flow yield, strong balance sheets, pricing power, even hybrid factors like positive earnings revisions. I think that's how investors want to approach this market, is look for value, again, lowercase v, look for quality. And I think that will reign supreme in terms of leadership amid all of these wild swings that you're seeing intraday and sector shifts that are happening.
Lizanne, we also want to welcome Strategas Research Partners Chairman Jason Trenner joins the conversation. Jason, good to talk to you as well. I'll ask you what I asked Lizanne a moment ago, and that is this reversal today, tactically important? Does it mean anything over the medium term, given the unanswered questions?
You know, I just want to answer that. I think it's going to depend how things evolve in the after hours here and how we end up seeing stocks respond to these earnings and inflation concerns, as well as what happens with Kiev. We'll see.
Be going away anytime soon. In some ways, this makes the Fed's job harder, and I think it's going to be harder to root out inflation than it might have been a week or two ago. And so
Yes.
I just caught the last part of what Lizanne.
All these suits sound the same. Yes, that was a Russian tank. Yes. MP, let me see what happened with MP. Give me 1 second. Norwegian Cruise Line is now canceling trips to Russia and Ukraine. Beyond Meat down 9%. Carvana down 14%. I have to say I'm a little surprised by this, but wait, where'd it go? There, Etsy is up 10.7% despite missing their guidance by 10%. Look, they killed it on rev and bottom line, but that low guidance, not good. That was not good, but the stock has sold off quite a bit. So that's probably why it's still actually doing decently. Let me see what MP has going on. Ooh, Block really killing it here. Block adjusted EBITDA coming in at 184 mil versus 142. I mean, great job, Square. Way better than what we saw with PayPal. Yet, of course, look at this trash. Square kills it and falls 3%. Let me see if they gave bad guide. I don't think they gave guide at all. I have no guide. I have no guide. None. Fine then. Fine. We'll go to MP. Oh dear. Speaking, I won't say it. Oh, also I owe a quick shout out to. Okay, I do have the MP materials data here. Rohan, Mike, Roger, Olhas, Brian. Thank you so much for joining the Stocks and Psychology of Money group. All of y'all here during earnings. Really appreciate you. Thank you for taking advantage of that coupon that expires on Monday and having the faith and joining the program. I'm always going to be here for you no matter what crazy things happen. Andre just joined. Andre, welcome. Andre just joined the Stocks and Psychology of Money group. Welcome. And that was Benji. I don't know if I said that correctly before Rohan. Anyway, MP Materials, product sales of 97.7 mil versus 94.3. MP Materials EPS coming in at 26 cents versus 24. That's a double beat. That's very good. That's a double beat. But look at how the market's treating some of these stocks. You got beats on Square and you're down 2.7, 2.9%. You got a beat on MP, you're down 2.5%. You got a beat on Etsy now, but a bad guide, and Etsy freaking jumps 15%. You can't make this stuff up. You just cannot make up how stupid the market is sometimes. Just be careful. Once people get word out about this guide, that guide is terrible. It's a 10% miss on the guidance. I'm going to look at it one more time. Once that gets out, that's not going to be a good setup for the next earnings. And I don't want to poop on Etsy because I love Etsy. Okay. Y'all know that. But yeah, no, it says it here. Forecast misses estimates. Estimate of Q1 was supposed to be about 625 mil, 624.9, and the estimate guide is 565 to 590. That's almost a 10% miss. Yet the stock and the margin is expected to be 3.7% lower. That makes me wonder if there are inflationary pressures there or something. Hey, Connor and Emiliano, welcome. Connor just joined the Path to Wealth, your plan for a higher net worth. And Emiliano just joined Stocks and Psychology of Money. Thank you both. A shout out to both of you for joining. Thank you. Thank you very much. Vetaverse says, welcome to all new members. I've been following for over a year. It's been an exciting ride. Thank you. No, I shouldn't say that Square killed it. You're right. You're right. Their estimates were generally in line and some minor beats. I guess when you see fintech meet estimates these days, it's kind of killing it because fintech has been getting destroyed. Every fintech that's reported, it's just been like 20%, 20%, 20%, 20%. I mean, it's been a crisis for fintech, to the downside. Some, but not all, of former European leaders quit Russian boards. Oh. Okay, let's see what other updates we have here. Reached out to some on the show. Check trading show. Let me know. I reached out. I don't know what you reached out for. Well, thanks for your $20. Maybe hit me up on Twitter. Send me a Twitter at RealMeetKevin or email kevin@meetkevin.com. Okay, we talked about the 160 missiles. World Health Organization director gravely concerned for the health of Ukrainians. What are they going to get? Omicron? You're worried about Omicron over the freaking missiles? Sorry, I shouldn't be so cynical. Oh well. Etsy's up 15%. See, this is why you don't play earnings. And Beyond Meat down about 8.5. And Etsy now up 17% at 150. Yeah, okay, makes sense. Yeah, miss your forecast by 10% and tell everyone how your margin's going to be 10% lower and go to the moon. Wow. If only Facebook or all these other companies could have experienced that. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. There'll be plenty of opportunities. Everybody's going to piss themselves with the Fed over the next few weeks anyway. All right, folks. Thank you so much for being here. We did some good buy the dipping this morning. So you know what that means, right? That could only mean that there is one thing left to do. I wonder if you can guess what that one thing left to do is. That is right here. Goodbye, my friends.
Here we go.